Alrighty, so our first heat of the morning, Erwin Jade from France, Bruce Sherlock representing Australia, and Lenny Ash representing South Africa. Make sure you guys collect your ashes and make your way out into the water. Again, T minus now 8 minutes to start. So to all of our free surfers out in the water, please exit the lineup. And to all of our competitors, start making your way into the water. T minus 8 minutes to start. Alright, competitors, T minus 5 minutes to start. I repeat, T minus 5 minutes to start.
Good morning from the east coast of South Africa. This is the CineFX World Kneeboard Surfing titles coming to you from beautiful Jeffreys Bay. It's right on start of event time. Good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, with my very good friend Ed Quinn, and we'll do our best to host you and unfold a week of kneeboard action here, Ed. We're making history. The first time ever a kneeboard event has had a live stream. It's the second time we've had kneeboard titles in the. We'll just dress them up too while we're going.
Look at this, a little production value right there.
Makeup. Morning, Ed.
Is this like a tracker in case I get lost? like how people tag their pet. Gigs. Good morning. Good morning from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. This, I know, was a dream of yours going back to when we were speaking in 2007 in Santa Cruz. You have willed this into existence. It is a seminal event for kneeboarding in general, for our small tribe. The pride, appreciation, and gratitude that we all have for you and for everybody in this production. This is really overwhelming. It is day one. We don't even have a heat in the water yet, and already this is an amazing success. So thank you so much for doing our sport proud.
Please double check live
Ed,
heats.
it's great to have you. Of course,
changed.
11 countries being represented. Of course, Ed, the US team this year coming in with a good charge as well. There's been a lot of momentum over the last number of years. We go back to the history of kneeboarding competitively with Don Harris back at the turn, coming into 2002, 2003. And US kneeboarding's been on the front foot as well, and you're part of that team. So that's a good story to tell as we start moving into the action this morning.
Well, and I really think it came down to board design. You know, America's always on the forefront of innovation and progressive, and also capitalism, commercialism. And as surfing became more commercial, kneeboarding sort of got lost in the wilderness. But the passion of the Australians and the South Africans especially, and you're continuing to innovate with board design. Once we all got, basically the internet kind of brought us all back together. I listened to you guys having all of these, you and Simon and Shane and everybody talking about these world championships you were going to in the 90s. We would have been desperate to be there. We just had no idea they were going on. And to then Don Harris, you know, rest in peace. I mean, he really was the godfather of the modern American kneeboard movement. And one of the main things is we all of a sudden got reintroduced to all of these brilliant surfers from around the world, and where we had been in the dark ages, their evolution of design, board design, really then became a whole new rebirth of the sport in the States. All right,
and a very good morning. Welcome again to the day one of the Kneeboard.
Ooh, I hear some excitement going on, Gig. Are we about to start?
Yep, it's looking like we're about event start. You're probably around 7:30 a.m. right now here in South Africa. And of course, we'll want everybody that is already locked on to share this far and wide. We're making history, the first time we're ever doing a live broadcast of a kneeboard event, let alone a world titles. Ed, just segueing back to what you were talking about there, we connected at that 2007 event, and since then it's become into a bit of a biannual run. We saw New Zealand, Australia host, and then
Portugal.
Portugal last year was a very successful event. Huge cred to Pedro and his team over there, and we wound it back to and I mentioned it at the parade, Ed, is kneeboarding was the only sport perhaps to have had a world event in the pandemic year of 2020 because of the calendar, the way it fell. Dunedin fell in 2020. And so there's just a little bit of favor, a little bit of momentum in this cool little tribe called kneeboarding, and we're loving it, and we're making history here today.
We really are. And again, you know, the innovation of the board design. I mean, I'm looking up and seeing this heat about to start here at Jeffreys Bay, the most iconic spot, and the fact that we have this live stream. I mean, I have Peter and Curran Gentry watching from Manhattan Beach. I have Big Tony Alvarez. Shout out to Mana down at Huntington Beach. I have all of my my crazy OC Nilo friends everywhere from Huntington to Bolsa to Manhattan to San Diego. They're all tuning in, and it's Ocean Beach, San Francisco. I mean, I'm just, my phone's buzzing nonstop, and they can't believe they're about to watch a live kneeboarding event with two of their favorite knuckleheads on the microphone, and three guys paddling out in absolutely smoking point here at Jeffreys Bay.
Well, folks, scenes from the water here as we make history. The first heat unfolding on day one here. We're on the spring tides. It is the full moon around the globe, and that has always a positive effect on the lineup here, particularly on the east coast of South Africa. And as we say, around 90 minutes to the low tide, and welcome to heat number 1 as we open up the open trials. Already 32 surfers seeded, and we're trying to narrow this thing down to end up with a field of 64 in round 3. So introducing your 3 surfers out in the line one, Erwan Yardé, he comes out of French Martinique, and he is here with a whole tribe of Frenchmen. Of course, Bruce Sherlock from Australia, a strong Aussie representation as well. And Linny Ash, of course, it's good to include women in the men's draw, and why don't we? And Linny Ash is the women's world champion of the sport. She got that event win in Portugal in 2022, and she's out in the lineup. And Ed, I'll tell you now, Linny in the blue singlet, she won't back down to any challenge here. She comes from Komiki, which is on that raw west side of Cape Town, and she's no stranger to the stronger swells and surges around the winter of South Africa.
First session, straight off the plane, right out to her home break. I paddled out, and she paddled out to me just like a full alpha. Like, who are you? What are you doing here? and then gave me a wave. So I got a little. I got a little rap on the knuckles. You don't come out here without saying hello to me first, and then have a go at a really nice left. So I'm not supposed to choose favorites right now, but would love to see Linny maybe get the first good set wave of the morning.
Well, consistent swell lines here. It is a strong southwest swell here off the spring tide this morning.
Hey, Gigs.
Yeah.
Who just do we just get lucky that it just happened to be a full moon this week?
Well, either way, we're going to have surf for the entire window. And Monday morning start here in South Africa. 6 big days ahead here for the sport of kneeboarding. And, of course, we'll crown champions not only in the open men's and women's divisions. Of course, the sport recognizing all those age categories as well, everything from under 19s through to pro juniors. Of course, masters, grandmasters, veterans, kahunas, and all the way through to immortals. And even as the ages move, we've even created an invincible. And first ride of the 2024 World Kneeboard titles goes to Linny Ash.
Told you.
And here she is down the run.
Yeah.
Lots of crowds and hoots. There's a great atmosphere. There's a great camaraderie amongst the entire kneeboard family here. Mm-hmm. And we trust that we're sharing those feelings as we get the first ride of the event, Ed.
Oh, I mean, just right off. As I said, Lenny, we've got a nice little. Oh no, this is live action. We got Red up and riding. This
is Erwan Yardé from French Martinique. As we mentioned, around 10 Frenchmen in the draw here. Of course, all being led by the spirited Frenchman Jerome. And he's, let's have a look if Erwan Yardé is going to come around the section. He's been caught behind this one. So we've noticed a couple of bigger sets this morning. That one certainly allowing Erwan Yardé onto the face but not getting around. So a little advantage on the opening exchange, Linny Ash, and that'll give a priority to Bruce Sherlock in the lineup. So yes, we are using WSL standards and ISA standards for this World Titles event here in 2024. And we do have that priority system at play. That is on a continual rotation. I don't think it's going to be a massive influence today, Ed. There's a ton of waves in the lineup.
There are a ton of waves, but it is, out front of us in the broadcast right now, we can see the beach is absolutely packed with competitors who I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 former world champions. They're not even going to surf for a couple of days. Here's Yellow up, and unfortunately has just lost his priority by taking off on a wave. Maybe we can get a replay of that to see maybe he did some work out the back gigs.
So it looks like Linny Ash has got the advantage for that opening ride.
There it comes.
We're able to pull up some replays as well, Ed.
See Linny fighting through. God, what a beautiful board, huh? I love the black rails. There's going to be a lot of aesthetics that are going to speak to me today. But she did make it to the open face, and that's what the tricky thing, these competitors, what I was going to say is that there's so many competitors out here right now watching the waves, watching which waves they're able to make through, because there's some that hug the point, and they really are top to bottom and sort of barrel along the inner reef. And then there are the big swing wides, which I got a few of the other day gigs, and I ended up almost surfing to Jakarta. So the issue with that is if you take off on one of these big outside waves, you got to get back out because, of course, it is top 2 waves in 20 minutes. And 2 5s count the same as 110. So you need to be smart.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting day. Head judge has allowed a 10-minute paddle out. So a little testimony to the amount of water moving around here in South Africa this morning. Of course, Jeffreys Bay here on the East Coast, no strangers to hosting and sharing competition. Of course, the WSL every year up at Super Tubes about 700-800 yards off to the right of screen. We are down here at the lower point. There's a number of waves in and around the town of Jeffreys Bay, and a lot of people just come in and zone straight into Super Tubes, Ed, but there's certainly, you've been here the whole week, you've got to sample a couple of the other breaks, and lower point here, a very useful venue for us for the sport.
Oh, it couldn't be more fun. Reminded me so much of a really fun double overhead day at Rincon or C Street from where I'm from. There's a couple of waves I'm not going to mention. Oh, look at Lindy. Here we go. On a really nice.
Well, Linny Ash up into the corner. Let's follow her here. Woo. Second wave for her. That was a bit steep. This one's walling up. And Linny's just going to control it in the pocket there. She's on that Jedi-shaped board. Of course, that board made here in Cape Town, South Africa. And, Linny, second wave in the bag. Her first one, a 2.67. She'll have bettered that considerably on her second one there, Ed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She was really smart to take off on that first wave. It started the priority circle, and it cycled through, and she ended up in great position to get a nice backup score. She was going to have to do a little work with that 2.69 she had, and now she has pushed herself into the lead.
Well, Ed, the other thing you mentioned is that you got to find two waves in 20 minutes. And right now, Linny Ash has already achieved that. You mentioned, if you get 2 5s, it could be a 10 if you find one outstanding wave. But you want to be plugging in some good range scores through the whole template of the heat, Ed. And right now, there's a heat total now just heading into the 5. So Linny Ash finding a slightly better number on her second ride. But still, we're enjoying the way she's managing the heat, and although there's a lot of strong white water on the inside, Ed, there's a little bit of a reverse rip, so I do think that we'll see more than 2 rides per surfer in the heats.
Yeah, very, very true, and you just have to take that gamble. There's some big, beautiful bombs outside. You might want to call them heat winners, but there are some phenomenal waves on the inside. So if you find yourself in that 3rd, 4th priority spot, and the other 2 surfers with priority are sitting outside, you can move inside, you can get yourself a good little runner, and some amazing scoring potential. So it's as we start, cycling through this contest and getting to the sharp end, it's going to be really fascinating to see how people advance through heats. I think there's a lot of strategy going on. I've been watching a lot of people warm up out there, and you notice which waves they're choosing, which waves they're where they're sitting. Here we have Red on the inside doing exactly what I just said.
Well, under the lip takeoff for Erwan Yade, incomplete. Noticing his first ride locked in a 3.67. So a couple of turns on the face for Erwan Yade. He was telling me a little bit about his hometown, his home break. They've got a pretty narrow window in the year there in French Martinique. He's on the north-facing side in a village called Tartane, Plage de Tartane. And there's about 10 kneeboarders that live in that little village. And already wave 3 coming our way from the South African Women's World Champ, Linny Ash, an absolute character, as is most every kneeboarder on this planet. And Linny just trying to navigate this one. This one's going to run away from her, so she's not going to up her numbers with that particular effort.
No, it looks like she got caught behind that bull. There is, there's a wedge in this wave that you take off on, and you have to figure out is that wall going to come back to you and draw in, which are some of the most phenomenal waves out here, or is it going to run a little bit? And sometimes you got to get in a higher gear and get yourself over to that next section, and then you lock into that next version of the reef. It's such an outstanding wave. It's such an outstanding contest venue, and it really challenges the surfers to take advantage of it.
Of course, about halfway through the heat now, and we are expecting another score for Linny Ash to drop in. We'll wait for those numbers just to confirm. But about 15 minutes after the sunrise here, and an early start in South Africa with that 7:30 start. So we're about 7:45 in the morning here now. And Linny Ash, I think, has got a little bit of a command on this heat right now, Ed.
Absolutely, and you see her. She's fighting her way back out. That reverse current everybody keeps telling me about and always seems to vanish when I'm caught inside has seemed to have vanished a little bit for Linny, but she's not going to be denied. She wants to get back out there. She's got a nice command of this heat. She's got 2 good low scores that I think she probably wants to build upon. I think she might be regretting that last wave a little bit. I think she could have done a little more damage to the scorecard with it. But she's going to go out and see if she can get one more and put this heat away. Get herself.
Of course, you see the jet ski on the outside there. Huge thanks to so many sponsors and so many people inputting to the event this year. Of course, SMG, Yamaha, and their water patrol safety on effect here in Jeffreys.
Rumor is if you tip them, they'll give you taxis back out to the lineup.
Well,
so,
I'll tell you, there's a couple of days in the forecast where we may be questioning, are we going to use skis for shuttling? Right
jet
now,
ski
though,
exists.
yeah, nothing wrong with that. I've got a funny story to tell, Ed. About 2 months back, we had the J-Bay Classic, a speciality event endorsed by the WSL, and Oki was one of the main features. And after a couple of hours of surfing, Ock was like, if that jet ski's not there for the assist, I'm not surfing the next heat. Oh, we had such a laugh, and it was so good for the town of Jeffreys Bay just to, showcase to the world again. We had surfers like Steph Gilmore in town for that. Of course, Josh Kerr and her daughter Sierra Kerr, and many other stories to tell from that.
Yep.
But we've got the jet ski. The point of it is that we've got the jet ski, and perhaps at some stage we'll deploy the assists.
Yeah.
That's all up to the head judge. Of course, this year being headed by Dylan Lowenthal and a panel of 5 upstairs. Highs and low scores are lobbed off. This is live scores as well. So if you're not able to follow us on YouTube, that top left of screen, that's your being fed to us via liveheats.com, and that you can follow on your hand device wherever you may be in the world. So yeah, follow your friends and family. Share this as well, folks. Let's get this thing absolutely like a virus all over, and let's get so many people plugged into what is the World Kneeboard titles of 2024. Down to just over 6 minutes remaining. Linny Ash in the lead here, care of that 517 combo. And Bruce Sherlock, a little slower start, and he's still got to find a second wave in the lineup here, Ed.
Yeah, Giggs, I was just going to ask you, if you were to put your coaching hat on right now and you were to get into any one of these 3 surfers' ear, what would be the strategy at this point? You have, just a little over 5 minutes. You have a long point break. Is Bruce looking for one high score to try and put himself into the lead? Does Linny sort of try and play the priority game? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, you work with any coach. They're going to tell you to, the old cliche, build a house, right?
Yeah.
Get 2 scores, get 2 rides in, don't under-compromise, but also don't be over fussy. So when you start getting down now to just a little over 5 minutes to go, perhaps you start thinking maybe I should be moving a little inshore. Perhaps. I know that there is a reverse rip out there. You spoke about the free surfs during the week. I think everyone's managed to get a couple of runs on this track here, Ed. I do notice that there is a strong reverse current, and it does tend to pull you you may think you're exactly on the button, but there's a specific peak out there in the lineup, and sometimes you can just get pulled through it. So I would be thinking, if you're a little short on waves, you see Linear slightly inside in a lower priority. And she's had a look at that one. Some of these are running flat, but some of them are walling, and you've got to pick them out.
Yep. No, absolutely. And it's when I watched that wave, I think that was a really interesting wave for Linny to look at. She's looking at another one. These are those little waves that you can really maybe put away a heat. Here she goes right now. Let's see if she can put a nail in this coffin.
All right, so this is already looking like one of her better turns there. You see that one on the inside kind of had a bit of a wall. This is giving her some momentum, a little shift down. You're going to see a lot of regrouping and then runs through the inside walling section. And here is Linny Ash, women's world champ. She got that win in Portugal. She is such a character, and she'll wrangle the inside section. You're not quite getting that full closeout maneuver, but a good one and easily the best wave of the opening heat of the morning, Ed.
Yeah, that was smart surfing. Very, very smart. She moved inside. She didn't have priority, and she found one of those little runners on the inside reef. And I mean, that was a very, very proper wave with a really good wall to it. Was wide open for scoring potential. And as you can see, the other 2, we have red and white, or red and yellow, looking back, going like, what are we doing sitting out here in the middle of the ocean when our competitor is in there? And you can see Linny taking off. And you can see how she saw immediately she needed to come back and hit that whitewater and wait for it to reform. Very patient surfing. Another nice little turn back. She's getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and then here it is. She can see it hitting the bowl, and now she just steps on the gas and starts trying to make sections. Nice little floater up into the pocket, coming around this section. Another nice little floater, making it over the top. Really a great job in identifying scoring potential on the inside of her competitors, who are still outside, hoping there's going to be a set in the final 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Yeah, that was a very, very savvy, clever decision.
All right, so highlight score of the heat thus far, 5.5 from the judging panel. So that's how to build scores. Here's Erwan Yade from the French Martinique, and this is easily his best looking wave as he has already set that first turn. Inside section now, easily around the section. You see that some of them, Ed, run a little wide. This one's keeping a nice tempo, and Erwan is just moving rail to rail. This is going to be a decent answer to Lenny Ash's 5.5.
Yeah,
and inside section still ahead for us. Let's just see how he concludes this. As I say, some of them do run a little bit off the shelf, but this is easily Erwan's best one, and this is going to leave Bruce Sherlock in a troubled situation.
Yep, no, absolutely, Erwan. That was a phenomenal decision. You can see he even gives it a little fist bump. I don't think he is saying it was the greatest wave of his entire life, but it's exactly what he needed in this moment with 1:45 left in the heat to get himself through, because the number one in these heats moves up into the open. Number two has to go to the second round, and number three is going to have they're going to have a couple of sad beers tonight in the bar, because they have unfortunately their time here at the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships have come to an end.
Well, we're just under 90 seconds to go. Let's have a look. Don't write off Bruce Sherlock just yet. Perhaps he can find something in the lineup. Meanwhile, Erwan Yade's score in at a 6.33. So judges liking the detail in a couple of those rail changes. And they've thrown some proper numbers at that particular ride. But nice exchange. A 6.33 out of the lineup there for Erwan, a 5.5 for Lenny Ash. And a couple of nice numbers coming our way. And Erwan Yade's got into the lead on this one, Ed.
Yeah, he has. And there it is. A couple fives make a 10. And so he's really put the pressure on Bruce Sherlock to try and find, an answer to that. Lenny had control of this heat. She's now looking at a second round appearance, but we have 34 seconds left. I see a number of lines out there. Bruce is out there with priority, so let's see if he can find something to allow himself to, get himself safely back in this. And this is Bruce right now. Yes.
Yep.
Here we go.
Done exactly what we said, Ed. He's moved inside and he's found himself a wave on the shelf here. And already his best wave. Previous to this, just that 0.5 for Bruce. Of course, Bruce, one of the many Aussies here making the trip, and they are certainly loving their free surfs. It's been pumping here in J-Bay. And Bruce Sherlock is going to find a decent number here if he can just slam something. He's not going to wrap it up on the inside, but nonetheless, does finish on his highlight of the heat.
He did, yeah. He didn't quit on himself, didn't quit on the heat. He had a little bit of hard time finding a good set wave out there. I think maybe he let the heat get away from him a little bit. It's early, first thing in the morning here in South Africa. So I think he'll be taking a look at that, getting ready for his age division coming up later in the week.
Well, a 4.5 in for the Australian to wrap up that heat. And that brings our first heat to a close. We're going to take a quick ad break here on the first morning of competition. And we trust that you're all enjoying the show with us from beautiful Jeffreys Bay in South Africa. Welcome back to the World Kneeboard Titles of 2024. You're with us in beautiful Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. 125, a record-breaking entry for the sport of kneeboarding. And we're all having a good time, and we trust that you are as well, and you're sharing this all around the world. Gig Cilliers alongside Ed Quinn for the call as we get into day one of competition. This is, of course, the trials morning. We are narrowing down the field of open entries. We already have a seeding list of around 64, and these surfers will be joining. And introducing the new heat in the lineup, Adam Shapiro from South Africa, a long-time campaigner, one of the nice blokes of the sport. And a lot of the kneeboard tribe and family around the world will know Adam Shapiro's name. He's out there in white. And, of course, he'll be joined by Paul Wright in the yellow. And Ed Darren Akana, what a character, all the way from the east side of the north shore of Hawaii. Well, he's from Oahu. So great to have Darren and a couple of the other Hawaiians make the trip as well. Of course, Sean Murphy there with them. There we get Paul Wright straight into it. And, of course, also out in the water is Loris DeMarco from the French crew. So nice representation from all around the globe.
It really is. I mean, it's so fun as this heat pops up. The first thing I see is Ireland and France in a battle of the Europeans. Adam, we know well here in the States. He is based out of Seattle at the moment and comes down for the Kneeboard Surfing USA contests that are held every year in Huntington Beach. Has done quite well in those. Made South Africa and himself proud. And Darren, I've known for a long time. He is an absolute character, as you said. You know, borderline cartoon at some point. Never met anybody who's got more stoke for surfing and bodyboarding and body surfing. He's just a lovely human being, and just seems to. I didn't even know he was coming to this, and I've been on the beach at Ocean Beach, San Francisco, and walking down, and all of a sudden someone screaming, throwing me a hang loose. He's got a big camera lens, and I'm just like, why is Darren in San Francisco? I didn't even know he was in San Francisco, and he's just a lovely human being, and hopefully he can get a couple waves out here and do the island of Hawaii proud.
Well, Adam Shapiro has found the best score early on, a 3-pointer at this stage, so lots of room to improve. A couple of 5s and 6s out of the lineup in that first heat of the morning. I think Adam's going to blow the lid off that score level. If we can get Adam onto a Wally wave, he's an incredibly diligent trainer. Adam is fit for his age. You mentioned that he is ping-ponging between Cape Town, South Africa, and Seattle. And, of course, don't look away when Adam Shapiro gets underway with that second wave. He knows exactly how to pick apart a wave and build a score. Of course, Adam, a young surfer of the time, growing up in the 80s when the Kneeboard Club in Durban was on the push. And he was one of the young kids to join, along with guys like Mark Crawford and Lester Sweetman at the time. And Adam has been an excellent campaigner. He's just been one of those diligent surfers as well. He's really applied himself to a lot of sport. He's climbed Kilimanjaro. He's run the New York Marathon. And he's just one of those good guys of the sport. And, yeah, I've got a lot of good things to say about everybody, but Adam is one of those special characters.
He really is. He's just absolutely lovely. As I said, he's been coming to the, KSUSA contest. And it's it speaks to a lot of kneeboarders who there is something about a sport in which you have, so few practitioners of the discipline. You have to be very independent. You have to, take your adventures and your moments and your passion, and you need to be very self-sufficient with it. And the idea of flying from Seattle to being a South African living in Seattle and flying to Huntington to just enter a kneeboard contest, it may not be somebody in Kilimanjaro, but it's a tall task, and it takes a lot of self-determination and motivation, and but the rewards are friendship. When I pulled up to the same day where Lenny was vibing me in the lineup, I pulled up to the parking lot, and there was Adam Shapiro. He lived right there at Musselburgh, and there was his apartment, and it was great to see him. We had a cup of coffee, and if you put yourself out there, you'll end up making friends around the world, friends for life. You'll always have someone who will come pick you up and take you surfing wherever you go, and that's been true for my life. No matter where I end up, somewhere in the world, there's always some lunatic kneeboarder who dials me in.
Yep, every town has one. And of course, the South Africans just doing a great job of hosting the 11 different countries here.
Phenomenal.
What an experience. And I think everybody right now, I had some classic comments yesterday. A couple of guys said to me, hey, listen, we don't even run the contest and we just go home now. We've had the best surf trip of our life. So
that's true for me.
Let's have a look at Loris DeMarco, one of the Frenchmen, as he works his way through his opening ride here. Second heat of the morning here, and this is the trials to get into the main event on the open division. And he's just making the connection here. He's just staying light. He's not the heaviest of chaps. And he's gliding through the inside section now. Ed, we've spoken about just trying to nail the inside section. That's a nice carve. That's going to set him up. Nice rebound as well. Smooth and fluid for the rebound. And just working it again. Slightly stuck there. But this will be a nice little building momentum from Lawrence DeMarco now, as we're already a little deep into the heat. 12 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, but it looks like he probably, ended up getting himself in a good priority position and looked for a wave that had a long scoring wall. And here we have in the bow. That's Darren taking off a little deep, a little ambitious. I think he thought he might be at half point Sandy Beach, and he could backdoor that bowl. But
I had a chat to him this morning. He was like, this looks like Lania Kea, bro.
There we go.
Right-handers on the North Shore. You'll be no stranger to that.
Yeah, now Darren was hoping for a reform on the inside, and unfortunately that didn't work out for him. He's got a bit of a paddle back out, and now he has to make a decision. Does he go all the way back out to the top of the point without priority, or last priority really, or does he stay on the inside and try and get one of these open ones, sort of like the one that Loris had?
So we are going to try and bring us a little replay of Lawrence DeMarco shortly. Judges having a ponder on that. Perhaps the best wave we've seen of the morning thus far. Think of the 6-pointer in the previous heat. Think of the 5.5 from Lenny Ash. Is this the best number that we're going to see of the heat? I mean, so far of the day?
Well, what's nice, what I really like, what I just was noticing, we don't have a score for this wave yet. So that means the judges are watching this replay as well. It's incredible that we have, top flight WSL judges. We have replay available to them, and they don't need to just lock in a score and guess. If they want to watch a wave again before they put the score in, we already have Darren's wave that didn't really open up for him, was a .77. Loris's wave was before that, and they're taking their time. They're taking a long look at it because it's going to be obviously a very important score almost halfway through this heat.
It's a good smooth connection from Lawrence DeMarco there. And as we say, judges still contemplating it. Where do they go with it? Okay, 4, 6, 7. It didn't see perhaps a lot of plow. There was a lot of flow in that wave, Ed, but perhaps not a lot of power. So judges just robbing that score a little. And it will take Lawrence DeMarco into the lead at this stage as we hit the halfway mark.
Yeah, as the contest moves on, you're going to start seeing surfers having to put their boards on rail, be critical, create moments that are exciting for the judges, and then when they do that, their scores will be rewarded.
Well, check Paul here, just switched it up, took off, and now is regrouping. This is Adam Shapiro, my apologies, in the white. So 2 surfers up and riding at the same time. It is a big point. And Adam, nice completion on the inside. He's a contest machine. He's done this a million times. Of course, Adam getting his national colours for the sport and representing South Africa as early on as 1992. And he was part of that, Ed, we had a groundbreaking in the history of South African kneeboarding trip to Australia in 1992. Prior to that, we'd been completely cut off with isolation, and we'd been barred from any form of sporting exchange, cultural exchange, due to the apartheid and the world refuting that. And once Nelson Mandela had come out of prison in 1990, by 1992, kneeboarding was one of the first sports, along with cricket, funnily enough, and rugby. to get out the gates and do a trip to Australia. And, of course, Adam was part of that, and we'll reference that quite a few times this week. But Adam Shapiro has just been a diligent competitor from the 80s already.
Oh, that's fantastic, Gaze. What a great story. What a great piece of history, and also sort of being able to tie in our little sport to such momentous occasions that seem much bigger than any sort of sport themselves. But it's also,
look at these conditions, Ed.
oh my goodness. You see, I think everybody's getting a little frosty right now with only 8 minutes left in this heat, and they're paddling each other a little too deep. They're sitting a little too far inside, and that's one of those waves when it rolls through like that. I mean, just breaks your heart. I'm sure Paul Wright is sitting out there just wishing he had only just been about 10 feet further out, and because that could have been a wave that could have put him back into the top two.
So Adam Shapiro's score is going to come in. Ed, he's now up to a heat score total of 9. So let's just get that exact number. Adam Shapiro finds a 6-pointer, adds it to the 3. And so into a strong lead now. We'll see if Lawrence DeMarco can chase him.
It was a really great wave by Adam too, because he identified it would be a good insider, but he was on the fluttering shoulder, and he could have taken the soft right off the middle peak, but instead went left, which I hadn't seen anybody do yet. Did a nice little rebound off the whitewater, then worked that insider for a pretty good score. But I think everyone needs to be careful right now, because as soon as people start being able to figure out this wave, the scores are going to jump. And I don't think Adam feels safe sitting there with a 9, with Loris right behind him with a one-wave score of 4.67. And Paul or Darren could easily jump Loris with a good wave. But here's Loris. He's going to try and give himself a nice backup score.
Oh, a little kick on the tail there for that first maneuver. This is looking better from the Frenchman. Linking already now into a third turn. So I've noticed some of the surfers, when you get to turn 3, they kind of are a little bit far out on the face. We'll see if he navigates the inside section. This is easily going to be DeMarco's best one, and this is going to answer right back to Adam Shapiro here.
It is. It's going to put the pressure right back on Adam and put a lot of pressure on both Paul and Darren. You can hear the crowd out there whistling. There's obviously set smoking through, and again, our surfers are out of position. It's a tricky thing. It's where do you want to sit? I mean, I think we're watching an easy heat winner roll through the lineup right now. That might be the second one we've seen go through this heat. So you're in a heat that's this tight and this closely contested, and 2 waves that could have sent you to the main event rolled through unmolested.
Well, Ed, that replay of Loris DeMarco, he only needs a 4.34, by the way, to take the lead off Adam, and I think he's going to have done it with this one.
I 100% agree. I think it'll probably be the highest scoring wave of the heat, mainly because he stayed really tight to the pocket. He did a nice little whitewater on this really end section. He was able to get up into the lip, bring it back down. I think his main objective right there was to make sure that he finished that wave, got the score. There's still plenty of time for him to get another wave. I mean, at this point, you would think that Loris would probably now move outside with a heat score of 12.5. He's in first place. And if I was his coach, Giggs, I would say move outside, and maybe if there's a big set wave, you make sure that you're the one that's on it. Don't let anybody steal this heat from you with a bomb.
Well, 7.83 for Loris DeMarco, and that's going to work out just dandy, a 7.83. So Shapiro in second, DeMarco in first. Remember, the winner goes straight to round 3. Everybody else has got to wrestle it out in the round 2 elimination process. So down to 4.5 minutes on the clock. Lawrence DeMarco, 12.5. He's built that with the 4.67 to start. We saw a couple of softer turns, but really got the foot on the gas there. Particularly liked his first maneuver, Ed. He just kicked. You saw that classic Aussie wider thruster tail whippy first turn, and just got a little bit of drift on it. And either way, judges saw the detail in it. 7.83. Highlight score, and he's out front.
Yeah, we got a couple sets coming in, and here out the back is our very own Darren Akana on this big wall. He's trying to make himself through. Oh, he gets through that section. Good job for Darren. Really trying to see if he can get back in this heat with only a .77 to his name. But I think he's doing his best work of the heat easily so far.
Oh, that was a sick drop from Darren. That would look beautiful with that backlit early morning light. But it was a good steep drop. Best takeoff we've seen. Got a couple of turns on it as well. So easily Darren's best score coming his way. Clock's down to 3.5 minutes to go. And see if Darren can halfway around back out to the lineup turn and spin on one. And let's have a look and see. This should be Paul Wright. Yes, it is. Paul in yellow. And Paul representing Ireland. Of course, a great parade we had down the National Parade of Nations, down the main street. And Paul Wright, such a good character, such a good bloke. And he's doing a couple of nice turns on the inside here. Let's have a look if Paul can just finish this with some kind of emphasis. That one's just tapered off. And that's perhaps is going to be his last roll of the dice. There is 3 minutes left. We spoke about a little bit of a reverse rip in the lineup. So perhaps he's looking a bit gassed as well there. Let's see if he has a... I reckon there's enough time for him to get 50 to 100 yards and turn around and go again. You asked for some coaching input. Oh, that's mine on... Paul Wright's situation.
Yeah, heat awareness is key, and that's exactly what he needs to do. And what'll be really, it's going to be really exciting all week about this wave is that it allows you to do that. You know, there are some contest venues where there's one takeoff zone or the waves all break in one certain area. As we've seen today, even with 4 surfers in the lineup, some of the best waves are going unridden. But Adam Shapiro is having none of it. He's going to get this bomb and see if he can get himself back into that first position.
Well, a bit of a bucking bronco takeoff for Adam Shapiro. Adam's got to try and surf here for a heat win. Doesn't need, well, he needs a 6.51. And there's a couple of strong turns coming Adam's way here now. He'll want to hit this. Does he hold on?
Oh,
incomplete. And a nice sweeping turn out the back in the exchange here with heat leader Loris DeMarco. So DeMarco and Shapiro, little surf off here for the path straight to round 3. And this has had a bit of value, this heat, Ed.
Yeah, it really has. And Loris is really smart. He's found a really good wave. If he can finish it here, and he does.
Oh, he's done well.
He's done well. He's made sure that he has this, heat with sort of, hopefully in his mind, locked up with 90 seconds left. And Adam, Adam had a real opportunity there to get himself into that first position. He seems safe in the second position, which will send him to the second round, which, time permitting, will happen today. Oh,
next heat getting cleaned up as well. We love it.
Oh, boy, there's been a lot of board carnage the last week. I don't think I've ever seen anything.
It's not 2 foot onshore today, boys.
No, and it's not 2 foot onshore beach break, somewhere. It is the keyholes here all through Jeffreys Bay are they'll bite you. If you take your eye, you see these sets coming tearing down the point, and you take your eye off the ball, and all of a sudden you find yourself dry docked. The ding repair, man, here in Jeffreys Bay. Oh, he's looking at a condo in Cabo San Lucas right now with all the extra money that he's been making. And it's been a lot of carnage, but a lot of people are already surfed out, as you said. Most people could go home right now and had the best surf trip of their life. I put myself at the top of that list, seeing as how a few of my friends and I made a little secret trip to another country here in Africa and had our minds absolutely blown. But, Jeffreys Bay has just been absolutely on fire.
What a time we're having there. Horn in the background wraps up heat number 2 here this morning. And it looks like DeMarco's going to get the win over Adam Shapiro in that one. And we'll just roll straight into heat 3 here, folks.
Let's do it. We don't need a break. No rest for the wicked.
Let's have a look at Adam's last one. Yeah, we don't have a number yet for this. Let's have a look if the judges have locked in. They gave this a 5, Ed.
They gave us a 5. And the thing is, I think the problem was he'd done all the work here. He just needed to finish. And I know he's going to just be gutted that he didn't pull us off. He set himself up for this turn, and it seems like he maybe just came up a little late. I think also the
little late, little too vertical, Ed.
Little too vertical. Also, you're looking into that rising sun. Maybe he couldn't judge the lip properly. I've seen Adam hit that floater 100 times. I'm sure you've probably seen him hit it 1,000 times. But when it mattered, he wasn't able to bring it back down, and he's not going to be pleased with himself. but I would be. I'm sure he's going to take all of that anger and motivation to round 2 and try and keep himself alive in the trials here. Just a explanation for those of you at home. These are the trials of the World Kneeboarding Championships. The surfers from here, we have, how many seated surfers do we have, Gigs?
They created a list of, I think, 32.
So it's 32 seated surfers
and
from
we're
around the world.
feeding in another 32 through the trials.
Yeah, and we've got coming from 70 surfers or something like that.
Total of 125 in the event.
Wow, so we're
But
trying
about 80 in the opens.
Yeah, so this is going to be we have a large group of kids trying to make it through to the main event. These are the trials, and Adam finds himself in the second. But good job for Loris in that last heat. And right now, probably time to introduce Heat 3.
Well, let's have a look at who's in the water. This is Valentin Berger from France. We spoke about those 10 entries, a group of characters, and Valentin will get the opening ride. He'll be up against Murray Weir, of course, the elder statesman from New Zealand. Murray having hosted a number of world titles through the history of the sport. Been great to interact with Murray in the lead up with his son Calvin to this event, and just a passionate family. They just love the sport. Out of the Opanaki area there on the bottom of the North Island of New Zealand. And along with them in the water, Matt Lambert, representing Canada. What a character he is as well. Of course, he lives out on just outside Vancouver Island, you said, Ed. And then watch for Kurt Rogers. He's a local. He'll know exactly how to pick the waves and pick the R's out of this lineup here. Kurt Rogers from Gebera, which is the new tribal name for Port Elizabeth, the airport closest to where many people will have landed to come here to beautiful Jeffreys Bay. Kurt Rogers surfs J-Bay at least once a week. He knows how to play the game here.
Oh, that's it. That's interesting. That's a there's it's, they tend to be the wild cards, the local wild cards in the WSL, and so you think that Kurt Rogers, who I'm unfamiliar with, is definitely a wild card in this event. Nothing more dangerous than paddling out and realizing that someone you're serving against calls this break their home.
Well, Ed, you're talking about the free surfs in the build up to this, people enjoying the country, having a trip of a lifetime surf trip. Kurt Rogers was one of the surfers that was out on that big windy Wednesday last week, 8 to 10 foot supers. Kurt was one of those guys attacking the lineup. Here's Murray Weir, one of our elders in the event. And Murray still has a good go at it for a gentleman in his 60s. And Murray Weir just getting his first score on the card. And what a great chap he is. They did an outstanding job, Ed, in 2020. Of course, hosting the world titles in Dunedin. We had an incredible cultural exchange as well. Of course, Murray and his son Calvin had about 80 entries in that event. We were based at the main break in Dunedin. We ended up surfing a number of other waves in and around that interesting geographical landscape, but a lot of the fun was had with Murray Weir taking us to the rugby. And of course, every time I see Murray, I'll just tease him that they only have 3 Rugby World Cup titles.
And South Africa has
4.
Oh,
Ah,
I didn't do well in math, but
no, that's
four,
okay.
four's more than 3, right?
That's all right. Well, listen, you're Americans. You don't watch rugby, so that's okay.
How dare you, Gigs? I played rugby at the University of California. Go Bears. Jack Clark was my coach. I know everything about rugby, and I know that it hurts. And that's why I decided to transition after college from rugby to kneeboarding, because it hurts less.
Well, that was Kurt Rogers just rolling down the line there. Saw him get a couple of whippy turns in. As I mentioned, he's the local flavour in this particular one. We haven't seen any waves yet from.
And here goes my friend Matt Lambert. Sorry, he. We were speaking earlier, Gigs, about it's so wonderful being part of this kneeboarding tribe around the world. Perfect example being, I was working in Vancouver for about 3 years. It would be 2006, 7, and 8. And I don't even remember how they're on the KSUSA website. There used to be our chat room, and I just sort of put out that I was going to be in Vancouver, and I got a message from Matt, who I had met at one of the earlier KSUSA events at Pleasure Point. He had driven down from Vancouver Island, and this Matt right now, Matt taking off on a little insider. Unfortunately, it shuts down on him, and I started every weekend when I would get done with work, taking the ferry across from Vancouver to Vancouver Island and surfing his region. And it is one of the most beautiful places in the world. I think, especially you being South African and having shown us everything from Cape Town to Hermanus to out here in Jeffreys Bay, there's a lot of similarities. The cold water, the beautiful landscape, the gorgeous waves. But we found ourselves in Sombrio and Jordan River and all kinds of these amazing little waves. I had the most incredible time hanging out with him, his beautiful home, Souk.
But an interesting part of the world geographically, right?
Oh, just, I mean, honestly, I then had some friends. I met Raf Bruweiler, who's one of probably the greatest surfer to come out of Canada, at least in my opinion. I mean, just an unbelievable human being, but just an absolute charger. They had this, the movie that came out, 49 Degrees. It was a kind of a cult hit back in the day. And I spent some time there in Tofino. And Tofino, you and I have spent a lot of time traveling the world. I would say Tofino is, top 5, top 6 most beautiful places in the world. It's just the landscape, the tree line coming right down to the water, the coves. It's truly unbelievable. If you're looking for
and quality surf,
unbelievable surf, and not what you think, not big, heavy, stormy. Coming from San Francisco, I thought it was just going to be bigger and colder, and instead, Vancouver Island faces south, and it catches all these swells, and there's so many bays and harbors and isthmus, and you just sort of find little nooks and crannies out of the wind, out of the brunt of those storms, roaring through the Aleutians, and really high quality waves. That's why I think someone like Raf is such a high performance surfer. Why Quicksilver sponsored him for so many years. He's as good at 20 foot that he is in 2 foot. It's beautiful little waves, beautiful offshore winds, somewhere always. Really incredible. So again, I got to see so much of that. My whole introduction was Matt, his generosity, his passion for the sport, and wanting to look out for one of his own. And it was. I didn't know he was coming to the event, and I just was standing in the parking lot, and all of a sudden, there he was.
Love it, and that speaks to the global gathering that this whole event is. He was watching Kurt Rogers on wave 2 here, trying to come around the section. He opened up with the 3.27, just under Murray Weir's score of the 3.5. That was Kurt's second wave. Not really going to back himself up. He'll be wanting more out of that with around 11 minutes to go. But low tide conditions here in J-Bay this morning. We are on a spring tide. Of course, we're on the full moon. So we'll be right at the bottom of that tide graph. And I'll tell you what does happen here, Ed, is the swell has come a little late. If I think of what the chart showed for yesterday and what we had on offer, I think today is going to absolutely thump when the tide starts pushing. So watch for solid overhead conditions all the way through round 1 here this morning.
Well, even right now, I mean, I feel like the lineup is really riddling a lot of the surfers in the first 3 heats. You're watching, these are heat winners on the back, just going all the way through. Those waves have scoring potential for excellent rides. We have yet to see anyone even approach an excellent score this morning. And I think it's because on this low tide, this swell is finding all kinds of different parts of the reef. I mean, this wave right here, there is, it's someone is trying on the inside to try and get into it, but there is so much scoring potential out there. There is such incredible canvases to attack, and unfortunately, right now, all of our surfers are finding themselves out of position, and we all know that anxiety and that frustration when you see the wave that you were dreaming about last night when you were trying to visualize making it through this heat and making it into the open and making it into the main event.
And Ed, let me tell you, if you're out of position on 2 sets, that 20-minute heat's going to vaporize very, very quickly. That clock's going to go by. So you've got to be on your game. You've got to be mentally finding the right zone here and picking those waves, because that 20 minutes will absolutely fly by here.
As it has. We're halfway through the heat. Three of our surfers have one low score. One has two middling scores. And we're watching heat winners just reel out the back unmolested. So I think everybody, I'm looking out, and the crowd is gathering more and more on the beach.
Ed, you know what I'm looking forward to?
What's that?
My first massage on site here. We've got a physio right here at the site.
What?
Yep, there are massage service available.
Wait, is there priority for the massage table?
Yeah, I've got first priority. I called it. Second priority is you. Third priority is Trevor.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because I just, when that alarm went off pretty early this morning, and I have heats later on in the day, but I didn't know this was an option. So
listen, this is an older age category sport. Okay, I mean, we're talking team cataflam here. We're talking massage and everything in between. Let's have a look at the roll in here. This is Murray Weir, easily the eldest rider, and he's doing a great job. Look at this inside one. We spoke about picking waves on the inside section of the reef here, Ed. And Murray has gone really well here. Opened with a 3.5, now backed himself up. And it's going to be a little bit of a push here between Kurt Rogers and Murray Weir on paper here for the heat lead as we're down to 8 minutes to go.
No, in a tricky heat like this, where the best waves seem to be going, through unridden, being able to back up his score like that and being able to stay at the top half of this heat is essential. There's not a lot of time left. There's a lot of paddling going on. There's a lot of trying to be in the right spot at the right moment. But with this building swell and dropping tide, it is, Jeffreys Bay is giving these guys a lot to think about, a lot to work for, and, someone's going to unlock the key and get in the right spot and could flip this heat in a second.
Now, Ryder on the outside, we're going to pick up on him. That looks like our Frenchman, Valentin, back at it. Valentin opened with a 2.17. And he's just rushing his process here. The judges want to see clean rail swoops. They want to see that connection. He's just kind of squirreled his way through the inside section here. I'm not sure that he'll improve his numbers. He will add a score for now. That was just his second ride. And this is, again, we'll segue back to that conversation, Ed, and I know that you're coming up in the draw a little later, is what are the takeaways of managing a heat out there, because that 20 minutes is going to rush by. Yeah,
you have to, it's the beautiful thing. It's the heaven and hell of surfing a contest, right? You have a plan in your head, but the wave is going to dictate, the ocean is going to dictate what opportunities you have, when they're going to arrive, and you have to be very flexible in your plan. And if you come out during a lull, maybe you want to get one of these little insiders we see reeling here that may not have potential for an excellent score, but can definitely allow you to build that house and build that heat. And then the wonderful thing for us on this contest, very rare in the kneeboard world circuit, is having priority, having judges, working with the priority. So if you find yourself in a good position, maybe down the pecking order of the heat, you can sit out top with priority, try and pick off one of those heat winners, and flip the heat. So it's you don't want to get stuck out there, though. Sometimes priority can be a curse.
Yep,
right?
Exactly that. Of course, so many people to thank. Of course, all of this under the auspices and the management of Surfing South Africa. Just unbelievable that they're able to give so much to the sport of kneeboarding. Of course, many sponsors involved. Ocuvision, of course, Mike, one of the elder kneeboard statesman from Cape Town, his company sewing into this event. Of course, guys like Mickey Kirsten, CineFX title sponsors. Of course, the Westside Nilos in their build-up to this world titles. Lester Sweetman and his family always doing an unbelievable job. And last weekend saw the Westside Nilos event unfold with 44 entries from all around, and that served as a qualification process. Of course, special mentions to guys like Ian Hollander as well, and his Vuskus magazine. Him and Teresa always have every year financially backed any sort of pitch that we've offered to them. Hey guys, the kneeboarders want to do this. Yep, Ian's there with his checkbook. Just amazing gratitude and generosity from so many of the kneeboard folk. Of course, kneeboard construction from Built Surf, Jason Ribbink and his team. And we've done a lot of kneeboard designs here in the country, and certainly Built have played their part. I know that they gave a raffle board as well to the US titles this year. That was proudly won by Ed Dimmick. And, of course, tech on site here, care of Wi-Fi from True Technologies. Having a look at the action in the water here, a little shift of direction. We spoke of Kurt Rogers, who's down in second in the heat. He's chasing a number here, and he's found himself a runner on the inside, watching a couple of other waves sweep through as well. But Kurt Rogers is getting some good work down here. He's just chasing a 3.07, and he'll whip that turn. Incomplete, though. Very kind of heavy on the tail there, Ed. But did he do enough to find the 3.07? It's been a fairly low-scoring heat, this one.
It's been a low-scoring heat. I feel like he did. He had one nice roundhouse there. The foam ball at this wave is just asking to be slapped. And if you can get yourself out of the flats and get some good projection, get your board up on rail, you can come back and do even though the wave looks flat, you can generate a lot of speed and come back into that foam ball and really, give it a nice, beautiful smack. And he did have one roundhouse in there that I think will make sure that he gets the score. However, I believe he would have, really sort of put this heat in a much more secure position with 3 minutes left if he could have done that, pulled that last maneuver. He really went for it, which is great. It's what the judges want. Oh, look at my buddy Matt going through, driving through those sections like he does at Sombrio. A nice little, I think he was hoping for a little barrel there, but it might give him a nice little score. Matt Lambert from Canada doing a great job. But I'm very interested to see the score that Kurt Rogers gets. If it's enough to get him into the first place, and it is, it gives him a nice little 2-point cushion, 2.1 point cushion. But
now heat Ed, a 5.17's come out of that for Kurt Rogers, so he's flipped the heat with 2.5 minutes to go now. Murray Weir's got to chase a 4.95 to try and reel him in. Can he do that in the lineup? Of course, Murray very experienced, and of course Valentin Berg sitting down in third with a 3.63 requirement to advance as well. So Matt Lambert, just a 1-pointer for that. He got stuck behind the section. Let's have a look here. Here's Murray. Murray's navigating this heat quite well. He knows that there's a requirement on hand here. And as we say, Murray's son Calvin, now the president of the Kneeboard World. And a little pocket here for Murray. And I'll tell you, he's just one of the spirited guys in the event. I saw Trevor bagging him earlier about the rugby again. And we've got Trevor coming into Mike shortly. And you know what it is? There's just great crew of guys, and everyone's just enjoying it. And a couple of nice whippy turns here on the inside as well. Kurt Rogers, now our heat leader. And we're down to 1 minute 15 on the clock. And yeah, Kurt's done a good job. I think that's going to just close the deal, and he's going to be moving through to round 3 here.
Yeah, Kurt's feeling it. I think he was regretting not finishing that wave, but I feel like sometimes it takes a wave or two to warm up, and you start feeling your board and your fins in the morning and the energy, and then he picked off that nice little insider and did some really nice work. Watch out for the rocks, Kurt. You want to blow that board. And that one, I think, is going to improve his score. It's going to replace his low score. It's going to match that previous ride. Maybe not quite there, but I figure he'll probably have a heat total up, maybe a little over 10 or 11, and that sort of probably puts the heat out of commission here with only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds to go, Ed. Kurt Rogers going to back himself up with a 5.33, so a pair of fives at the end of the heat there. And interesting, Ed, that he found all of those literally in the last 4 minutes, and he didn't go all the way out the back to find those either. So a little bit of a story to tell there in the way to approach the lineup here at the point this morning.
That's what we've been saying all day. There is so much scoring potential. This is a heat in which there were at least 3 or 4 waves that could have gone into the excellent range that no one could get, could track down, but it's here we are.
Well, this wave is not counting. Let's have a look at this. Is a replay of Kurt Rogers here at the end, and of course we trust that everyone's enjoying the show. Yet we'll segue into heat number 4. We'll be bringing in Trevor Hansen and Albert Muniz for the call. Stay with us. We're having a great time, and we're making history here at the CineFX World Kneeboard Surfing Titles.
a 7.5. So White starting his account here off strong. All right. Red's going to find a roll in here, but so is Blue. All right, Red here, trying to find himself a little cover up. Looking to punch through the white border. Yes, he does. It's a little bit of vision there for Red. Beautiful way to start his heat there.
Yeah, there's some really good waves coming through. I saw a wave come through before the start of the heat, which absolutely barreled across the lineup. So really good waves. Larry taking this one apart. Great start to his ride. Working his way into the inside or the Rio. That's going to be a high-scoring wave as well. Awesome
Absolutely.
ride from Larry.
Start to finish, didn't stop, kept moving, got a barrel out the back. That'd be pretty special.
Yeah, just checking out the live heats here. I see Stephen van der Walt didn't look like there was any interference call there. He got a 7.5 on his first and a 2 on the second. We are waiting scores for Larry. Josh Christopher's got a 0.5 and a 0.93, so he's got some small scores into the heat. We await Larry's score now and then give you an idea of where the land lies.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I've been out there a few days this week. I still haven't seen anything barrel like what Larry Berger got, so that was pretty special. 8.83.
Holy moly, that's a good score.
Oh my God, nearly got me out of my chair. So here we go, Liam Torrens. Liam Torrens is part of Team Australia from New South Wales, originally from the Sydney area, now living in South Australia.
It's on a great wave.
Nice couple of slashes and turns and bit of variety in this wave for Liam.
Yeah, this wave tends to reform at times and then works its way onto the inside, so really important that you get that finishing maneuver exactly as he did there. And on the outside, Nilo van der Walt.
Or is
another great little wave. Didn't quite barrel as much as the one from
Larry.
From Larry, yeah. But he's surely putting in some good rides. He knows this local break very, very well. Grew up here, so yeah, he has definitely has an advantage with the local knowledge.
Absolutely. Just you can tell just how he carves back onto sections, waiting for it to bowl up in front of him. He's putting together a great heat here.
Sure. And that's Josh Christopher, isn't it?
Yes, that is. Josh Christopher's yep. Still managing to keep the flow going on this wave.
Yeah, the surf's been absolutely pumping for the last 3 months here. It's been absolutely incredible surf. A lot of the guys have had a chance to go and surf supers and get some waves in there. Very different wave, a lot faster, a lot more powerful. This is a lot more playful a wave, the point. More open to maneuvers and to cutties, and yeah, just a more user-friendly wave, and probably a better wave suited for contest, for just a performance wave point of view. Also handles the onshore a little bit better, and we have some of that coming later in the week, unfortunately. But yeah, swell to burn for the whole week, so the guys are definitely going to be having waves throughout the contest.
And that's fantastic. I think we've had quite a few waves throughout the waiting period, not the waiting period, the period before preceding the event. We've had waves all over the shop around here.
Yeah, it's just been incredible to see the smiles on everybody's faces. Yeah, there's just been such a good feeling in the water. The guys have been super stoked. Most of the guys who've come to visit Jeffreys Bay for the first time have had a really good look at this place at its absolute best. The visuals you're looking at here show the water it looks a little bit greener and more discolored, but the last few days just been insane.
We've also had a few days where the free surfs have been quite spectacular from a kneeboarding perspective. It's pretty hard to imagine a few of these days that we've seen just 30 plus kneeboarders in the water out at Supers. It's been quite an amazing sight to see from up in the boardwalk up there.
Yeah, it's actually been really interesting because we were told that this competition would be coming to J-Bay, and you'd think with 120 guys coming into the lineup, there'd be, it'd be crowded and so on. But really, the surf's been pumping for the last 3 months, and especially the last week, because it's really good. The guys have had a really good intro into J-Bay, and there was so much surf that it really didn't even really register out there that there was such a crowd in the water. And really, it wasn't crowded, and the guys were super chilled out there. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Everybody has big smiles on their faces. So yeah, I think an awesome intro for the Negro guys to J-Bay. And that's Larry Berger up and riding, and getting a couple of maneuvers in on the inside. That's his second wave at an awesome 8.8, I think it was, on his first ride, 8.83. So adding to his total here and hoping to solidify this heat.
That'll be a good compliment to that score. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've got currently at the moment we've got Steve van der Vat, Steve van der Vat leading with a 14-point score, 7.5 and a 6.5, and Larry in second with an 8.83, and Liam Torrens has got an 8.17. So he's also right up there in the heat, just requiring a second score to solidify his heat.
Absolutely stacked heat, isn't it? And yeah, we're definitely seeing some of the best surfing we've seen so far. Can't wait to see the rest of it. This is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely incredible opening day for the comp. The surf's absolutely pumping, and there's definitely no shortage of waves. So yeah, I think there's no excuse if you don't get a wave out there. It's probably as good as you could ever wish for. So yeah.
So I just want to pick your brain as far as the local knowledge goes. When we're seeing these lulls sort of in between those big sets out at the point here, oftentimes I find myself out there just looking up at supers and seeing if that's kind of the indicator. Is that what these guys would be thinking?
Yeah, there's a big takeoff. Unfortunately incomplete. I don't know who that was.
Didn't make it to the bottom.
I think you can look up towards tubes. Tubes is the next section just above the point, and you obviously get an indicator there the moment that there's a set incoming. It starts to break there, so you do have a little bit of time to readjust. But with the spring tides that we're experiencing at the moment, what happens is these sets tend to break a lot wider. So it doesn't give you a lot of time. You can also look further up the point to supers and see those sets rolling down. So your positioning is critical out there, and getting a lineup on a palm tree and a house in the background or something like that is super important as well.
Right. So if we start seeing, as we're looking at these guys sort of casually working their way through the lineup, if we start seeing them paddling frantically, it's because there's a big set coming and they need to reposition themselves. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can actually see on the monitor here, there seems to be something incoming now. They may well have got some warning. I can see looks like Larry Berger on the outside, or was that Steve-O? I'm not quite sure, difficult to see in this light. This wind's starting to sort of lie down. It's sort of the early morning sort of mistiness. So your color clarity is not that great. There's a pedal.
This is Liam Torrens.
Okay, that's on yellow.
Yep, that's Liam Torrens doing another. Oh, that was a good, nice little.
Yeah,
nice
this
little.
is his second scoring ride.
Mm.
He needs this to solidify his heat.
We're still waiting on another wave from Larry Berger too, so the graphics on the screen are still missing a couple of waves. Oh, there was some stuff going on in the background too.
That looked like two people on the same wave.
Yeah.
Hopefully not an interference.
We'll find out what the judges say. Is that Larry Berger still on the wave? The judges have got some work ahead. No, that's Josh Christophers. That's right. Judges have got some work ahead of them. We got the easy job.
Yeah, it's a lot easier sitting here than being out there, that's for sure. All right, 2 rides completed. We're still waiting for scores. And yeah, Larry Berger's second wave's coming at a 5.67. So he's up into first place.
Yeah,
with a
so
14 and a half.
Yeah, so we're missing a wave from Liam Torrens so far, and
for Josh Christopher, yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe we'll get some notification from the judges about what happened at the back when Liam was on his wave. We saw the screen split there, and who knows what happened.
Yeah, there were definitely 2 riders up there. It looked like the back rider cut out. So as long as he didn't cross the path of the incoming rider, then that would not be an interference.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait for that on the judges' call.
Yeah, Steve-O looks like he's on the move.
Really tight heat. I think this is going to turn out to be, there's only 0.5 between Larry and Steve-O at the moment. And then we've got incoming scores with 2 very good scores, a 7.7 and a 8.17. So yeah, very tight heat.
Yeah,
Steve-O
looks like
up and riding.
Looks like he's activated the local magnet.
Up and going. Nice little bottom turn. He's just fading into the way, waiting for it to reform on the inside.
You see it standing up.
Yeah, bottom turn into a cutty. Another nice little swoop back. Waiting for a bit of lip movement. And here we go. A nice finishing maneuver into the end section.
Very well controlled. Very well controlled. A lot of flow. We got a briefing from the judges yesterday. That was there was a lot of focus on the complete ride. There was a lot of focus on movement in between turns and ensuring that you get the most out of every wave. There's some paddling motion there, but nothing eventuated. We've got some banger scores coming through. Look at this. Liam Torrens in first place at 14.74.
Yeah, that's really shaken this heat up. We've got a 14.74 for Liam Torrens. That's the total for his heat at the moment, with Larry Berger in second at 14.5, and then Steve van der Walt at 14, and there's still incoming score for Josh Christopher. So this is going to go right down to the wire. And yeah, we have a visitor giving the locals a bit of a hiding at the moment. There's some big requirements for the guys. Larry's requiring a 5.9 to advance into first place, and Steve-O requiring a 7.01 to advance further in this heat.
Looks like Steve-O's latest wave came through. What did the judges give him?
I'm just looking down. We're actually using live heats at the moment. That was a 6.93. So that isn't enough to advance him into the advancing position. So he's going to have to look for another wave.
Right. There's still 4 minutes left. That should be enough time for another couple more waves to come through. Surely.
Yeah, it's quite a long paddle out here, especially if you're paddling into an incoming set. So yeah, that's going to be a tough ask to get out there. And obviously, depending on what the priority is, we are unaware at the moment of what the priority would be, because the guys are still paddling back. So that's going to play a huge part as well.
Yes, and we're seeing here on the right side of our screen the next heat starting to paddle out. They would have had a bit of a rough paddle out through the keyhole when a set was coming through. One of the things that I've learned in my very short stay here over the last few days is that timing is everything, and jumping out of a keyhole takes a lot of timing and a lot of patience sometimes, because you're seeing these waves just rolling through the lineup, and just you see waves like this one that we have on screen here right now on the inside, just absolutely rippable, and you have to sort of wait because otherwise you'll just end up getting dragged down the line. That was an amazing slash by Liam there, and another one throwing buckets. Look at this. Mind you, he is about 8 feet tall, so it's not that hard for him to throw that much spray.
Yeah, that's a great ride. It's on a slightly smaller wave, so we'll see what the judges think of that.
Oh, he's
but
coming
doing
into
some
that.
really good maneuvers.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, okay, man,
So
stuck on
close.
the finishing maneuver, and
Yes.
that'll cost him on that wave for sure.
Yes, even if you are 8 foot tall, you can still fall on the end section out here.
Yeah, he's got 2 solid waves in there, 817 or 657. So yeah, he's in a good position. But with this kind of surf, anything can change at any moment. So
Yeah, I think there would be some judges having a bit of a tough time trying to separate some of Liam's waves with Larry's and Steve-O's.
yeah, and there was quite a rapid fire exchange there. So the guys will be scribbling madly up there, trying to get these scores orientated and into place.
I'm only barely keeping up myself.
Yeah, we're not even out there huffing and puffing.
I know.
Yeah, a little bit of a lull now.
As we're winding down to that last minute and a half, it's Josh Christophers would probably be trying to look around and see if he can hunt and find something steepening up on the inside.
Yeah, he's in a precarious position because he's requiring a combo. He's comboed at the moment. He's requiring a total score of 14.51, so he needs 2 completely new waves. And
Okay,
here's a replay.
a replay of Liam's first turn. Bam!
Great turn.
Look at that.
Another good turn.
There's a lot of water displacement for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this would have improved his ride if he'd finished that last maneuver.
Yeah.
But it was a good ride anyway, so we'll have to wait for the judges on that.
Yeah, it looks like he was a little bit rushed as he got caught behind on that last final section. Still surfed it well. There's some big maneuvers on the outside.
Absolutely.
A lot of water getting displaced. The judges always like that.
Just waiting on the judges. Yeah, Steve-O came really close. He required a 7.01, got a 6.93, so just fell short of bumping himself up into this first 2 top positions for an advancement. So yeah, it was a tough one, really close. Missed that by 0.08 of a score. Can he get into position now
5
and
seconds.
snaffle the last one right on the buzzer?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Unfortunately.
I'll tell you what, the next heat is going to be pretty well set up if this set up the back materializes.
And just flicking the page to get onto the next heat here.
Yes.
We have Bradford Colwell, Giovanni Primo, Peter Buswell, and Wayne Walker from South Africa. And up and riding.
Oh, no, I think they're just coming in.
Okay, no, those are, guys are proned out.
Yeah, the judges are very clear that they didn't want us to stand up when we came in. So I'm glad to see Larry Berger from the previous heat obliging.
Yeah, there's serious penalties if you stand up after your heat. It can cause a lot of confusion with the judges. And you can run the risk of getting a heavy fine.
You could also run the risk of getting ridiculed by a group of kneeboarders as you're coming into the beach.
For sure. A lot of camaraderie, a lot of banter between the nations here, especially with the rugby. Been giving the guys a hard time for walking around with their silver fern shirts in Springbok country. I'm sure the guys will have a lot to say in the weeks coming down the line.
Yeah. We had somebody taking off pretty deep. This is Giovanni Primo from South Africa. Looked like he took off a little bit deep on that.
Yeah,
We have some
got
scratching
caught
happening
behind.
out the back here too. Guy in white's gonna no. Looks like it kind of caught everybody out of position that wave.
Yeah, big set on the outside. Interesting. We were chatting about it offline. you know, obviously I'm not a kneeboarder, so filling in here as a local, just on surf knowledge and that. But really interesting discussion, seeing the guys on the outside at supers. Some of the guys wearing flippers, some of them just with booties on. So yeah, sort of a new trend. I don't know a lot about it, but Albert, I'm sure, could fill us in on that one. Whoa, big set on the outside. Guys all getting caught inside.
Yeah, with flippers or without flippers, they all got caught inside.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a preference. I think there's a few people that are roaming around the competitors area and roaming around Jeffreys Bay at the moment who are probably responsible for initiating the trend where we started to question whether we needed flippers or not to get on a wave. Personally, I've been in both camps. I spent about probably 15 years kneeboarding with flippers, and probably another 20 afterwards not using flippers. And I found that there's a preference. There's a preference that certainly gets expressed in there, but when you settle into whether either wearing flippers or not wearing flippers, it has a huge influence on how you surf, how you experience the wave. Oh, who is that? That is Wayne Walker. Wayne Walker from South Africa seems to be carving along quite nicely.
Hollowing up on the inside, needing some lip action.
Definitely has a feel for the wave. Seems to know where to position himself quite well. There's a lot of turns done there with very little effort by the looks of it.
Yeah, that wave didn't really stand up on the inside. Really difficult to judge these waves on the outside. That was sort of more of a medium wave that didn't really wall up. So you're basically looking for those bigger waves that keep that wall and run all the way to the inside and give you an additional scoring opportunity on that end section. So yeah, that wasn't a great wave, but he got some maneuvers in and he's put a score up, which is great. He's on the board. And that's coming at a 3.5. Still awaiting rides from Bradford Colwell from the USA and Peter Buswell of Australia. Yeah, so they got us up on the monitor now. So, Albert,
geez, aren't we handsome? Look at this.
Speak for
Look
yourself.
at this. We're ready. We are ready.
Yeah, it's been a super interesting experience. Both of us have never done this before. I've never been done some online commentary, so really an interesting experience and a learning experience. And yeah, super stoked. Thanks to the guys for putting a surfer on in the Nilo divisions. It's yeah, a wonderful opportunity, and really enjoying it. The guys have got a good buzz. There's a good vibe going on out here, and hopefully these waves are going to keep pouring down the point for the entire week.
Absolutely. Well, I think one of the things that we've seen as a lot of us that are coming here for the first time is we're noticing that at times even the ocean moves differently here. We kind of get a little bit confused from time to time, not knowing.
I'm going to ride at the back.
Just a quick in and out. That we kind of we can get confused as to what the wave is going to do, which ones are the good ones, which ones are not so good. We have some different periods that we're used to than what a lot of us are used to, and we sort of spend a lot of time watching the locals out in the lineup to pick up whatever hints we can about how to surf these waves a little bit better. Not that they're difficult waves to surf, but we want to get the most out of it. We definitely want to get the most out of our experience.
We just got a ride on the outside. We're going to be crossing over to an interview shortly, so we'll be leaving you. That's yellow up and riding. That's Giovanni Primo. Oh, unfortunately cut back.
Gobbled up by the whitewater monster.
Stuck in the foam. Yeah, you know, we were talking about the periods and the swells here. It's very interesting at the moment. What we've got now without the offshore, it tends to make the surf a little bit more wobbly because you don't have that grooming of the offshore. Here's a paddle on the inside.
Just pick that up off halfway out. Yeah. This is pretty well stood up here.
Yeah, it looks like a nice wall.
Yeah.
Nice little off the top.
Yep. Looks like he's doing pretty well.
Flat.
Excellent. Right. So we are going to cut to the interview now, are we?
Yeah, it looks like the guys are preparing to go into the interview. Yeah, that wave didn't work out that well.
We'll come back shortly.
Yeah, just to there we go.
Ivo Nilo! How was it out there, Liam? Some beautiful conditions.
Yeah, no, it's pumping weather, pumping waves, and an awesome setup here with what the crew's put on, and just stoked to be here. Great waves, and just a bit tricky, a bit slow, but definitely plenty of opportunity to make some waves out there and get a few turns in.
And this was one of the tougher heats of the tournament. How did you find your competitors?
Oh yeah, it was always going to be a tough heat. You look at the guys on paper, and there's some serious talent in the water. Steve O'Neill, the local out here at J Bay, Larry Berger, and Josh from New Zealand. It was always going to be a tough heat, but just stoked to get the waves and do what I needed to do to get through and take out the heat win.
Well done, Liam. Through to round 3. Well done, my man. Cheers.
Yeah, so there we've got a little bit of a lull in the meantime. That's actually been a lot slower this heat. A couple of scores only. We've got Giovanni Primo in first place with a 5, and Wayne Walker 3.5, and then some smaller scores which won't really factor in at the end of the day with this heat. I'm sure the guys will get on it shortly. Yeah, it's a different setup here without the wind blowing. You get this sort of wobble on the face, and it makes it a lot more difficult to judge which waves are going to run. Also, the period of the swell. This is
not involved at
just
all.
waiting
But
to see there's possibly
happy
a
to
paddle
help.
here.
Yeah, no, I was just,
Paddle at the back.
no, I was just
Pretty wide one.
and they asked me to do this. I'm not really involved.
Oh, he was going for it. Who was that?
Brad Colwell.
Is that Brad?
USA, yeah, in red. Yeah, it's
They didn't do the
grooming
interview,
effect
yeah.
that the offshore does on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ocean helps the wave
I'll
stand up,
find
gives you a little
Shane.
bit more
He's in
power,
charge, yeah.
and
Very.
gives you more speed. So yeah, these sort of sleepy sort of times like this where you don't have a lot of wind, you get this sort of funky movement in the water, which makes it a lot more difficult. Here's a paddle on the outside.
Ooh, that looks like a good one.
Is that white up
That
and
was
riding?
Wayne Walker. Oh,
Guys getting caught behind the section here. Maybe a little bit of inexperience with this wave and your positioning on the takeoff, and obviously also the lack of offshore to hold it up.
still, even without that offshore, there's plenty of opportunities to.
Absolutely. I mean, the previous heat showed that the guys were getting really high scores. It's just
Yeah.
a matter of positioning yourself properly.
Well,
There's
I mean,
up and riding.
after not making the first one, he just happened to be in the perfect position for this little inside one.
Yeah, hoping
Seems
it's
to be
gonna
standing up.
Yeah, line up on the inside.
Even that, you still have quite a wide canvas, a lot of opportunity to just draw your own lines.
Absolutely.
It doesn't fix you to a particular line that you have to drive.
Unfortunate incompletion.
Yeah, that was a shame.
Yeah,
Sure.
10 minutes into the heat. And yeah, there's a bit of work to be done by all the competitors out here. Some lower scores. They're going to need a couple of those outside set waves and some longer rides with some good maneuvers. You can see something rearing its head in the background there, so the guys had better get on their bikes and get out there.
Yeah, sometimes I'm finding that when you see those big sets sort of looming on the horizon, that you're keen to
Yeah, we've got a big set on the outside. Who's
Yeah.
in position for this one?
Ooh, that it looks like that loomed. That happened to me a few times in my free surfs out there, where I would just see
Somebody
those sets
turning on the
looming out
inside.
there, and
Oh, wow.
I'd just start scratching for the horizon as fast as I possibly could, and couldn't guarantee positioning. I couldn't guarantee that I was going to be in the right spot, which I think makes it interesting. It throws a bit of variability into the mix. You know, this isn't a wave pool. We want to experience nature in that way. So
Yeah, absolutely. And with the spring tides, we're going on to a springs. I think it's spring tide tomorrow. With so the tide's really low, and what happens then with these set waves, they tend to go a lot wider. So you've got to factor that in as well. The guys are getting caught inside, not sitting deep enough. And the other problem is with your low tide, the wave tends to stretch off, it breaks and stretches off the reef, so that goes a lot fatter. So the conditions become a lot more difficult to ride. This is predominantly a mid to high tide break. It's when it's at its best. And so yeah, your low tide is going to make it more difficult because of the fact that the wave breaks off the reef and runs into the deeper water.
And does that also expand the playing field? Does it also create a bit more space in between where all the different waves can break?
Yeah, I guess it does, but the problem is to find the quality, and the bigger waves often, and this happens up at supers as well, that your bigger waves break and sort of close across the outside section and then go into the deeper water and go wide, and then they go really fat, and it's really difficult to do good maneuvers. You're wanting a wave which presents a wall that gives you critical space to move and to do maneuvers in the pocket, which are going to score you better scores. And you need the lip line to do good bottom to top to bottom maneuvers to get the high scores. So very difficult in these conditions to try and find those waves that are going to give you that canvas to get those scores. Here we got another paddle on the inside.
There's some scrambling going on for that same position that you were talking about before. This one looks promising.
Yeah, it looks really good. It's just whether it'll go too wide. Just the positioning that's super critical. It looks like it's going to break a bit wider.
Yeah,
both of them caught inside. I think that's a lot of an experience of, although we've got South Africans in this heat, I think that's, I don't know who those guys are on the outside at the moment, but yeah, you need those bigger waves. They carry with them the potential of a slightly higher score because of the wave size. So if you're missing those set waves, well, then you're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage. So it looks like this set's gone through unridden. Yeah, it's interesting. What everybody said to me that I've spoken to here is they just can't believe how warm it's been here, and really this is unseasonal, because August, September we have the most wind and the most cold fronts, and normally we've got this miserable weather and it's snowing over land. It did up until a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and it's just the pattern sort of just slowed, and these fronts are going past south of the country, and what we're getting is these berg wind, like benign conditions. So there's a paddle.
Oh, it's been very mild out in the water. It's been pleasant, very, very pleasant. We've got Giovanni Primo here currently in second place. Has 5 points to his scoreline. Oh, he was going for it.
Yeah,
he definitely wanted to get the most out of that wave. That was a well-ridden wave, and unfortunately he couldn't capitalize on that end section, but there's still another 5.5 minutes left to go, so there's plenty of time and plenty of potential opportunity.
He was only requiring a 2 or a 3, his 2 scoring waves, an improvement on a 2 or 3 to improve his position. Super low scoring heat here.
Yeah.
Very unusual after the last one.
Yes.
But yeah, that's all that positioning,
Yes.
And yeah, what's also interesting, as we were saying, is a lot of the fronts are going by south, so we're getting these berg winds and these benign conditions, and we've had a lot of offshore winds, and the water has warmed up. The water is probably in 19 in that area, 19 degrees Celsius, super warm conditions. The air temperature is warm. Guys just can't believe it's midwinter, but I can guarantee you that this can change overnight. We get one big cold front come through here, and this whole system will switch overnight. There's nothing on the horizon at the moment, but yeah, it's been really almost a summery situation here.
Right. There's definitely
massive scramble on the outside.
Yes, no, we've definitely seen a lot of the competitors here has definitely seen the wildness that South Africa has to offer as far as the conditions and how it changes, the landscape. It's been a beautiful experience. We've had a great time. I'm still having a great time. Even when we got thrown into the deep end here on this commentator booth, still having a great time.
Yeah, why not? Awesome. Is it up and riding on the back? It's red, is it?
It's Brad Cowell.
Yeah, his second ride. He needs a really good ride here to try and get into an advancing position. It's a good start. Couple of calves. Working back into the white water for the reform onto the inside. This wave looks like it's got some good potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brad's capitalized on getting as many. Ooh, that was a good one. That was a nice little section. Oh, that could have been a really good wave. Could have. He definitely did some turns at the back. He definitely met some of the judging criteria and his turns at the back.
Yeah.
We're about to cross over to an interview of the winner of heat number 2 while it's going quiet up the front here. We'll be back soon.
The winner of the first heat of the day. What a beautiful contest, some beautiful conditions. How did you find the conditions out there?
Oh, the waves were really brilliant. It was glassy. It was perfect. I just enjoyed a lot this moment in the water. It was just perfect.
Yes. And you had some tough competitors, but you managed to pull off the win.
Yeah, I needed a last wave, a good last wave, and it came at least. So I was lucky to have this wave until the end. It was a long wave. It was a beautiful wave, and I finished it just before the rocks. And this is why I won the hit.
Wonderful. How do these waves compare to your wave at your home break in France?
I don't live really in France. I'm living in Martinique. It's in French Caribbean, between Saint Lucia and Dominica. So mainly we've got small waves, but powerful and a very, very hot water.
Wonderful. The winner of Heat 1 and through to the third round. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, we're back. How good is Adam's shirt there? I want to know where I can find a shirt like that. There's colors going everywhere. Adam's always had a bit of a fashion sense. I think I met Adam the first time in 2002 in the World Titles in Queensland in Australia, Mooloolaba. I'll tell you what, he didn't have that shirt back then.
Yeah, he's looking really, really dashing in that shirt. Yeah, another minute left, minute 10, 15 in this heat. The guys are going to have to really pull out the stops now. There's also a really tight heat with lower scoring waves. We've got three scores in that 5.5s. The guys needing a solidifying wave to make sure of their position to advance. This is up for grabs for anybody.
We got a critical last minute going on here, and Brad made some movement happen with that last wave. We missed who that was. We're trying to do too many things at once here. Men in multitasking. We got Giovanni Primo.
Yes.
That's a smash that cup back there. And another one. Ooh, it made it. My goodness, that kneeboarder's low center of gravity coming into play there, people.
Yeah, this may well just bump him right up into the first position.
It's getting tight in that last minute. Why do these people leave it all to the last minute?
That's
right?
what makes it exciting. Yeah, we're about to go over to an interview on the, I think, a second place in the second heat. As that heat winds down.
We'll be back for the next heat.
Alors Loris, vainqueur de la deuxième série de la journée, haut la main. Est-ce que tu es content d'être en Afrique du Sud? Comment ça se passe? So Loris, winner of Heat 2. How do you feel being in South Africa?
Bah écoutez, je me sens très bien. Les vagues sont là, il fait beau. C'est glacis ce matin, donc ouais, je suis hyper content. L'Afrique du Sud, c'est grave, l'énergie et tout. Merci beaucoup en tout cas.
So he's stuck to make it through his second hit and to win it, and he's really happy to be in South Africa. It's a wonderful country, full of good energy and all stock, all pure stock. Loris, comment tu trouves les vagues, les différentes vagues de Jeffreys Bay? Est-ce que tu es à l'aise dessus? How do you like the different waves of Jeffreys Bay and the point, and how do you feel on those waves?
Un peu d'appréhension au début, vu que les droites c'est pas mon point fort, Mais en une semaine de training, j'ai charbonné et écoutez, pour l'instant ça se passe bien, donc je suis content. JB c'est une vague incroyable, world class, donc voilà.
So at first, I'm not very easy with right-handers, but I've been working hard on those waves all week, and now I'm just really happy and enjoying the wonderful world-class waves. Qu'est-ce que tu as comme ambition pour le reste de la compétition? Quels sont tes projets? Et comment tu vois ça? So, what's your ambitions for the rest of the contest, and how do you see the rest of the week?
Ben, en open, aller le plus loin possible, donner tout ce que je peux. Et en junior, il y a déjà une finale très chaude qui s'annonce, donc on va donner un maximum pour la finale en junior. Voilà.
So I will try to go as far as I can on the open division, and then on a junior division, my semi-final is very intense with good surfers. So try to do my best on both sides. Dernière chose à rajouter, one last thing to say.
Ben, merci à tout le monde en tout cas pour le visionnage, ça fait plaisir tous les soutiens et merci à Swings, merci mes frères pour le coaching, etc. Donc thank you so much.
À la Shun maybe.
À la Shun, à la Shun.
Okay. So he wants to thank everyone for the wonderful work, the organization, and he's having a time of his life. Back to the studios.
Don't get many surprises. He looked like he took off a little bit late on that wave, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with a bit of open face. Oh, we got a replay coming up. This is...
That's right in blue, Marco.
Yeah. Oh, look at this low line. Oh, what a beautiful wave. Coming through, another slash. Very nice.
Yeah, that was his opening ride of 417.
Pretty nice way to start the heat.
Yeah, and there's somebody up and riding on yellow. That's Tom Lynn.
That's Tom Lynn.
From the USA.
Yep.
Nice cut back into the inside. Waiting for that reform, waiting for it to stand up. So another nice cut back, really smooth.
Very nice. Very nice, very controlled.
Unfortunate exit.
No, but he'll get a few good
points
there.
On that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Opening score. Let's get him into the onto the board.
Yeah, it's a much quicker start this time around than the previous heat. Sounds like we're about to cross over into another interview. The winner from heat number 3.
Let's just have a look here. We might just have a paddle before that. Looks like a red.
Looks like... Oh, that's
Lucas? White. No, jeez. I need my eyes tested.
You're all right. Bobby the
Bobby
Bobcat.
Rousseau?
Most of you will get to know Bobby pretty intimately, as he's also another part of the commentating team.
Yeah, Bobby's been around for absolute years, surfing J-Bay.
Pretty impressive collection of surfboards, I hear as well.
Lovely lip line maneuvers, getting some good speed there, working his way into the inside. That looks like a really good scoring ride for Bobby.
Might be a little bit more on this wave. Oh, look at this.
Inside and a final finishing maneuver. Oh, came unstuck, unfortunately. It's really soft on the inside there. Not easy to keep that board underneath you.
Yeah, I find that sometimes even that inside section bends away from you or bends towards you, and you have to make some really quick adjustments.
Absolutely. Looks like a good set on the outside approaching, so the guys had better get themselves into position there.
Yeah.
These ones are going really wide on the spring low tide.
Oh, right.
Yeah, some really good ones incoming there.
Better be some people moving around pretty quickly.
So everybody's had a ride. We're still awaiting scores, some low ones, some mediums.
All right, now that we sounds like we're about to cross over to that interview of the winner from heat number 3.
Just as a huge set comes through, unfortunately. One's
Kurt Rogers, J-Bay local, coming through and winning his heat. How did you find the conditions out there, Kirk?
Yeah, the morning was good. I battled first wave. I went over the falls, but then I managed to get two. But it's tough. The waves are good. Pumping J-Bay, and just lucky to get the win.
Yes, so you had some tough competitors out there, but you managed to beat them. How are your competitors?
Yeah, I was surfing against a Canadian guy from France, and the guys, at this level, they're all on their game, and heat's easy. So it was just one of those lucky wins. The one who gets the waves is going to win the heat, and I was just lucky.
Amazing. And what do you do here in J-Bay, Kurt?
Yeah, I've got a leather company, so we make leather goods, belts, wallets, and I do all the markets and festivals, and that's what I do.
Keeps you busy.
Keeps me busy, and then try to get some waves up at supers and tubes and point. And the waves have been great. We've had such a good July. It's been one of the best Julys in years. Yeah.
Amazing. Well done, Kurt. Through to round 3 of the Kneeboard Surfing World Titles, Jeffreys Bay, South Africa.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Wow, so that was an inopportune time to have an interview. We had an absolute cooking set come through, some really good rides, a couple of big waves ridden there. Bobby Rousseau's wave came in at a 6.00, and Marco Rinaldi has put in another good score, medium ride score for 3.67, so he solidified himself in first place, so the 7.84. And Bobby in second place with one ride, a 6.0, and I'm sure there's a heap of scores coming in because there were some good rides in between.
Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. I think there's a lot to be said for that flurry of action that happens and my ability to catch my breath from time to time, because it was pretty exciting there.
Yeah, unfortunately we were off line at the time with the interview, so that's why we've got this lull, this flat spell, because we just had a massive set come through. It'll give the guys some time to get their equipment out to the back and get that lineup sorted out before the next set rolls in.
Yeah, as we look out over the over my shoulder here, there's the potential for a few more waves coming.
Yeah, we only still got another 12 minutes left in this heat, so quite a sporadic bit of action in the meantime, and with more incoming.
Yeah, it looks like a few of them are in position. Oh, we got a replay coming in. This is the replay of.
Is that Marco?
Marco Rinaldi, that's right, yeah. Nice couple of turns. Kind of set up work here, waiting for the face to steepen up. And then, that's set up. Yep, bit of mistiming happening there from the bottom turn.
Yeah, and Tom Lynn put in a 4.17 on a wave, which we haven't seen the replay of, but that was during the interview. So he's up there. There's the heat's reasonably tight.
Yeah.
It's only Lucas that's requiring a first decent score to get into the mix. With 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, still plenty of opportunities out there. They're not going lacking. So this is a replay of Lucas.
Yeah, that's red. Yeah, that's
Look,
Lucas.
he did one really nice turn in that section, and they got caught behind. The waves just keep coming. I don't know if I've got the stamina for this.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible. These guys must be heaving out there.
Yeah.
It's pretty frenetic.
Yeah.
We've been switching away to replays while they've been sets. So this set's they're probably spaced out probably 2 to 3 minutes apart at the moment. So yeah, it makes it pretty frenetic.
Yeah. This one looks like a pretty good set. About to hit the lineup. Is anybody in position? Surely.
Need to be over a bit on the left. That looks good. That looks like good positioning. Who's that?
Who's that? That is. I just see that red board.
Is that Marco again?
No, that's.
Is that Lucas?
That's Lucas. Yeah, that's Lucas.
He did well to get out there in time. Yeah, he's on a good one, really good one. It's giving him a bit of space to do some maneuvers. Hopefully, stand up on the inside.
Yep, bit of movement in there. Nice flow.
Yeah, that should get him back in the mix for sure.
That was, as far as wave quality, that was probably one of the better waves that we've seen as they come to the lineup. It's quite mesmerizing at times. That's why I go quiet.
Yeah, he did super well. I mean, he took off on that wave on the inside and got caught behind. I'm actually amazed that he actually managed to get out. So, yeah, well, that positioning is super important. Here's another good ride. This looks like a really good wave.
This looks like Tom Lynn in yellow. This does look like a really good wave. Bit of setup work. Make sure he's behind the whitewater enough to allow for a little bit of a wave to steepen up as it comes along. There's definitely some potential possibilities here.
Yeah, this is very typical of the low tide.
Yep.
Where it runs off the reef, and you've got to try and make that connection to the inside section, where the high tide it tends to hug the reef and then it runs down the reef, so you don't get that lazy section in the middle. Gives you a lot more scoring opportunity. So these are really difficult conditions now because of the super low tide. So you really got to pick your waves carefully.
Yeah. So what are the have we got tides? Oh, and then let's go to that after this replay. This is Tom Lynn's last wave. A nice little carve, nice cruisy carve, nice. He kept pace with that wave really well. I feel like he read that wave really quite well. And if it wasn't running back onto the reef, it could have been a potentially huge score.
Yeah, I was just kicked out there. As an obviously not a kneeboard, just a question. This is the open division, but open division in sort of the surfing community would probably be all your youngsters and up and coming. But here we've got a slightly different situation with your kneeboard community. Your ages of the open, there's quite a big spread amongst the guys surfing in this open division.
Yes, we take a slightly different view of what open means. We just open it up to everybody. We just let them all come in, put them all up against each other and see what washes out in the long run. The open division, that is the title that you want. That is the title where you have to fight through and beat everybody if you're going to win an open division world title.
That would be your primo division. In other words, your up end of your ability of your surfers. So
yes,
your age is not a factor. It's more about your performance. But there is a massive spread here. We've got some youngsters and some let's just call them gentlemen that are actually competing in this open division.
Yes.
Who've been at it for a long time. And
yes.
But basically have obviously decided they can. Can you also surf a different division?
Yes, there's also age restricted divisions. Yeah, and those are. We'll get some of those going tomorrow. I believe tomorrow afternoon in the schedule. There'll be some age divisions going, and but yeah, the thing about the open division is we just let everybody go in there and everybody sort of battle it out where age is not doesn't have to be a restriction, and I think that's quite important because the open winner, the world champion that comes out of this event, is going to have to have outsurfed everybody. It's not necessarily just restricted to division, and it has a special meaning on that because we try to be inclusive in kneeboarding always, and that's why we take that slightly different sort of view. So everybody has an option to go into the open division. We don't restrict anybody coming in. We just take them all regardless of age or skill level.
Yeah, we have the similar thing in the masters surfing in the standard surfing. We have the same. You're allowed to surf a division down. You're actually allowed to surf open and your age group division. So it's pretty similar, but it's obviously to surf in the opens where you've got in a highly competitive sport, you really have to be on your game if you've got a few years behind you, and it's super difficult to compete with the youngsters. So the youngsters have a massive edge. So. Yeah, there's some really talented older guys who've been around for a long time who could actually show the youngsters some tricks, and I guess that's why they're surfing in the open division and happy to give it a go and to slug it out with these youngsters.
It also creates the opportunity for surprise. Every once in a while, we get surprised by when some of our more aged or experienced competitors will outclass a lot of us from time to time. It's actually quite it creates opportunity for a deeper narrative and the stories that can then evolve from one world titles to the next. Just carry on, and I think it's a good thing. I am quite appreciative of the opportunity to be able to surf against anybody.
And for the youngsters to learn from the older guys who've had the experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it's gone a little bit quiet here.
A little sleepy.
What we had the frenzy.
Have you got a wave on the outside? So more of an insider.
More of an insider one, yeah.
The difficulty here is whether it'll connect to the inside. Who's
yeah,
that?
That's Tom Lynn again.
Tom Lynn again.
Well, I feel that at times, especially now that we have 3.5 minutes left in a very close and somewhat low-scoring heat, these inside ones can have the potential to turn everything around. I mean, Tom's has not stopped.
He's only requiring a 1.84 to get into an advancing position, so this is a good maneuver of his, a good tactic to take this wave and to get that score on the board.
Yeah.
You just never know whether you can have another set incoming, although this morning has been pounding, so there's definitely, with 3 minutes to go, there's definitely the chance of another set coming in.
Absolutely, and as I look over my shoulder here, there's definitely still some potential happening. 3 minutes can be a lifetime out there.
Absolutely.
Somebody took off on that wave and was a bit too deep by the looks of it.
Another good one rearing up at the back. Somebody in position. Nope.
Oh, so close to being in position.
Wow.
Oh.
Guys are just getting caught.
Yes, a little bit over the falls in that frantic panic of the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're pretty much on the bottom of the low now, where the tide should start pushing shortly. And the quality of these waves should increase as far as the length of the ride and just the wall as this tide starts to push and that starts to move up onto the reef.
What else should we expect as far as the swell conditions are concerned?
Who's that paddling?
That's Bobby.
Bobby is needing another scoring ride. Up and riding on a bomb at the back. Lovely cut back.
There's one thing about Bobby in this heat. You can say he's been efficient. This is only his second ride.
He's picked them carefully.
Yes. But also he surfed them. He's been quite steady. He's been quite steady and controlled.
He's making absolutely sure that he gets onto the inside now and to connect and get that finishing maneuver in.
Yep. I think that one ran away from him a little bit. I still think there's going to be some movement in these positions, given that Bobby only had one wave with a 6.0.
Yeah, no, this will definitely knock him up into first place. Absolutely.
We don't want to speak on behalf of the judges, but that was pretty clear.
Yeah, I'd put some money on that.
You'll put that one.
See the Dolphins moving to the lineup there.
Oh, I missed it. I
think that was.
Yeah,
this is a replay. Dolphin, we got some trouble.
Yeah. This is a replay of Tom's inside wave. As we see the score line changing, Bobby propelled himself into first place after that wave.
Oh, we're still waiting for that score to drop. We've called it, so we're going to have to stand by it. Here's the replay.
Yep, and it's all happening last minute, too. Again, looks like we're going to have to bounce between replays and the live feed, and without a doubt we're going to have to let the dust settle as far as the judging is concerned, because they're going to probably need a few moments to consolidate their scores and maybe make some consultations and things like that. Marco again.
That riding again. That looks like a nice little insider.
That looks like a bomb. Looks like it's bending right into him.
Can he make the connection?
He's still got two pretty solid maneuvers out there. This is don't envy the judge's job at this point.
Yeah, Marco had a 3.67 that he needed to improve on. I don't know if that'll improve on that, but he was in second position.
Loving these replays, by the way. Loving these replays, by the way. This is Marco's last wave, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
No, that was a different
that
one.
wasn't it.
That was a different
I don't know
wave.
which one that was.
I know. It's just hard to keep up.
Yeah,
I need a moment to catch my breath here.
That's a dolphin, I hope. pretty sure it's them.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we
Oh,
can all
look at
relax
that.
now.
Wow.
No running for emergency equipment.
No, that's right. That's right.
Everybody
beautiful.
everybody you speak to who comes to visit J-Bay, or people overseas often as well, will say to you, oh, it's Shark Point and sharks and all that stuff. But really, it's no different to anywhere else in the world. It's a wonderful place.
If anything, it's alive.
Absolutely
That's how I
alive,
would
yeah.
describe it.
So is that the last?
This is the next heat. This is the next
Well,
heat.
he's actually been up ahead of the heat. The heat's only started now.
Oh, right. Okay.
So that score won't count.
No.
Right,
So-
we're still waiting for the scores on the last heat. They haven't dropped yet, but I'm sure that'll be on the live
Yeah. Well, we'll get that eventually.
or on the live heats.
Yeah, we gotta some stuff to catch up on here at this point. This is looks like somebody's on the edge there. No, got a position. So this heat we have Roman Rizak and a
Okay, there they've just come in. I can just tell you that's off,
Oh, yeah, go
off
with it.
screen. We've got Bobby Rousseau going into first place with a 9.9 and Marco Rinaldi advancing with a 7.84. So those are the guys going through. And moving into the next heat.
yes, we have Roman Rizak in red, an absolute legend of South African kneeboarding, been around for who knows how long. We have Cam Stanley, another legend from New Zealand, and Cam Stanley's actually staying in the same accommodation as I am. We've had some great times so far. Paul Mannix from Australia. I've known Paul for an incredibly long time. We call him Turtle. Look at his eyes.
Okay, cool.
It looks like he looks like Turtle's eye. He looks like he's got Turtle's eyes. It's and Craig Seal. Craig Seal. What can I not say about Craig Seal?
Yeah, he's been around here for a long time. I couldn't say much about the first guys. I didn't know the guys, so I'm relying on Albert for that information. Craig has been around here for ages. Surfs supers, surfs point a lot. He's probably one of the most, other than Steve Nilo, he's one of the local kneeboarders who spends a lot of time out at J-Bay, surfing J-Bay, knows the wave well, super nice guy, gets along with all the surfers well. The guys really respect him and enjoy him. So, yeah, let's see how he does in this heat, see if this local knowledge comes into play.
Surely it would. Who have we got moving here? This is Paul Mannix, Turtle himself. He had a bit of a mishap the other day, split his chin open, had to get a couple of stitches. Obviously, doesn't look like it's affecting him too much because he's
Putting in some good turns there,
definitely putting in some
winding up the inside, really taking this one right to the inside. Done
Yeah.
some great turns
This
on a smaller, medium sort of wave,
Yeah.
but the waves had nice shape and he's managed to get some maneuvers in. That'll be a great opening score for him.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, talking about Craig Seal, my first exposure to Craig Seal is when he had the wave ski on his knees, where he was paddling. He had the paddle, and he was doing this wave ski on his knees. A YouTube video. It's probably about 15 years old. It's probably lost to the archives of history, but it was quite impressive what he could do.
Take off in the white water there. That is Craig Seal in
Mm.
white. He's looking for that reform on the inside. Wow, can he get around this? That's the question.
Looks like he's fighting his way through it.
He did really well to get around that. This wave's
Absolutely.
gone into the inside.
And then gone straight into one turn. Another turn. Put all the rail in there.
Did really well there. This wave's gone all the way to the inside. Just
Yeah.
cannot get that connect with that finishing maneuver.
Yeah.
But an opening ride nonetheless.
Yeah. And Paul's opening ride was a pretty good little starter at a 4.3. Looks like there's some lines about to hit the line up there by the looks of it. I can't count them. There's too many of them.
Yeah, looks like a really good set incoming. Maybe Craig should have been a bit more patient on that one and waited for these ones. Let's see how this goes. Got red and yellow on the outside. That's Cameron Stanley and Roman Rizak.
Roman Rizak getting
Roman
an
going.
absolute bomb. Look at this. Amazing. Nice little turn under the pocket there. Plenty of open face to work with. Looks like a bit of texture starting to appear in the lineup there. Probably
Yeah.
more creating opportunities to hit some lips.
Yeah, that light northeasterly starting to move into the lineup. Great wave.
I don't mind it. It looks like
For
that.
Roman.
It looks like it's definitely creating some opportunities to do a few more critical hits and a few more critical sections running in.
Yeah, great wave for Roman. That's a great opening ride. Yeah, this northwesterly, northeasterly light onshore for today. It may well go down into the south later and clean up a bit more, but we're probably going to get a little bit of texture through the midday, through to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and then maybe with a bit of luck she goes around into the south, and then it'll glass off again, which is normally what happens in the winter here.
What about the swell size?
Swell size, I reckon, is going to stay pretty much the same. May have a bit of an ease off later on, but yeah, I reckon pretty much waves like this throughout the day.
Yeah, and as the tide pushes in, is there going to be a little bit more?
Yeah, definitely the quality of the wave, the wall will stand up a little bit more. It won't run away as much as it does on your sets. So yeah, your waves will become more rideable with more scoring potential. It just depends on how much texture we're going to get from this onshore.
Yeah, sounds good. Looking forward to it. Big day. I'll sleep well tonight already.
Yeah, having a little bit of problem with the live heats on the phone. They're not updating.
Well, it looks
I
like
think Albert's going to have to give us the scores. I can't read that from here.
Well, we still have Roman Rizak in first place with a 5. Paul Mannix in second place with a 4.33. Craig Seal's wave, where he was sort of stuck behind a little bit. The judges didn't seem to have thought that maybe he was a little bit not in full control as he could have been. So they only gave him a 2.83. And it looks like Cam Stanley might have tried to take off on a wave and not made it, because he's only got a 0.13 to his name.
Oh, there's a ride on the outside. I don't know who that was. Is that a surfer in the contest?
No, that's
yellow.
That's Cam Stanley.
He took off really wide there.
He did.
So
but
he's had a really good wave.
He's doing quite well. This one looks like it's got a nice little section in front of it. If you can hang on to the whitewater. Oh no. Kind of left him behind. Positioning is everything. And when those sections come in, when it goes a little bit sleepy through the middle there, it's quite important to make sure that you're hugging into that power pocket, that side of the whitewater that has the energy to push you through to the next section.
Yeah, it's interesting. He took off screen on the right of screen, and that's interesting. That's more like that southwesterly swell direction. That wave came from right up the point and went right through the lineup. That's a good sign for the sort of later on in the day, as that water fills in. You're going to get slightly longer rides with a bit more wall on it. So you'll see the guys starting to move more to the right of screen, going sort of more
deeper
towards the reef as the water fills in, and the waves won't go as wide. So the wave will actually improve.
So the takeoff spot then shifts more towards
to
hug
the reef.
Yeah, a bit deeper. Does it also concentrate a little bit more, so it's not as spread out?
Yeah.
Starts to break more in the one spot.
Starts to break more consistently on one spot, yeah.
That's excellent. That sounds great. I'm learning here. I'm taking notes. I didn't bring my pen and paper, but I'm taking notes here.
Yeah, it's quite funny. There's a paddle on the outside. Who's that up and riding?
Bit
almost
late.
Barreled on takeoff.
Look at that wave, though.
You can see how that's gone flat, and that's typical of the low tide, where it breaks and then basically you have to wait for a reform on the inside. Whereas when the tide comes in, that won't happen. The wave will stand up and stay like that, and then just peel down the reef.
Yeah, doesn't stop me from looking over my shoulder and mind surfing it, though.
Yeah, that wave's come all the way into the inside, bombed its way to the inside, going down towards Albatross now. It's quite incredible to think that this year our winter was absolutely non-existent until the end of July. We only got our first real swell on the 28th of July. I'm a long-time local here. I've been living here for over 40 years, and this was the first time this year that I actually started to ride the point, because we had such a lack of waves. Wow, this one's got completely wide. It's catching everybody inside.
Yeah. And the dolphins. So I think I saw some dolphins sort of floating around over there too.
Yeah, what a pity everybody missed that. Chance to regroup.
Yeah.
Another 11 minutes to go in this heat. Plenty of time to get to the outside and get onto one of those set waves.
Yeah. Or maybe even find a way to get some of those little inside ones that hug the reef a little bit more as that tide fills in.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got a choice here. You can sit on the inside and try and get those doubled up, lined up ones on the inside. You bound to take a few on the head from the outside sets. But generally, those are the waves that actually stand up better and give you more scoring opportunity. But very difficult when you've got wide sets going past on the outside. You almost get suckered into going sit on the outside, and then you've really got to make an effort of getting a lot wider than what you really think to be able to take off on those waves. You can see the guys are generally getting caught inside and not sitting wide enough for those waves.
Yeah, it feels like when it's lower tide, the playing field sort of increases and you can be sitting in a much broader area and still be catching waves or still be missing waves.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I see Craig sitting on the outside there in white.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. What is going on in his mind? Tell me.
Well, I guess I'm pretty sure he's lining up for one of those big outsiders. I'm pretty sure he's making a serious effort of connecting with one of those bigger waves with a higher scoring potential.
Yeah.
The big thing is to try and find the right one, and that's not easy.
Well, looks like we have a few seconds here before the next waves come around. I think we're going to cut through to an interview of the winner of the last heat.
Here with winner of heat number 6, Bob Rousseau, one of the favourite characters of South Africa. Bobby, you said it's a bit hard to work out there.
Certainly so, gigs. You had to wait for them. Once you get into them, they really have to work it. Back to the white water, go down the face, come around into the white water, do a few S-turns, try change the combination a bit. Instead of coming around off the white water, do a few S-turns, working your way all the way to the inside and then coming off with a big floater re-entry.
Sound like a surf coach. So you opened with a 6. It took a while to get that backup score. How are you feeling in those few minutes towards the end of the heat?
Thinking to myself, thee who waits shall receive. And I'm out there for Ed Veldhagen, who was a serious regular and residential here. Recently passed away, and I've got him on my board. And I'm just speaking to him and the Dolphins and knowing of my wave capabilities of riding. So it came through in the end, and I'm really stoked to have been here and making it through into the next round.
He's into round 3, folks. Back to you guys.
So wow, we're back on again.
Bobby's a legend.
Yeah, I'd love to have heard what was said there. He's always got something interesting to say.
I'm definitely going back to the replay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to edit that rap song of his.
Well, you saw Giggs was laughing so hard he couldn't keep a straight face, so it must have been pretty epic.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a couple of words spoken in between as well.
Yep.
Anyway, let's get back to the action at the moment. We've got Roman Rizak leading with a 5, Paul Mannix with a 4.33, and Cameron Stanley a 3.80, and Craig Seal, the local, bringing up the rear with a 2.83. I'm sure he's looking for a good second ride here.
7 minutes left. There's going to be a lot of movement going on for sure. Here's Craig paddling. No.
Nope.
That's
Roman.
This is Roman. No, couldn't quite make it.
Shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this texture you can see coming across this northeaster is starting to cause a little bit of a hassle there. It's starting to crumble the wave a little bit. It's going to make your selection a little bit more tricky.
Yep, absolutely.
A little bit of a dull spell at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby's an absolute character. He's been around for ages. You never quite know what's going to come out of his mouth, so it must have been a nervous interview there.
Yeah, when I first met Bobby at the Westside Comp about a week ago, I thought we were related. I asked him to take a DNA test. I think he's my uncle. I'm not sure yet. We're still waiting on the results to come back.
Yeah, he's a ruffian.
Yeah, but that's the thing about kneeboarding, though. We're a lot of us have a different interest in how it is that we ride waves, and that interest has to come from something. So we get some eclectic people. Absolutely. So this is all part of the process. So I wasn't at all surprised to find somebody like Bobby in South Africa.
Wow, there's a pedal. There's a good set.
Yep.
Roman again. Wow.
Looks like it might slow down enough to get him to the open face. Nice little cutty positioning sort of cut back there. Looks like it's got a bit of a...
just didn't make the connection. I think
looks
Bobby
like
will be on the back one. Bobby, sorry, that's
Craig.
Craig, yeah. Can he make a connection? He really needs a good wave here. Wow,
Yeah.
he's gotten around that. So
Nice
some good
little
potential here.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little hook there. And then another one.
See that texture starting to come into play there.
Yeah. Doesn't
Yeah.
seem to be bothering him this time, though.
Yeah, some good little swoops and carves there.
Yeah, nice
Just going to
flowy.
make that finishing maneuver.
Yeah. That's one. Oh,
it's
didn't
come
make it.
unstuck.
Thought he was going to make it.
Yeah, you could see that chop starting to slow the guys down a little bit, making it more tricky to get your timing
Yeah.
in that end section. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that'll bump him up. There was a good size wave. Had a good couple of carves on there, a couple of maneuvers.
Yep, absolutely.
Pity he didn't get that finishing maneuver in.
No,
Sure
that would have really shaken things up with 4.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, Bobby's only requiring... Not Bobby, I keep on going to Bobby. Craig's only requiring a 1.51. I've got Bobby on the mind.
We do have Bobby on the mind. He can certainly make an impression. He can
Absolutely.
certainly make an impression. Craig looks like he did capitalize on that wave. He's moved up to first place, so the total point score total of 7.43. Now Roman Rezak is in second place, so the total of 6.83. And Turtle and Cam Stanley needing another score to move up. What kind of scores do they need to
I'm
move
just
up?
looking. The Lavies hasn't updated. Yours
right,
yours
okay.
on screen is updated.
I'm the one with the
still
most
waiting.
up-to-date information here.
Absolutely. You got the eyesight to tell me what it is.
Yeah. looks like there's some. We can see a few bumps on the screen here, so there's definitely some potential for another exchange right before this heat finishes, and we cut over to our next set of commentators here that are going to look after us.
Yeah, there we go. It's just come through now. It was a 4.6 for Craig. He's gone up to 7.43 into first place. Still awaiting, I think, 1 or 2 rides possibly.
Oh, look at those lines.
Wow,
My
another
goodness.
big set incoming.
Yes.
So that's going to shake things up probably.
Yes, absolutely. I'm getting excited.
I'm getting excited for have a cup of coffee and a feed.
Yeah, well, we have one of the things that's quite a nice addition to this particular World Titles is we have a couple of food trucks and a coffee truck in there.
Definitely going to have one of those Mexican thriller burgers or a...
Yep,
To
absolutely.
light it up. Wow, here comes a
Yeah.
chili pepper.
Yep,
It's
Turtle.
a good
is,
ride for Turtle.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, nice little carve there with a bit of water displacement. And again,
Take off on the back.
take
as well.
off on the outside.
Wow.
Cam Stanley
late.
taking off deep and late. And is he going to make it to that open face? I think he will. I hope he will. No, he didn't. Commentator's curse. Jinxed him.
2 minutes to go.
Oh, no, he did make it. Oh, that's typical Cam Stanley there. We have, is this Roman?
Roman again, yeah.
Yeah.
Up and riding.
Is when you get this texture here, it looks like the latter waves in the set seem to have a bit more of a cleaner face and seem to be giving, this one in particular seems to be giving Roman plenty of opportunity to get a score going.
Yeah, I think what happened there is that front wave with the foam on the water has actually leveled sort of knocked that texture down and actually smoothened the face, and that was actually a great wave to take off, and you got the benefit of that front wave cleaning that texture off the water. He's had a great ride.
Yeah.
That may well bump him back up into first place.
Yeah, and he gets to do the take his time coming in. You know, if he wins this heat, he gets a little bit of extra time to prepare for his winner speech.
He's obviously super confident because
Yeah.
there's still a minute 11 left on this heat, and he's headed in.
Yeah, but he could be pretty nervous following up after Bobby's interview.
Either that or he's smelling that Mexican chili burger.
Absolutely. Looks like there is a bit of a couple more waves, a couple more bumps coming through with a minute left to go.
Who's that on the
Who's up?
outside?
That's Cam Stanley's on the outside, and I believe that's Blue. I believe that's also No, it's not.
Roman.
That was Craig Seal jumping off the coming
So
off the
Roman
back,
up
and this
again,
is
is it?
Turtle again.
Was it Turtle?
Yeah, he's gonna have some chances here to make some magic happen. So yeah,
Wow, just
he
a
had
crumble. It's just catching the guys. It's
he had a
just-
couple of turns though, so we will so we've definitely had some shifting in positions here. Roman Rezak is currently leading with a 9.97. Turtle was already in second place before that wave with a heat total of 7.5, only just edging out Craig Seal by 0.07. And Cam Stanley just didn't seem like he really could put anything together. I think oh, we got a replay here. Oh, we got Roman on that last wave. We got Roman on that last wave. That was a really good wave. I'll tell you what, all three of his other competitors were just staring at him as he was doing this, as he was running his way down the point. This cutback here, bam! That cutback there is telling me that Roman was thinking, what am I going to say in the interview after having followed up from Bobby? And if he does a good job, he'll reward himself with one of those Mexican chili burgers.
We hope so.
All right. Well, we're going to move, we're going to shift over to our next round of commentary team. We'll get them going in their seats, and we'll catch you at a different time. We'll be back. They haven't kicked us out yet. All right.
All right. Ray trying to roll in there, gets engulfed to the rocking horse of a takeover. He'll go down.
Good morning and welcome to beautiful sunny Jeffreys Bay, South Africa for the CineFX Kneeboard World Surfing titles. Big thanks to our previous commentators. We've had some absolute surf royalty. Trevor, local legend here in J-Bay, and then Albert Munoz, who's a kneeboarding champion of note. So Albert might be getting warmed up for his heat. I'm joined by a man that could be a local on a couple of continents, Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shane, for the nice welcoming. Yeah, it's really good to be back in the motherland. And just commenting as that, I've now lived in 3 major sort of environments. But yeah, look, Africa is always lovely to be in, and what a place, Jeffreys Bay, right? It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better. For those who have just joined us, we've had a couple of large pods of dolphins cruising through the lineup. So for surfers not really used to that, it must be quite an eye-opening experience. As we just shift to the lineup here, we've got quite a stacked heat. This is only a 3-man heat. So just to remind the viewer at home, the surfer coming in first will go straight through to round 3. Surfer coming in second will move on to round 2, which could be considered a kind of repechage round. And surfer round 3 is out of the open division and will then just have their age group left to compete in. So it's high stakes here for everybody.
Yeah, indeed. And if everybody's been watching the broadcast this morning, you'll see there's the odd 3 to 4 feet and sometimes even bigger 5-foot sets. So with the tide sort of pushing in, we're expecting a bit more. So yeah, lot for the guys to sort of participate and compete with. So exciting times ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this morning started off really well. There were a couple of barrels on offer out there. As Trevor was saying, this kind of easterly wind is just kind of hitting the back of the wave face and crumbling it a little bit. As the time fills in, that really should become less and less of a problem. The wave gets a whole lot more definition to it. The takeoff zone becomes a lot smaller. As we can see looking at the screen, everybody's kind of spread out. Mark, if you could just run us through the competitors.
Yeah, so look, Roger's from America. Well, let's just catch up with this wave first, then we'll come back. So that's surfer in blue. David, nice little wrap through there, hitting off the white water, sort of setting up. Another little cuddy into it. Yeah, so look, setting it up here for the inside. Again, the third maneuver, nice bank off the white water. So this is good. He's connecting through. He's keeping busy. So onto the 4th cuddy there. I mean, that's good. He's keeping the movement. Yeah, 5th. So this is good.
Yeah, I mean the judges. That's obviously a couple of fantastic maneuvers. They are looking for quite a big variety of maneuvers, so it'll be interesting to see how the scoring comes through there. We've got Roger Hughes up and riding from the USA. He's kind of just waiting to see how this wave forms up for him. He was competing down at the West Side contest and he was having a lot of fun. The conditions up here are certainly a lot better, so let's see what he can do with this. Nice big cut back to the whitewater. Staying in the power zone is so key here. You can really get left out on the shoulder, so good to see him working with it. He'll be looking for a big final maneuver. That's where he can land a lot of points. Nice bash, rides it out. That's a really good way to start the heat. The beach is going pretty loud, so good start.
Very good there. And for those that don't know, Roger's from the Santa Cruz region in America, been competing in kneeboarding for many years. I've seen him in all the contests, and one of the things that came out from when I saw him in some of the contests was saying, "That's Roger." So if anybody sees him or wants to put a comment on YouTube, "That's Roger" is how we identify him.
Yeah, we got a surfer in yellow, Charles Thubert, out of France. Oh, no, didn't like the look of that one. He might just want to hang out the back. We do have a priority system in place. That works, so whoever is the first surfer out to the back at the previously identified kind of starting line, they'll get first priority. So that might be the right call from him. It doesn't look like that wave was going to offer him a whole lot, so he will keep his priority for now, which is going to be really key. These guys only have 20 minutes, so wave choice and making sure you've got a wave that both has size and a decent wall to work with is really, really key.
Yeah, indeed. And just coming back to David on his heat, on that previous wave, he came in at a 5.67, if anyone's seen that. You know, connecting those cutbacks into the whitewater is paying off. Bit of length of ride and obviously closing it out at the end there. Roger's wave just followed behind that, and it didn't get as many through, but the judges rewarding him with a 4.46. So setting up the heat quite nicely here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great example of exactly how the scoring is working. Roger just had one kind of cut back to the whitewater, but then had that finishing maneuver with a bit more commitment, really angling the board up, hitting the oncoming section. And you can see he's only marked around 1 point lower than David, who really had to work pretty hard to get that wave all the way through. He's known to us and much beloved by the locals as Rusty, but it doesn't look like he's got any rust on him after that first wave. It'll be good to see how he progresses through the heat.
All right. When you said Rusty, my brain went somewhere else. I thought Rusty, not Rusty. But
no,
good.
No, he's Rusty. We also call him Pepsi, so he'll be sure to get a Pepsi in him. He's not a Coca-Cola man, so there'll be a Pepsi straight after this first heat. All right, so for those of you listening at home, I believe it was Roman Rezak that won that last heat. We are going to be cutting through to an interview with the man of the moment. Let's hear from him.
Welcome back, guys. I'm here at J-Bay, and alongside me is Roman, heat winner of number 7. Absolutely fantastic day here in J-Bay. Roman, how was that for you in that heat?
It's just such fun to get some really good waves. You know, it was a competitive heat. You know, some nice sets. You know, we got it before the wind. And, you know, it was just nice to open up with a win in round 1. You know, it's just nothing worse than, you know, coming 3rd or 4th in this cutthroat, you know, sort of round 1. So I'm just super stoked just to be right through to round 3, you know. So, yeah, survive another day.
Roman, obviously being South African yourself, how do you rate the surf? Are you local or are you not from J-Bay?
I've surfed J-Bay over 20 years, you know, as a competitor back in my youth. Waves are world class. You know, surfing contests are always, unfortunately, generally shit waves. So to have this type of arena and for what these guys have done, putting this event together at this spot is absolutely spectacular. I think we're all fortunate, and yeah, it's insane.
Obviously, next you're through to the next round, which is round 3. You skip round 2, which is great for you. How do you look to prepare for round 3 in the next couple of days?
Yeah, I think the mistake is looking at your draw. You know, and sort of thinking that, how am I going to get through that heat? You got to go out there and get 2 waves. Get 2 waves to the best of your ability, like I did in my heat. If I get beaten, that's it. It is what it is. You know, it's just when you lose because you don't get the waves. You know, so yeah, just looking forward to the next heat, 2 waves.
All right, folks, and that's all you from Roman, and we go back to the studio.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the live broadcast. We looks like we got a couple of waves on the horizon. Big congrats to Roman Rezak there, making it to round 3. So he'll have the rest of the day to kind of relax. We'll see if it gets to age groups. We've got a takeoff here by David Wilsnach, another one for Rusty. Nice little cut back to the power zone there. He's really working these waves well, picking up some good speed, rebound off the foam. The judges will like that variety, and he'll just be hoping for something to link on the inside. He'll want a nice oncoming section to hit. That's where the points are, and yeah, he's just not seeing it on offer there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that he couldn't link through that. But look, 2 waves under the belt. It's better than sitting around and not keeping busy. So little heat tactics working quite well for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's put in a hell of a lot of effort into this world titles. He's been, when the waves aren't on, he's been swimming kilometers and kilometers every day in the pool. So he's fit. He's going to be the kind of guy that'll go out there, get as many waves as possible under the belt. He'll be under priority again here, so he's not going to be worrying about getting the biggest or best set. He can let Charles Dubert in yellow, I believe he'll have priority at the moment. And let me tell you, from previous competitions, priority is not always the best thing to have.
Oh, no, 100%. So look, there's some of the wider ones that come out there. Sometimes you actually put a bit of pressure on yourself. The more you're sitting in the back waiting for waves, your mind starts getting into a different zone. You start panicking a little. So look, priority is a good thing, but so you need to use it wisely. And Surfer and Yellow actually with priority went over the wave. Yeah, good points in case. So Roger up. Little sweepy section at the end. Unfortunately didn't connect through. But as you can see, that just as you demonstrated from that priority, with Surfer and Yellow in priority, didn't get the wave and choose it. He looks like he's paddling now. Unfortunately didn't go.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple more waves coming out the back, but I mean, that looked like a really good one to me, and that's the thing. When you sit with priority, especially now, no wave with 8 minutes to go, it starts getting a bit nervous. Here's Roger again. This is his second wave under priority right from the back. This one looks to be holding up nicely. He's just staying in the power zone. I think he'll be seeking out that one major maneuver. He's looking for an oncoming section. Nice little float off the top, and yeah, unable to pull that around. So he'll head back out. He's still got a couple of minutes. And he's sitting pretty comfortably in second place. Charles Dubert in yellow out the back, still sitting with priority, and it could be getting to him. He needs a big score to get through to the next round. As here we go, once more, Rusty collecting another one on the inside. He's just looking for the right wave, and the more you take, the more chances you've got. Doesn't like the look of that.
Yeah, look, again, the last couple of heats, last couple of waves, the riders haven't been able to sort of connect through. That shows you that the conditions are sort of going through a little bit of a change there. And the importance of going back to that earlier wave of just milking it through and taking your opportunities when they come.
Yeah, he'll just be trying to build a score here. There's Charles. I know I keep coming back to it, but personally, for myself in competition, I can't stand having priority. I get in my own head. I much prefer to just be cruising around underneath priority, taking whatever waves come through. Here, it looks like he's chosen. He needs a big score from this wave, so let's see what it offers up to him. Taking off nice and deep. He's got a big canvas to work with here. Bit of lump and bump on the face. He's cruising through. He's got to stay with the power zone. Yeah, as we go through a change in the tide here, the wave isn't running quite as cleanly through all the way. So you could see there, if you get too far from that power zone, you're gonna struggle to keep with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just watch through the replays. Yeah. So this is early on, Roger. Okay, we just cut through that. For those that saw Charles there, yeah, fair enough with the priority, but just paddling back out. If you saw the dolphins in the background and sort of visiting Jeffreys Bay, is such a special place to surf. You know, surfing this great wave, dolphins through the lineup, and something very foreign today, Shane. It's going to be 25 degrees in the middle of winter. This is nuts.
Yeah, it's not too bad to come on a family holiday, and that's the brilliant thing. I think we've got 123 competitors in this event, but I mean, it's just families galore. It's awesome. Everyone's been so jovial. It's been great to make so many new friends on the beach. And yeah, middle of winter, I see a couple of pairs of long pants, but for the majority of the time, it's a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. We've got great food on offer here around the contest zone. There's cupcakes, there's burger bars, we got food trucks, lots of coffee going around. If I just look out the studio door, lots of hugs. People who maybe haven't seen each other in a number of years reconnecting, and I mean, that's what the sport really is all about. There's amazing people involved.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, kneeboarding is one of those sports where you make brothers, you know, and it's more than family. The camaraderie arguably is second to none. It's coming back to the replay here. So this is that surfer in red?
Yeah, it looks like we might have some technical glitches here. Sorry for those at home. It looks like we might have a couple more waves coming through on the horizon. Just a couple of technical glitches that we are dealing with currently. But yeah, really good set out the back. It looks like guys are getting caught out of position, unfortunately. Surfer in yellow might scrap a ride one here. Let's see what comes through.
Yeah. Something else just coming back while we got a bit of a lull moment here to the conditions. It's also very far in the water's probably in the 16 to 18 degree, probably even warmer. Got a paddle from yellow here, so let's see. Hope he's up. Yep. So Charles is up on yellow. Second wave. 5 minutes to go. He's kicking through. Yeah, a little stuck behind the section, but yeah, giving a good effort. So look, he's got 2 waves under the belt. He can build on that. So yeah, what we've seen out of fantastic. Look at the broadcast again. Fantastic. Thanks for those that have joined us online. I see the comments coming through into YouTube as well, so keep them going. We'll do our best to sort of respond to them. But yeah, such a good event. Just on 3 minutes left to go in the seats. A little bit of a lull. Red is trying to position himself. I think he needs a 5.35 for the lead.
Couple of wide ones coming through. Surfer in blue still trying to find that last score. Let's see what they can make happen. As we said, it's the key positions are first and second. So as long as you come top 2 in that heat, you're going to be getting through and through to the next round. These guys, obviously, we've got people traveling from all over the world, so they want to stick in this competition as long as possible. Luckily, there's still the age groups coming through, so that's there's still plenty of surfing to be done this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it is a stacked event for the next 6 days. So just for the format for today, team, just as a quick reminder, we're running opening round heats 1 through to 23. There has been a slight format change. There are some age group heats going in the later part of the afternoon. That will be veterans heat 1 through to 3 in the afternoon. So yeah, as some team members are going to be surfing twice.
Yeah, certainly. The game of fitness is pretty important out here. It's a real long paddle back. We do have a jet ski patrolling out the back. I'm sure a lot of people will remember the Mick Fanning incident. So our safety aspect is covered. But unfortunately, no jet ski assist. So you're paddling yourself back out to the back line. So you got to make sure you got good shoulders, especially if you end up surfing 3 heats in a day.
Yeah, no, not for the weak. So unfortunately, both competitors there's just a little out of position. But I'm sure in the next sort of minute and a half, which is left, they'll be trying to scratch and find something. So yeah, 1 minute left to go. Surfer in red having a look. Unfortunately not there. Surfer in blue up. Here we go. All right, nice little setup turn, giving it through. Nice positioning. Nice little rail work there, back to the white water, the power source. So two nice maneuvers in at the back, cutting back again, banking off the white water. So this is building up again, you know, to in my opinion, his second best score so far. Look, he's working it through. He's got a minute to go, so he's going to milk this all the way that he can. Keeping with the power source, red up in the back. And there we go, a little close. So yeah, I closed the maneuver through. Just the importance of that wave, length of ride.
Good variety of maneuvers there.
Absolutely. Red's still up in the back, so Roger's still keeping going. It's just setting up for this little section, looking for the inside eye. Unfortunately, could not connect through.
And it looks like we're down to the last 5 seconds. I'm not sure, viewers at home, if you could just let us know in the comments if you have all the graphics. I can't see them up on the screen, but as it stands now, waiting for final scores for both blue and red surfers, but it looks like surfer in blue is going to take this heat with a score of 967. Surfer in red in second place with a score of 700. And surfer in yellow, unfortunately, getting knocked out of the open division, but he'll be through to both the age groups as well as the team events.
Yeah, getting ready for the next heat. So in the next heat, we have Flavio Viana from Portugal. For those that don't know Flavio, he's a man with a camera. This end, always ready to promote kneeboarding, taking photos. So really great guy. It's good to see him in the water and having a splash. We've got Marco Fresh from Brazil, Rod Parberg from Australia, and Richard Firth from South Africa in white.
Yeah, another stacked heat. And I mean, just for the viewers at home, how awesome is this? Flavio from Portugal, Marco from Brazil, Rod from Australia, and Richard from South Africa. That's a pretty decent spread covering a good number of continents. So that's the magic of this kind of events. People coming from all over the world, making friends and putting themselves against one another in what at the moment are fantastic waves for competition.
Absolutely. Shane, this is like such a great venue. One of the things to sort of call out is that for those that haven't been in the Jeffreys Bay region, or in South Africa for that matter, look, let's just follow the surfer on the wave. So I'll come back to what I was going to say. Surfer in white sort of jamming through. He's holding it together. Yep, so setting up. See he's drawing cut back right through to the inside. Cool, banking off the water. Keeping moving, keeping busy.
Yeah, so this is Richard Firth working it to the inside. He's a Cormacky local, so this wave's definitely going the wrong direction for him. He would normally be surfing this as a left, but he does not let it look like he's having any troubles out there. Surprised he didn't go for the end section bash, but that was a great opening wave. That'll set him up well for the rest of the heat.
Absolutely. And Shane, coming back to your comments earlier of just it's not always the deepest person catching the waves. He was sitting the widest of all the competitors, and yet he was able to pick up that wave. So well done on him.
Yeah, he'll... All right, sorry, we had a couple of technical difficulties, but we are back. It looks like there's a couple more waves coming through, so this heat is really wide open. For viewers at home, Richard Firth in white with that first wave got scored a 4.83, so he's leading this heat. He'll now be in last position for priority, but yeah, he's leading. Every other rider is still waiting for that first wave.
Thanks for that, Shane. Yeah, so coming back before the team caught the wave, they were just talking about South Africa and the beauty and the environment. Had the pleasure of going for a meal with Rod Parberg, who's in the heat here now in blue, for dinner last night. Shared a beautiful steak and some lovely red wine. I can definitely speak on behalf of a lot of the international competitors. They're loving South Africa, loving the foods, loving the environments, the conditions. So, yes, such a great pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many better places to come for this kind of environment, and especially at this kind of cost. South Africa is pretty unbeaten. I know a lot of the Australian guys are actually surprised by how uncrowded the waves are. So I think we've been a bit spoiled here, that we look at a break and think, oh gosh, there's so many O's on it. And the Aussies have let us know that we're really quite spoiled, and to have a crowd of 20 guys on a cooking wave is not so bad.
100%. Look, my move out of South Africa was to the Gold Coast in Australia, and conditions similar to this today, you at least have 100 people in the water, if not more. So coming to this and sharing Jeffreys Bay, with four people in the water, or 3 in some cases, is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really special place for South Africans. Try to make this an annual kind of pilgrimage up to J-Bay. And as a lot of the guys from out of town have seen, this is a place you really want to spend a couple of weeks at. The first ride I've heard from a number of guys, Albert, who was with us earlier, world-class kneeboarder, and he just said the speed you're getting down the line actually messes with your brain pretty significantly. So it takes time to calm the nerves, to work the wave out, to know where you can put in a good turn, to know when you're going to race, and to know when you're really going to try to seek the barrel. When you're surfing up at Super Tubes and Impossibles, that's the main goal. So even down here at Point, we've had a good couple of barrels coming through, and I think as this tide comes in and we get a couple of more heats in the water, I think there's going to be some barrels on the cards. So that's going to be really exciting and challenging for the judges.
Yeah, so we saw low tide sort of pass not too long ago. Our high tide is 15:46 later this afternoon. We're currently at 10:20. So what we're going to see with the tide sort of pulling in is a lot more push on the water. The winds are predicted to stay variable and light through the day, so nice and clean conditions. Looks at the dead low now, a little tricky through some of the bump, but expecting some cleanup. So a little lull here in the waves. I'm sure the competitors that are paddling are enjoying this little free time.
Yeah, we got a couple of sets rolling through. If you look at your screens at home, we still have Richard Firth as we wait for the graphics to resume. We've got Richard Firth in first place with a score of 4.83. Surfer in blue having a look. And didn't really appeal to him on that one. He'll hang out the back. He's seen that there's more waves on their way.
Yeah, just quickly while we the team are there. Just thanks to the team members that are following on YouTube and commenting. We are reading through them. We see some audience through from New Zealand, through to the region. So congrats.
Yeah, as you can hopefully see, we got some beautiful dolphins cruising through the pack. I think for those who haven't been around dolphins in the water, at first your heart always jumps about 100 beats per minute when you see that dark fin heading towards you, especially when you see 20 of them heading towards you and your primal instinct says shark. But once you realize they're dolphins, it normally settles you down a bit, and it's really quite a special experience to be in the water with so many dolphins and so much life around you. We've got Surfer in yellow up and going. Marco Farash from Brazil, and yeah, it's not really connecting through at the moment. So he had a look, didn't really suit him there, so he'll head back out and wait for the right kind of wave. We've got 13 minutes to go. Where would your mind be for this heat?
I'll come back to that now. Let's have a look at some of the competitors getting ready here. Look, I think in this 13-minute window, you've tried to have that first wave under the belt already. If you haven't got that, you'll be sort of scrambling around. So Flavio and Rod, need to get busy. You kind of want to stay big, because otherwise, the longer the heats go, as you know, your brain goes into I need something, and you actually try to overexert, rather than just keeping in the flow, in the steady states in your brain. So my thinking for the team would be, just try to get something under the belt, get the nerves out the way. It is quite daunting for some people. There's a lot of audience on the beach here. Everything's webcast with photographers, etc. So yeah, just getting rid of that nervous energy is always a good thing.
Yeah, it's easier said than done. Yeah, either of us. Okay. Sorry, it seems we've had some technical glitches. It looks like we've got the graphics back on the screen, and you should also be able to hear us a lot more clearly. Yeah, we were just discussing that for a lot of guys, the competitive scene is not so big in the kneeboarding community. So you come to a competition like this, all of a sudden you're not relaxed at your home break. You're trying to squeeze as many waves into a 20-minute window where ordinarily you'd be waiting for the bomb out the back. And Mark was just elaborating how important it is, at least in his mindset, to really try get those early waves in.
Yeah, so can't stress enough to, you're surfing not just against the competitors that are in the water, you also surf against yourself. And anybody that's done a lot of heat time in the past would recognize where I'm coming from. It's just something you need to sort of get away from. We all do the sport of riding the wave, and the sooner you can do that, you get rid of all that energy. So definitely a tactic that people can employ.
Yeah, we're looking with just over 10 minutes to go. We got paddle in from White. It seems to me, yeah, that's Richard Firth of South Africa once again. The Komaki local. Just getting caught up in a bit of lump and bump. That's what happens when this onshore starts puffing, you know?
Yeah, such a shame for Rich there. He did do a little cutback in the background. Look, he's got the one scoring wave, so this will sort of solidify his first place. He would have liked to sort of see that through. I think he had his eyes on the competitor in yellow there. I think that gave him a little peripheral vision jitters maybe.
Yeah, as much as it's awesome to have an empty lineup, I mean, how lucky is that to be able to surf up at J-Bay with only 4 guys in the water? Even sometimes when there's only 4 of you, a competitor can get in your way, sometimes skew with your vision and get a bit of nerves going. So, Rich, it looks like the guys are all heading out to sea, so they might be seeing something we're not. They're looking up for some sets. We've still got Surfer in red and in blue, Flavio and Rod both needing their first ridden wave. And there are points on offer out there today. We've already seen some really high scoring heats up in the 14s. So when the waves come through and you take the chance and rip it up, there's points on offer.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, just rolling back to that heats in the 14s, the 3 competitors in that heat all got in the mid 14.5 range. One of the local lads, Stephen van der Vat, unfortunately got knocked out by 0.07. It's just to show you the, I suppose, the different conditions, just taking the opportunities when they come. But there are definitely points out there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big shock to everyone on the beach. No one could quite believe it for Steve-O to go out so early, but it shows the quality and the level of surfing that we are seeing out here. Liam Torrens, I spoke to him briefly after the heat, and he was feeling really nervous. He saw both Steve-O and Larry Berger get these amazing scores right off the bat, and he really had to sit for a while, and you could see that priority wasn't bothering him too much. He waited for priority, he got the right wave, he's a bigger lad, so he needed a bit more wall to be able to throw some spray, and he got the highest scoring wave of that heat. I think he was scored up in the 8s.
Yeah, 8.5s in there. I mean, Larry also had a really good wave and set himself up to sneak into that little second spot. But yeah, I've been traveling with Liam through Africa. Great guy. The guys that don't know him, look, he's 6'3", thereabout. He's weighing in around my heavy stature, but we'll just leave that out of the commentary for now.
Of course, that's the way to do it. As we look here, a couple of sets rolling in. Surfer in blue having a look. This is Rod Parberg from Australia.
Yeah, Rod comes from the Victorian state. Nice little wrap in there, sticking with the section. All right, nice little tail there, a little waft. So that's good. Still working it through, keeping busy, just like the last heat. Getting back into the power source. Look at this little section, looking lovely. So up to 4 sort of cutties. Holding it together there. Well done. And unfortunately getting caught behind. Surfer in white's in the back. Unfortunately not connecting through.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've been talking about for Rod there. We should see a pretty decent score. He had some nice variety there, some solid cutbacks back to the whitewater, as well as a couple of tail drifts. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of score he gets. At the moment, he would be looking at a 6.83 to get into first place. That's where Richard Firth is sitting with his 2-wave combo, and Marco Farash still holding second place with 0.5. So Marco and Flavio have a lot of work to do here, as we see Rod come in with a 4.0, which pretty good score for today.
All things considered, I mean, if you look at the conditions, do look a little challenging at times, and sort of a few lulls here and there, but that wave seemed to offer him a few opportunities. Sort of connected through 2-3 of them, and then that 4th section gave a little jam. Unfortunately, couldn't get the closeout maneuver at the end there, but one solid wave under the belt. 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, speed, power, and flow is a big part of what the judges are marking, especially at a place like J-Bay and a place like Point. But it's also so important to link those maneuvers together smoothly, and then commitment and degree of difficulty. If you're taking off on a big wave and you're going vertical top to bottom and you're really trying to hit in sections, you're putting it on the line, you're risking a bell, that's when you're going to get some pretty solid scores coming through.
Yeah, look, and the judges are definitely looking for that. They're looking for that commitment, variety, speed, power, and flow. All kneeboard surfing, just talking about the criteria, there's no different to surfing criteria. It's all about speed, power, control, flow, variety of maneuvers. So good on the competitors for giving a real good crack.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe Flavio in red would be holding priority at this moment. He's still waiting for that wave. He's a really experienced guy. He spent some time here in Jeffreys Bay. He actually surfed in our national competition a couple of years ago at Magnus, which is just a little bit further up the point past Super Tubes. A lot of people, when they think of J-Bay, think it's just Super Tubes. And, I mean, Jeffreys is really blessed with a number of great waves. So even if Super Tubes is absolutely crowded, with the same conditions, you can get great waves here at points. A little bit further down, we got Albatross, and a little bit further up, we got Magnus.
Absolutely.
So lots on offer.
Yeah, absolutely, Shane, and that's a good point. I mean, we're literally at a little location called Lower Point, so we're about 1.5 kilometers south, roughly, of Super Tubes. Above that, let's just capture the comments. Surf in White's cutting back, looking up for a little setup here. So this is good. Little Richard bouncing through, keeping connected on the inside. Hopefully looking for a little closeout section. Decent length of ride. Unfortunately, cannot connect through. So Shane, coming back to the variety of waves, Super Tubes just about 1 kilometer south of us. Just above that is Boneyards. You've got Coins, Albatross is sort of to the north of us. So very wave-rich area.
Yeah, so even when the crowds pull in, don't be shy. Make sure you get out there. We've seen all the kneeboarders, I think, have had some of the best waves of their lives and some of the best sessions of their lives. It's so awesome walking down the beach. You see guys that have flown in from Oz, Brazil, France, and they just can't stop smiling. They're walking up the beach, big grins on their face. They can't believe where they are.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had the pleasure of taking a few of the Australian team members to a few of the breaks and showing them what Africa's about. One of the former world champions, Shane Simpson, was in my touring brigade. One of the comments he gave through to me yesterday morning is that if it continues this way, it's the best surf trip he's ever been on, and that's saying something.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, we are obviously so stoked to hear that the South African hospitality is a very real thing, and we are so amped to get the guys down. We're looking at a beautiful image there of a couple of ladies on the rocks waving that South African flag. Richard Firth is leading this heat. His last wave there coming in at a 3.00, so that's put him even more firmly into the lead. And as we come down to 4 minutes remaining, we really need something from Flavio to come through here. He'll be hoping for something big out the back.
Yeah, really hoping Flavio, as we said earlier, that nervous energy of sitting around is sort of playing on your mind. So just getting one under the belt will be really good for him. So let's see, there's a few sets rolling through here. We look like Surfer in yellow sort of scratching to hopefully get there. So Marco's also, unfortunately, only had the one takeoff earlier on.
We've got a lovely interview lined up with last heat's winner, so we're going to send you over to the interview booth and hear from one of our champions here.
And welcome back here to J-Bay, and I'm standing next to Dave, winner of his heat. Dave, how's it been out there today?
It's a bit challenging, especially with the onshore coming up now, but there's waves. There's waves to be ridden, and you just pick the right ones, you'll get a good score. Just get a backup on your first score, and you'll be good.
So Dave, you're from Cape Town, and obviously you don't obviously come down here as a local. How often do you come down to J-Bay, and how do you know the surf?
I come here at least twice a year with the family. Come here as a family holiday, and then I surf with my grom at the point quite a bit, and then shoot up to supers to get 1 or 2 waves. Yeah.
And the weather today, and the conditions, and the atmosphere here at J-Bay, how is it meeting your standards?
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's this whole event's like living the dream. Just being here with all these legends of the sport and to share the stoke, it's absolutely amazing.
And you straight through to round 3, so you've got a few days off. How are you going to prepare for that?
I'm just going to relax, keep it loose, and then maybe go for 1 or 2 paddles, maybe up the coast. But yeah, just keep an eye on the conditions, keep loose, and keep focused.
All right, folks, so you heard it from Dave, and he's going to be loose, keeping loose as it goes along, as we head back to the studio for some more commentary.
Welcome back to the studio. We got around 2 minutes left in this heat. Richard Firth still leading it. Rod Palberg sitting in second. Mark and I will be handing over to the Bobcat, the voice from the south, and his commentary partner in the next couple of minutes as we round out this heat. Surfer in yellow, Marco Farash from Brazil. He's needing a 5.23 to go through. There are those kind of waves on offer out there as long as you can make sure you work them correctly. Flavio Viana as well. He'll be seeking a 5.73 to go through to the next round.
So we're going to surfer up, and that's surfer in blue. Rod, sort of sitting in the up section. Unfortunately, getting knocked off his board. Sure is enjoying himself nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean it's great. It's just putting another peg in the totem pole. He's sitting pretty comfortably in second, so he'll be making sure that he's getting through. It's always great to keep scooping up those waves on the inside, keep adding to the points. You never know when you get a fantastic oncoming section that you can hit, and even though it's a smaller wave, you can still get a good score if it's a high degree of difficulty. It's not necessarily all about the size of the wave.
Absolutely. Look, there's points in offer on those smaller waves. As long as that wave connects through, you're getting the opportunities to do your maneuvers. And then some of them, that, as seen from the earlier heats, they sort of connect into that inside shelf and give you that closeout opportunity, which the judges have been loving and obviously rewarding with the points.
As we come down to the last 30 seconds, that South African flag is flying proudly. Richard Firth will be a very happy man, as well as his wife, who's an absolute super fan. She'll be stoked and I'm sure screaming off down the beach to give him a hero's welcome and make sure he gets off to his interview. Here we got Richard Firth just clearing up another one, slowly working his way back to shore. That was a nice little cut back to the power section. This wave, I'm not sure how much of a scoring opportunity it'll add, but that's the end of the heat. Mark, thank you so much. It's been great sitting with you, and I'm sure we'll be back in the booth soon.
Yeah, absolutely, Shane, it's a pleasure sitting with you, and hope the audience are enjoying. We'll pass over to the next commentary crew. Thank you.
Welcome, Bobby.
Two, one. Alrighty. So that previous results were yellow third, blue in second, and white in first. So Team South Africa going back to back here with 4 heats actually taking wins here. 5. So the last 5 heats have been South Africans taking the win there. So they're going strong here. So yes, Richard, when you make your way in, don't forget, go do your heat interview. Keep your rashi on, go do your interview, go enjoy your moment, then go drop it off. Moving on here, we've got Bruno in red from Portugal. In yellow, we've got James Anderson from the UK. In blue, we've got Jeremy Jones from South Africa. And in white, we've got Stephen as well from South Africa. So 2 Saffers, a UK and a Portuguese. Here we go, looking like the man from Portugal. Gonna get our starters here, Bruno. Just a short one there for him. There we go, white as well. Big drop. Trying to hold on. Still trying to get around that white water.
Roger that. Thank you very much. Welcome to our viewers to the latest of the Kneeboard Surfing World Titles here in Jeffreys Bay at Point Wave. The venue is the lower car park and we're in the sunny Eastern Cape. Currently you can see the waves kind of coming up, set looming on the outside. Little crisp, slight offshore, slight onshore, slight cross shore. No complaints so far from anyone that's participating. There we see a paddle on the outside. That colour is
yellow.
Yellow up
Anderson,
and riding.
Victoria, he's off. He blew a fin out of his board that he made specifically for this wave last night. He was a little disappointed, but he's got 3 craft. He knows his backed ups. very involved with the shaping of his boards. But you'll do a little reset there. Start again, paddle back out.
Well, he's in the place to get it fixed overnight.
That's right.
As there's a lot of board manufacturers, ding repairers. Here we have our current lifeguard standing by on duty. You can see the wave in the background. As I say, it's point wave, which is down towards the bottom section of the actual bay of Jeffreys Bay. One wave beyond you, you're coming into Albatross. The venue is the lower car park. And it is the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles. A first in its time, taking place in the legendary town of Jeffreys Bay. Back in the day, just a small fishing village. But it's the waves that created the town and where it is today. And therefore, we're here for a specific purpose and reason. Surfers in the water lining themselves up. You can see a paddle on the outside.
Looks like the surfer in blue, Jeremy Jones.
Doesn't take it.
Kind of went over with that. Got a little caught up.
Yeah.
A little caught up in that white water. The wind's kind of coming down up the face. It's moved around this morning. It's glassy. Tide's just about at the bottom. Super low tide. 0.2 coming up to a 3:30 high of a 1.9, which is going to be a very different looking playing field as the afternoon goes on. As this tide starts to push. Probably maybe even pushing a little bit of swell. Big tide, big coefficient. Keyholes are going to look a lot different. Keeping everyone on their toes. It's great stuff.
Correct. Keeping everyone guessing. Can see jockeying for position. Wave racing down the inside section. I think it's a bit of nerves out there, Mark, at the current moment.
Yeah,
but there's a ride.
Up and
There's
riding.
once again.
This is the surfer in white, Stephen Crookshank, ripping through that second turn. Standing up on the second section here, he's been patient. Camera cuts, nice wrap off the foam. Okay, he's going to get the connection through the inside here. Staying with it. Just a little caught up there. Unfortunate. Couple of big turns out the back though, but a little bit of work done.
Certainly so. It's all a matter of timing when it's coming onto the inside here. You can see that little reform on the inside. You've got to really specifically put yourself in the position, body weight distribution, try and make it happen. If not, get out there and try again.
Absolutely. It's great to have this rotation priority. Quite a long paddle out. You're probably looking at 3 minutes, depending on the sweep and where your position. Can be a little reverse rip as you get up the top. So once you commit to a wave, there's a bit of a turnaround, which is really allows this priority to settle down. So as I see sets approaching out the back.
Do we have a paddle?
I think they've just
Everyone's
caught
jockeying for
inside.
position. Looks
Yeah.
like Mr. Jeremy Jones taking off, finding high hands in the air, bit of nerves. New board underneath his knees, not kind of finding it in any which way. I don't think he'll be very happy with that one.
Rarely are we happy going over the handlebars. That's always kind of a reset. So that's all right. Still got plenty of time.
Certainly so.
Yeah, 15 minutes left on the clock. Current standings, surfer in white, Stephen Crookshank in the lead with a 6.73. James Anderson, just that first wave, got the outside rail caught on a 117. Then we've got Bruno Cardet. My apologies, Bruno. Cardet, his Portuguese competitor. He's on a 0.8. Jeremy Jones, South Africa, a 0.23. And as we are looking, we see James Anderson, second wave.
Looking like a great wave there.
Good
Coming
choice.
off the bottom, lays it onto the top. Doesn't quite get it all the way. Coming into a reverse little roundhouse cut back into the white water. You can see how the movement of the board grabs his rail, sticking it into the juice, making sure length of ride, coming around, back into the white water, semi-S turn, and just making it fade out over the back.
You'd be happy with that. Little settler, you know.
Yeah, just to get the nerves down. Make sure you get one underneath the wetsuit, making sure water temperature seriously warm. Another competitor out in red, kicking a little bit, sitting on the board now, observing the conditions, possibly waiting for a little inside runner.
The water is incredibly warm. I've been surfing in a 2 mil short arm. Our New Zealand competitor this morning, Cameron Stanley, surfing in a pair of board shorts and just the vest. It's like 17 degrees, which My understanding, I heard from a local, is extremely unusual to have this. It can be down to, potentially, 12, 13 this time of year?
Well, I'm telling you something now. It's all down to global warming.
Well, we'll all be surfing in trunks everywhere.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, that score's dropped in for James Anderson. He's got a combined heat total now of 4.83. It was a 3.67. Highest wave of the heat, Stephen Cruikshank's second wave with a 6.0 flat. Bruno Cadet with a 0.5 and a 0.3. And Jeremy Jones with a single score of a 0.23. So 11 minutes 45 remaining. Stephen Cruikshank's got the win. James Anderson only needs a 3.07. And Bruno and Jeremy really want to get some type of, score on the board here and get rid of those 0.1s and 0.5s. There's plenty of opportunity out there.
I think Jeremy should have just taken off on the white water, done a little bit of a belly board session, back onto his knees, and he would have been on this one, rolling through all the way. But it looks like they're going for the clean takeoff, looking for the maximum points required, but yet still he's needing to get just a ride to settle his nerves, make sure he gets in the rhythm of things. I spoke to him this morning. He was kind of on edge, people looking at the names in the heats instead of just concentrating on their capabilities, and yet still he's no youngster, but he's brave at heart.
Yeah, a very wide spread of demographic with competitors here. We've got them in their 70s. There's a 70 plus division of 5 competitors. That's just very inspiring that these guys are still traveling, loving the sport, loving the camaraderie. And they got an opportunity to surf Jeffreys Bay with just a couple of buddies. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, really. It was to see quite a considerable set standing up on the outer reefs. Competitors are making their way out. I think we've got a paddle out the back.
Looks like it's going to break fairly wide in the far corner. There goes Jeremy Jones. Well done, Jeremy. Coming out of the frame of the camera, back into the action, working it into the white water, holding on to the rail. Just making sure, gliding, turning back into the white water, back into a little belly board section, back onto his knees, trying to find it. Couldn't make it really into the second step in front of the wave, kicking out. At least he's got something underneath him. You can see he's a bit of a huffing and puffing at the current moment. He'll be observing what else is coming down the line.
Yep, it's a score on the board for him now. He's got the nerves out. It's the settler. Here we go, we've got the replay.
The replay.
So it came out of frame.
There he comes, through the white water, coming off the bottom, little cut back into it, into a belly board, back onto his knees, trying to find it. It's that little step in front that he's got to get down and into again.
It's definitely a tempo to these waves, and that little ridge as it runs into the bay and straightens up. You see guys hopping and skipping, but if you get the right one, and some of our competitors this morning really capitalised on that. I saw Liam Torrance flow that section. Different tide, but if you can get that link up, the judges are going to love that. They want to see flow. They want to see controlled, powerful turns and committed at the end there, which that heat was stacked. Larry Berger, Liam Torrance and Steve O'Vandervoort, the local, and they really put on a show. Some great surfing in that heat this morning.
It's quite incredible of this little bay, of the duration of time from the top of the point into all the way down the section. Every wave is completely different to the first surf spot, starting at right at the kitchen windows in the beginning of the town. So therefore the wave got its energy coming down. Every wave is so different to the other, from boneyards into supers, into impossibles, into tubes, into coins, into point, into albatross. So therefore the guys have been doing their time here, but you can actually see the conditions aren't always the same in any which way. With the tide coming in later on, you're going to see how it turns out. As long as the swell sleeps coming into the bay, you can see the corduroy lines, people catching some sun rays included, and therefore bottom car park in the background. There we're sitting roughly, pulling back, a lot of footsteps in the sand, people being active, umbrella for shade, turning around, going over, not deciding for taking on that one.
Amazing weather here for winter, really is unbelievable. There's 7.5 minutes left in this opening round, heat 10. Stephen Cruikshank still in the lead, combined heat total of 6.73. James Pommy Anderson, representing the United Kingdom, combined heat total of 4.81. Jeremy Jones' score dropped in for that last wave, and it's put him in reach, only requiring a 1.52. It was a 3.33. And Bruno Cadet really looking to get something moving here. He's got a 0.5 and a 0.3. Just about positioning and patience. There are plenty of opportunities. You just got to find yourself in the right spot and just surf it.
Yeah, positioning certainly critical. Not too deep, not too further on the actual outside. Just watching the conditions, possibly coming on the inside. He needs a little runner to build up. With the set looming on the outside, we can't really see if there's a competitor. There we go.
James Anderson.
There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pommy, give you the commentator's curse. So he just went over the handlebars. A bit of a lump up the face. The ball got stuck potentially. He'd be, well, it's an easy reset. He's still
where he was.
But not in priority. So that can be telling as we wind down. With 6 minutes, 7 seconds, he would have, if he had priority. Look, the surfer in white there is questioning if the priority is swell.
Questioning.
And every indication is that it would have to. It was committed, his hands left the rails. I mean, unfortunately, that wave had that little rib up it and it got the better of him, but it'd be interesting to see. That's obviously swung.
Yes, the medal, the minute you're paddling into it, going for the knee position, your hands leave the rail, certainly so. Change of positioning, change of priority. You can see Stephen Cruikshank, maybe he's got a hard adhering, but he's turning around, he's paddling on to the outside. He did have his hands up, questioning the judging tower.
Yeah, it has to be a priority switch for sure. Absolutely. And you're right, I mean, it's until you see this wave in real life, I mean, I know you can get a feel from what we're broadcasting, which is incredible. It's a very big playing field. It changes with the tide. It moves around. It has different little sections to it. And spending time out there, like you touched on, is critical to knowing where you are and what you're looking for out there. Is that surfer in red?
It was surfer in red. That's Bruno Cadetta.
Third wave. Just a little up and out. Again, positioning key.
There we go. Here's Mr. Stephen Cruikshank. He's taking off. Does he come around the section? He's waiting for it. It's kind of wave that looks like it can go for him. Certainly does. A lot of white water on the face. Nice little S-turn into the pocket. Coming around it. Watch for the off the top. Nice little snap off the top. Places his hand on the nose to keep it in the wave itself. Working it back into there. You can see he's found that bottom step into it. There comes the sucker coming around it now. Look for the final playground. Another little placing there and straightens out. That's a really nice scoring wide.
Absolutely. Probably has to be the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far. Really committed to some beautiful engaged rail turns. And that wave had a tempo that allowed him to really kind of get in that groove there. You can see it had that groove where it cleaned out. Maybe the second wave of the set. Local knowledge there. And I'm sure the score will reflect that wave with 3 minutes 30 left on the clock.
James Anderson going all the way through, stuck into the white water, gets buried in liquid foam.
He's off.
So Stephen Cruikshank holding first position. In the past, he's been the Springbok team captain. Early on in 1992 and 93, thorough gentleman. Previous.
Okay, as there's 3 minutes left in this heat, we're going to cross to an interview from the winner from the last heat. Take it away.
So we're here with Richard Firth, the winner of Heat 9 out there. How'd you go out there, Richard?
Sure. Great fun, a lot of hard work, a bit bouncy, but still, yeah, really great session. Just great to be here. Yeah. Great bunch of guys.
Yeah, it was. Richard was just off camera here, was telling me that we were at the West Side comp together and all that, but we didn't see each other because the rain was going sideways and it was 10 degrees. bit of a different environment here, isn't it?
Way different. What a pleasure. I mean, you guys, it's such a blessing that you guys are here and enjoying such good waves at J-Bay. You've had pumping surf for the last week. I've only been here a few days, but had some really good waves in that time. So may they carry on pumping.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely glad to be here. So thanks so much. Thanks so much, and good luck on your next heats.
Thanks so much. Cheers, mate.
Right, so here we are, back into the action. Still holding first position, Stephen Cruikshank. Time running out. He has a nice little wave for gold. James Anderson working it all the way through. Kind of not getting into the rhythm of things, but making that one. Trying to make it count. They look a bit jittery, wobbly. He has a late attack.
He threw the kitchen sink at that last one.
Once again, in the corner, cameraman pans out to the outside. This could be Mr. Jeremy Jones. Still in the white water. That's Stephen Cruikshank coming through. Here we got split screen. Jeremy Jones seriously giving it horns. Making sure this time, staying into it, going through the pocket, coming around the section. What can he do? Tries a floater re-entry off the white water. And
Jeremy Jones needed a 1.53 to overtake James Anderson, and the score dropped with 46 seconds remaining. Stephen Cruikshank's last wave was a 7.83. The judges did near excellent surfing, committed turns, highest score of the heat, put the rest of the field in a combination, and left James Anderson needing a combo of 13.84. et al. Jeremy Jones and Bruno Cadet. A little flurry of waves at the end there. We're waiting on scores. I mean, this is going to go down. We're literally counting down with 23 seconds. Jeremy Jones with the score to come in, James Anderson and Bruno Cadet. So judges have got a bit to get done as we wind this heat out. Maybe as the Dolphins come through, it's their turn. They've got priority, and it's just amazing, the sea life here. It's such a special spot. Whales yesterday. Fish are plenty, and the Dolphins seem to come through every morning and get their couple and head down the point.
The Dolphins are certainly the residential locals, and they've been going down this lineup ever since time began. You can see the jet ski on the outside. That's just in case of anything were to occur besides the Dolphins pulling in. And if anything were to happen to a competitor, just to assist and help. But here come the true locals, following the lineup, going down, eating skulls of fish, having a great time. But this is their playground, and we're just part of it.
Absolutely. I saw some dolphins getting barreled for 200 metres down Tross the other night. It was incredible. It was dreamy. Like they were coming down the point in the barrel for 300, 400, 500 metres. Unbelievable. As we have opening round, heat 11. It's just kicked off. In red, we've got Joseph Coyne representing the USA. In yellow, Matthew Novikov, part of the Novikov dynasty
Royalty
from North Narrabeen, representing Australia. In gold. In blue, Johnny Kessel representing South Africa. And in white, Matt Bentley from South Africa as well. 19 minutes on the clock. No one's really got a wave as yet, but this should be a ding-dong heat.
Certainly.
Matt Novikov needs no introduction. Son of Michael Novikov, brother of Tom. 3 powerhouses in kneeboarding for the last, 30, since forever really, last 30, 40
Correct.
years. Incredible
3
career.
decades, 4 decades of kneeboard wave riding.
Absolutely.
So they're going to be keeping it tight, and they'll be riding right. Here they go around the bottom of the white water, coming through this section. That's Matt Bentley in white.
Matt Bentley.
Yeah, he's a youngster. He's a junior pro trying to do something there, not finding it. I think things are here. They're taking the name against the wave. If they just settle their nerves, get into the rhythm of things, and start taking up the main frame. Now we're seeing a paddle on the outside. That looks like that color is gold. That's Matthew Novikov. Nice roundhouse cut back. Working it into the inside. Nice tuck off the top. Coming through the inside once again. Seeing it reform. Staying it in, but slips off.
Some damage done on that second turn. Wow. Really engaged. Threw some meat at that. I mean, he's a 6'3",
Lanky guy.
His younger brother as well. Like, they're big fellas and they throw power and water. As you can see, that second turn was committed and he meant business. The wave kind of flattened out. I don't mind that. A couple of big turns. Unless it's going to give you the opportunity to hop, skip and jump, potentially get out there, get a couple of waves, and then maybe drop anchor and wait for one that runs. So there is a sweep out there. It is a lot of paddling. You've got to manage where you want to put your energy in that 20 minutes because it's hard work.
All competitors certainly want to do a liquid assault, yeah? On the inside, turning around, looking for a little runner, deciding possibly to join the rest of the pack far out back. You can see everyone's still paddling, trying to jockey for position, looking over their shoulder, priority, non-priority. We're here, Jeffreys Bay, CineFX, kneeboarding, surfing, world titles, Point Wave. Come down and see the action. Lower car park.
Beautiful sunny day. And this is winter. Unbelievable. Summer must be insane because this weather has just been copy paste day after day. A little bit of rain and a little bit of wind the other day, big Wednesday, but that's fine.
Sunny South Africa.
It's been sensational. And there you go. Judges have dropped the score for that first wave from Matthew Novikov in yellow, giving it a 5.67. So 2 turns, some judges going as high as a 6, and that shows you committed turns. Not necessarily the longest wave of the morning, but really threw some heat at those turns and he was rewarded accordingly. Here we go. Up in blue, Johnny Kessel. That one just runs under him.
Not the most exciting for Johnny Kessel. Johnny Kessel, Cape Townian, but resident in the United States of America, but representing an individual in South Africa himself. He'll be not too impressed with that wave. He knows he can do better. I think everyone's just trying to figure it out still. This wave is not the easiest with the paddle on the inside. This is Matt Bentley. Matt Bentley going for a runner, coming off, keeping the hand on the nose, going through, trying to work it out. Coming through the white water, jockeying a little bit, little hop, skip and jump into the lump.
Staying busy, Matt. I don't mind that. Getting some reps in on the inside. One of the younger competitors. How old would he be, Bob?
He's late 20s.
Yeah, that's a grommet in the kneeboarding world.
Yes.
Absolutely, great to see.
The thing is here, I think also the equipment. It's not your average everyday board out there. And so therefore, maybe deciding which one to take, or he never actually took it. So therefore now making the board right for this, where it's not your average everyday wave that you're actually riding on a weekly, daily occurrence.
Yeah.
It's really need to be slabby, a lot of meat, 2 paddles into it. However, but it is what it is, and therefore you got to make the most of it with what you got underneath you. So you can see here comes the lineup turning around. Looks like Johnny Kessel once again into the whitewater, deciding not to go for it and laying it back. Maybe he should have stayed up, paddling on the inside, going forth, following white, getting into a routine, trying to get out there.
Okay, we're going to cross live now to an interview with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, so Stephen Cruikshank, winner of Heat 10, absolutely smashed the entire competition. That was pretty impressive. How did you go?
Oh yeah, it felt good. 2 waves, that's all it takes. You need to get 2 waves, and I got the first one wasn't so great. The second one was a goodie, and then I got a keeper afterwards. So very, very good. Yeah, the waves are fire. I mean, this is just world class, and it is just so good. Heat wins are all good in that, but just to see all of this stuff, to see all these Neelos here, taking it back to '92 when we came across to Oz. It was just absolutely fantastic. Nelo, the brotherhood of Nelos, I think maybe because there are so few of us in the world, it really is a brotherhood. Here's another Nelo interviewing the winners. You don't get that. The other Nelos are commentating, are taking photographs, are videoing, are just absolutely amazing. It's a good day.
Yeah, I mean, you have a very long history with kneeboarding in South Africa, right? Did you ever think we'd be here?
Absolutely never. Absolutely never. And thanks to that man there, standing to the side, the gigs. I mean, to pull this off is just absolutely phenomenal. Just unbelievable. You know, 92 after the sanction days and that, we came over to Oz, and then you guys came over to us here in 93. We actually had a comp here at J Bay in those days. And then it sort of faded away a bit, but hey, we're back, and it's better than ever. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Well, good luck in the rest of your heats, and we'll look forward to talking to you some more.
Thank you, Albert.
Yeah, no worries. Back to the people in the booth.
Steve Cruikshank.
Yes, thank you very much, Albert and Steve Cruikshank. Steve Cruikshank, the king of Kalk Bay Reef. He can paddle out there blindfolded and just get barreled like no other.
Absolutely commanding win in that last heat, comboing the field, in fact, with 13.83 combined heat total. There was some changes in that last exchange, and Jeremy Jones in blue for South Africa managed to get over the top of James Pommy Anderson on that last wave, being the difference. Super tight heat there. He needed a small score, and he got it. So Steve Cruikshank straight to round 3, Jeremy Jones continuing in round 2, and James Anderson and Bruno Cadet unfortunately bowing out in heat 10 of round 1.
Stephen Cruikshank certainly showing dominance in that one, and I'm telling you now, Jeremy Jones, he'll be smiling like a circus clown. He'll be very happy with that, and he'll be working on building the foundation brick by brick, and Stephen Cruikshank, he'll be going back. I'm sure he'll be relaxing after this one, very happy with his performance, and I'm sure every South African is happy with that as well.
Phenomenal. His name is synonymous with kneeboarding in the Cape Town area. Seen loads of pictures of him charging over there, and little hotbed of guys over there on the west side.
Stephen Cruikshank, thorough gentleman.
Origin. As we see, a little lull in proceedings.
A little bit slow, giving everyone the time to move up, jockeying into position. You can see White slowly paddling up on the outside, going around, coming across. Does he decide? It looks like he's putting on the handbrake a bit, knowing that on the outside priority awaits for the outside. Turning around, paddling for it. See the wave coming through, sitting on the board.
Okay.
Priority.
Matthew Novikov, first priority, sitting on a single wave score of a 5.67. Matt Bentley, 2.33 and a 1.9 in second with a 4.28. 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Sets approaching. Just got to be in the position now. Like Matt would really want to consolidate that 5.67, put something alongside it. As I see the guys a little out of position, that copping that set on the head there.
Yeah.
And again,
Here comes another one through.
It's a big playing field. Lineups are critical. Positioning is critical. And maybe not getting tied up playing priority too much. Here we go.
Novikov coming through, belly boarding in the beginning, taking it off, making sure that he comes there, double hand paddle, coming back, little snap into it, working the wave, coming up, finds the white water, not completing that turn, not so much power in the wave, and maybe just overdoing it a bit instead of just reading the conditions, laying low, and just trying to do a little Cinderella off the white water, completing the ride nice and neat, but still going out in front.
Little off timing there at the end there. I'm sure he'd be aware of that. Bit of chatter in that section of the reef there as the tide starts to push back in. 3 o'clock high tide this afternoon. A little bit of big tide, 1.9. To give you some perspective, this is a 0.2. As we see the competitor in...
Here we go, in white.
Nice end hit. Just got caught up there. Way down the point. He's almost down at Albatross. Right down to the left of the field there. Very long ride. Because we'll catch up with what happened there with the replay in a moment.
Yes.
Here we go.
Now you can see, taking off in the white water. This is Matthew Novikov. Double hand paddle. Laying it low, coming back into the white water, trying to find the juice, coming through just overpowering it, timing out of it, the wave included. It's a tricky wave. It's got punch, then it loses it, then you got to find it. You got to work down the arm of the wave, coming all the way through into the whitewater. You really got to read this wave, local knowledge, all these things. A lot of competitors have been down here, observing it, trying it, but you can see over every 45 minutes, wind change, tide change. It's a whole new setup. It's not like a racetrack where it's all just one way and here we go. With the priority going now, so turning on the outside, this could be Mr. Johnny Kessel missing out on a good wave. People not committing themselves into the whitewater. They're looking for that clean takeoff. With this kind of wave, you can take off into the whitewater, lay low, come through. Here's a replay. On the inside, coming through, round the outside, coming off the bottom, snaps it off the top, just on the impact. That little bounce, knees not positioned correctly, possibly. Also the impact as he lands, body weight distribution, knocking him off, but still trying to do the full commitment. Johnny Kessel in blue, paddling on the outside.
Scores dropped. Matt Novikov, 8.84 combined heat total in the lead. Probably wanted a little more on that one. If he had got that end section connection, I think that'd be a bigger number next to his 5.67. But currently with an 8.84, 6 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Matt Bentley in second with a 4.56 combined heat total. Johnny Kessel, 1.17, requiring a 3.39. Joseph Coyne just sitting on a single wave of a 0.4 up and riding Johnny Kessel in blue.
Let's see what he can do. Laying it low, going with the flow, milking that wave, trying to find the bottom step. Does he get it into it? Not too much yet in this wave. There's the bottom step, cutting back into the whitewater, trying to attempt to stay into it for length of ride, kicking out.
Kicks out there. Probably known there's still enough time to get another score with 5 minutes 20 on the clock. It could be an easy kick out there. Get himself back in position. This low tide, as swell's moving around on that outer sandbar. It's kind of shifting down a little bit as these bigger sets kind of crunch across the back of the bar there. Guys have really got to be adaptive out here. It's a big playing field and very easy to be out of position as we see that set wind through unridden.
So this is the lineup. You can see as the competitors are paddling up, you got to go wide round the outside, keep it going, but don't go too deep. Otherwise, you might just be missing out on the wave building up. But you can see all the competitors are certainly out of position. Both here are in the inside. You can see the set building up on the outside. Here's the replay. This is Johnny Kessel in blue. Comes through, takes it to the whitewater. Not too much into that turn. Just playing it gently. We actually should be more on the rail, coming more committed. Look, judges are trying to see it. There he stands into it, finding the bottom step, throws into a belly board, back into his knees again, whereas he should have just tried to commit himself more into the kneeboard position of riding the wave, for that's what we're looking for. Not the breakage, back onto belly board, back onto kneeboard. We're looking for consistently riding kneeboard on the knees in particular for itself. That low sense of gravity, driving off the bottom, coming into the power, staying in the position of the curling of the wave. Here we have a setter looming on the outside, far corner of the TV screen, going up there, feathering a little bit, still feathering, hasn't broken yet. Could there be a paddle? If I was somebody, I would certainly be paddling for this one. Letting it go through onto the inside. Somebody turning around on the inside. Does he decide to take it into it? It's Matthew Novikov, certainly so.
Let's see, we've got a priority situation here.
Correct.
Red. Joseph Coyne, second wave. He must have had priority there. Played a little tussle with Matt. Matt kind of maybe sold him that one. And then would potentially move himself up the priority ladder. So Joseph probably would have hoped for a little more on that ride, sitting on a single score of a 0.4 as sets approaching out the back, Bob.
Yes.
Big lines coming across the bar now.
Do
Interesting. Who's in position? Sets approaching. 3 minutes. 2 minutes 50 seconds remaining. As we see, guys kind of swept away from that zone there. That was a That was a nice wave across the sandbars. We've got 2 minutes 40. Matt Novikov in the lead with an 8.84 combined
Correct.
heat total. Matt Bentley in second with a 4.56. Needs a 6.51 to jump into first, which is really crucial to jump straight in around 3 as we have a paddle and he's backed out. That was Matt Bentley having a sniff at that one.
Matt Bentley there. He knows time is ticking down.
Absolutely.
He's thinking to himself, I've got to get one more in the bag. I've got to stay in the game.
He's sitting currently on a 2.33 and a 2.23. He needs a 6.5 to leapfrog.
Here he goes.
Matt Novikov,
Looking at it. Not going on the outside.
Johnny Kessel in third position with a 3.77. Only needs a 1.96 to leapfrog Matt Bentley into second. And Joseph Coying in fourth, requiring a 3.56. Currently sitting on a combined heat total of 1.4. As the clock winds down, 1 minute 47 seconds. There's got to be another little exchange here. This is going to be interesting. Anyone's game still, really.
Here we go. Matthew Novikov looks for it, turns around. Matt Bentley. Strange how we got a Matthew Novikov and a Matt Bentley. So both Matts riding kneeboards.
Matt.
Yeah, Matt in the old day was like a Lila.
That's right.
You know,
the original surf Matt.
Yes.
Yeah. Quite a few exponents of that back down in our zone in Australia. They love it. A couple of old Nilos that got the creaky knees and shoulders and can't do it, but they're still getting out there on the mats. Little tribe. Greeno, famous for his mat usage, absolute.
Certainly so.
Wizard. Still rides his mat daily up at the pass every morning. He's there, 70 years old. He's out the pass every single day like clockwork. Absolutely inspirational.
One of the godfathers of kneeboard surfing.
Absolutely. One of the godfathers of this culture. Surfing, stand-up, massive influences across the board. To this day, still designing boats, surf life-saving things. It's just an incredible creative mind that doesn't stop.
Innovator.
Absolutely.
An innovator.
Lives in his pyramid up at the back of Broken Head there.
Never before.
Incredible. Youthful enthusiasm. Okay, as we wind down, we've got 12 seconds on the clock. Everyone's sitting out. It's looking a little still. There is a small lump approaching. Only small scores required. Johnny Kessel only requiring a 1.96. He's out of time, Bob. That's it. Heat over Matt Novikov, taking the win with an 8.84 combined heat total. Matt Bentley in second, 4.56. Unfortunately, relegating Johnny Kessel and Joseph Coying in round 1, heat 11, as we roll straight into round 1, heat 12. Clint Pickering, Brendan Robson, and Mike Thies.
Let me help you out there, Mark.
I haven't got
Clint,
my glasses, Bob. Thanks.
No. It's a bit Afrikaans now.
Ah.
Clint Pickering. Yeah.
I can help you with
Brandon
the next one. That's
Robson
Australian, mate. That's Brando Robbo.
Mike Thies.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So as we sit in the office, we can see out of our front door the view. We're sitting now with a screen in front of us. There's me, and this is us. You can see we're here at the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles J-Bay today, the 17th to the 24th of August 2024. We're at the lower car park and we're surfing at Point Wave. So if you're watching us, come down and enjoy the fun. If you're unable to, stay where you are. We'll keep you in tune and everything else with the actual photographs in the back of the current South African Fabulous 5. But we're in the office. Here we are. Grains of sand from all around the planet, mixing it all together. A little poiky course, putting it together. However, lovely contribution.
It's a great tradition, that, bringing all the Nilos and all their beaches of the world together. It's an incredible setup here. I had friends back home just saying, I cannot believe I'm sitting at home watching kneeboarding on my TV.
Right,
and
yeah.
the boys at home, I mean, it's getting late now. They're setting alarms. I'll
Yeah,
be
you
up
can
at 3.
see he has a
This'll run
strong
all night.
paddle.
And, yeah, great setup. Here we go, Brendan Robson in blue. First wave, nice carve. He's been working hard. He's really put some time in, Brendan. Surfer from Sydney on the northern beaches.
Also, amputee, you can only see he's got only one arm, a right arm competitive, Nice little floater off the inside. He has this lovely zebra design, especially for Africa, on his board. And on the outside there, you can see that's Clint Bearing.
Clint up and out. Yep.
Very careful on how you dismount off the kneeboard, yeah.
Absolutely.
For one never knows on the actual bottom and the rock outcrop. But here goes, looks like Mike Tace, deciding not to go, holding back.
Holding priority, potentially out the back there. He'd be the lone competitor out the back. He'll have his pick
Correct.
of what comes through now. So, opening exchange, 17 minutes, 17 seconds remaining. Judges still deliberating on those first scores.
Yep.
Brendan, not a bad little start. Here we go, paddle in. He decides not to take that. Yeah, good exchange at the beginning. Brendan, a couple of nice tags. Been putting in a lot of time out here. Very accomplished stand-up surfer, and then has now made the move to kneeboarding. Absolutely loves it.
That's very interesting to hear and know.
Yes, he has a little rope on the nose of his board.
Yes.
And allows him to get up and down and
Correct.
duck dive and surf. And he's recently won the Sydney Kneeboard Club. We had a club round down at Cronulla and he took that out. It's
Wonderful.
great to see. He's really empty. He came to our state titles and
Yes.
just loved the brotherhood
Lovely
and the
to
friendship.
hear.
And went straight home and booked a ticket to South Africa on the back of that. He said, I just love the vibes with you boys. I'm coming. So brought his family, been doing some game park, been
Yes.
putting in a lot of hours
Yes.
training with Terry Michael Day. Back home, North Narrabeen, Manly, sessions on the daily, training, videoing, really enjoying the camaraderie, but also
Yes.
he's a very tenacious athlete and human. He used to be a very good stand-up surfer and, won the Sydney Club last week. No slouch, super fit, and a great guy to surf with.
And full of smiles.
Absolutely.
Full of smiles.
Surfed with him last week at North Narrabeen. It was an absolute pleasure.
Yes.
Happiest man on the planet, just frothing. So pumped. Great to see you made the effort to come over, and the family's had a great trip. Hard not to here. Game park. Beautiful food. The weather's been absolutely incredible. Take this all day.
Yeah, we have been very blessed.
Okay, scores dropped in for the first wave from Brendan Robson. That's a 4.67. Clint's first wave in yellow, a 1.17.
And Michael Tace, he's still got to get into the run of things. You can see he's holding priority, it seems to be. Conditions certainly changing all the time. There'll be a bit of chatter making their way up.
I feel that the competitors are a long way down the point. They're just kind of repositioning, heading back to the top of the point now. All flippers engaged. You see that? All surfers engaging the flippers there. Could be a flipper race for priority here. Look at them go. Take the opportunity, boys. I mean, priority's open now, I'd imagine. I mean, white would have priority, hasn't had a wave as yet. But opportunity for blue and yellow to hustle to the top of the point, because I wouldn't say they're in the contest takeoff position as yet.
Yeah, looks like they're doing a half-mile fin.
Yeah.
If I was them, I'd really be going right up, because whilst we sit in the office here, we can actually see where they are in the actual lineup. And there's a pumping wave coming on the outside, and you're only seeing the elbow of it and the arm, where as if they could be like really out of frame.
Absolutely.
Outside wave building up. It looks like they're waiting for the reform for it.
I mean, we look over our left shoulder out to sea. This wave, which
has been going.
Probably 100, 150 metres to your right as you look at the screen. It's just coming into pitch
It's only
now.
coming right now.
So,
and look how far down they are off it. You got to get right into the white water of this wave, and then you're in the juice. Mike Tace trying to get off the starting blocks, paddling into it. Looks like he's taking off on lower. He'll go out of our picture frame. You can hear it. There he is in the white water. He won't be too happy with that ride.
a lot of energy expelled there. You know, that was 6.5 minutes of the heat. And that's his first wave. Now he's right down the bottom of the point as well. Looking at a long paddle out now.
Completely.
So
Brendan Robson turning around for this one. Full commitment. Going hard.
One just ran under him. Maybe should have waited for the second wave of the set. Would have handed priority over in that situation to Clint. It's another opportunity here.
Here he goes again. He's looking for the reform.
What happens with priority here? Okay. Brendan. Wave runs under him. Need to get further up the point, don't they, Bob? They're a little bit to the shoulder from what I'm seeing over our shoulder.
Yeah, this is Mike Tace taking off into the whitewater, trying to do something, but turning into nothing.
12 minutes, 21 seconds.
Yes,
remaining.
Brendan. Nice. With his zebra stripes flashing off the whitewater, coming into him. Coming around the whitewater into the racy section, still going strong. Nice re-entry into the whitewater. Once again, outstanding achievement for a man. Grabbing it, paddling out, look at him go. Fins are flapping up and down. One arm, ladies and gentlemen, you can see Clint Perring making his way out into the outside there now in gold. They should really get up to the top of the point, put more commitment into their actual emphasis of getting into position and having possibly one of the rides of the heat so far, because it's still open game for anybody.
Absolutely.
Clint Perring looking over his shoulder, deciding time that I should paddle. Some dolphins are looming on the outside. Sitting there. I think it's actually the full suit and the heat of the day with the water temperature. People aren't actually knowing how it saturates the energy out of you. Whereas baggies, board shorts, or even just a neoprene shorts going out there with a contest vest, you'll be comfortable for 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
And that's what's caught them off guard here.
Yeah.
The full body armor, going out there, not knowing of, wow, it's really strenuously, including with the paddle. Everybody's pushing up for position. You can see the current coming down as the tide comes in, the rip forming. Clint Perring looking to what's happening. He knows that he's got priority at the current moment, but yet still. Head down, looks like he's pantering a bit.
Yeah,
he needs to get a full solid ride, get back in the game, make a statement. Here comes the set looming on the outside. What does he do?
He only needs a 0.24. Super close heat there. Still waiting for a second score from Brendan Robson in blue to drop in. He's currently in the lead with 10 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. 4.67. Okay, we're going to cross to the winner of the last heat, Matt Novikov. Take it away, guys.
So we're here with the winner of Heat 11, Matt Novikov. Matt, how did you get so tall?
I don't know. Dad's tall, family's tall, and yeah.
And I'm short. I know what you're looking at. Don't judge me like that. No, how did you go out there?
Yeah, all right. I feel lucky to have gotten that first wave I got. The rest of the heat, probably a little bit mispositioned, but managed to get another one, and yeah, that was enough to get me through and get the win. And yeah, it was awesome being out at J-Bay and competing. So it was good fun.
How did you find your positioning out there to find your place and your all that? There's a lot of waves coming in all sorts of different places. How did you find your place, your lineups and stuff like that? How did you find those?
Well, I was trying to position myself just inside of the wide breaking sets to get the in-betweeners, but then I kept getting the sets on the head, so it was a bit hard to position yourself out there. But yeah, the in-betweeners seemed to be good, and I got a couple of them which scored, so yeah, they got me the win.
Excellent. Well, best of luck in your next heats, and figure out how you got so tall and let me know, because I'm still hopeful.
Will do.
All right. Back to the people in the commentary booth. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Albert. Novikov Dynasty represented in true form there. Matt taking out the win in that heat. Round 1, heat 11. His younger brother Tom is also here in the event. He's seeded through to the round of 64. on the back of previous results, and had a red-hot dig in the Westside Challenge. I heard he was absolutely having a crack, coming second only to Lester Sweetman, who took out the event. A pretty close final from all reports on the scorecards, and great event. Second score, Brendan Robson, current situation, 7 minutes 39 seconds remaining on the clock. He's put a 2.83 alongside that 4.67 for a combined heat total of 7.5. Clint in second with a 3.17, only requiring a 5.5 to jump into the lead. And in white, Mike with a 1.4 requiring a 1.78. As we see a paddle from blue, he pulls back.
Attempted paddle, correct?
And 7 minutes 10 remaining. So little reset here. Opportunities for everybody. This heat's still wide open. Brendan's got the high score of a 4.67. Looked good on that wave. Didn't quite get the finish on the next. And good opportunity as we see the two other competitors in yellow and white resetting, recalibrating and making their way back up to the lineup. We'd like to see him head up the point a little bit, Bob. What's your thoughts, sir?
Certainly so. We're just on the end section of the wave, whereas the whole predominant wave itself is way up on our screen on the right hand side. So we have spoken to the crew. He has a bit of a change to it. He has a bit of a paddle. Once again, Mr. Brendan Robson, his one-handed paddle going into it, grabs the rope. You can see not getting into completely into the zone, a bit more commitment. This wave looks like it's got the punch, but no, you've got to be punching it to get into. You've got to put your head down, chin onto the board, full commitment into the paddle, and then you're into the mix of things. You're thinking that this wave is just going to be for you. No, you've got to be for it.
You've really got to get under him and commit. I've learnt that out there. It can lay down, get a little bit of water underneath it, and you think you're in. You've got to get your chest over the front and really put in the big ones, because you've got to be under these waves. But once you're up, as we see more sets approaching, opportunity out the back. He's got a place line up to himself. He'll have the pick of the waves out here.
Here he goes. He's got a set coming through. He's going for the first wave of the set. Nice takeoff for himself. Grabbing that rope on the nose of his board. Coming round into the body weight distribution. Coming through the bottom step into the juices. Does he get his timing right? Almost pulls it off. There you can see the zebra stripes on his spray design. I think it's all to do with Africa, and he's certainly having the time of his life, making sure he has a good setup now. There you can actually see the lineup, where the wave is coming from the top of the screen all the way down, with the security of the jet ski on the outside. Everyone's on the middle here. They're totally out of position.
Way down the point. Way down the point. As we see white have a little scratch there underneath that lump. Those competitors want to be heading to the right of screen as another wave goes unridden off that bar. They need to be up the point maybe 100 or 200 metres. It's easy to say here in the warmth of the container, but there is a lot of water moving down that point. As the tide turns, we've come off the low tide as we head to a 340 high of 1.9. It's going to be a lot of water pushing into the bay through the whole afternoon. As we see no change in the situation. That rain wave of Brendan's hasn't dropped in yet. He's still in the lead with a 7.5. Counting down now, 4 minutes, 21 seconds.
He'll certainly be happy with that.
Absolutely.
Mike Tace, got to get back into his corner. Come out, gloves up. Here's a paddle for Clint Pairing. Waves just coming through onto the inside. Unridden. This is now the bottom end section of the wave, where this rock outcrop is. It's actually curving into the bay, and towards your left it comes out to another shoulder, then it comes into another predominant peak of albatross. So there, these guys can go up easy 150 meters up to our right and keep on going. But I'm telling you now, because of the actual atmosphere, the water temperature, the humidity, and the full suits, it's draining a lot of energy out of them, and that's why they're merely using their swim fins by paddling up here. But you can see Mr. Brendan Robson, he's not giving up in any way. Look at his fins are going, his one arm's powering, he's here to make a statement. Clint Pairing turning around now, paddling into the wave, trying to see, does he get into it? Does he come through? He's taking off into the white water. He comes into the white water. Does he feel that build up? Floated into the white water. Not much happening in that one at all.
These competitors are actually way down the point. Way down the point. That wave rattled and actually caught out the competitors which had just jumped out the keyhole to the right of screen up towards Super Tubes as they came around the back. I mean, getting in and out here synonymously not easy. There's no run up onto the sandbar, and with this low tide, competitors choosing to walk to the right of screen up quite a distance and then jump in the keyhole, come around the back of the wave, hope that you get a lull, but those guys just got absolutely mowed by that set at the top of the point as it made its way down to the competitors that are still paddling up the point with 2 minutes and 26 seconds remaining. Situation remains Brendan Robson 7.5 in the lead. Second, Clint Perring with a 3.17, and Mike only requiring a 1.78 to get into a advancing position here. More sets on the horizon again. 2 minutes left. Plenty of time to get up there if they get motoring.
Brendan Robson jockeying for position. He knows time is running out. He's got like just under 2 minutes remaining. He's fully committed. Look at that.
Good size
One
set.
arm paddle, full distribution of swim fins, turning around into this. Now watch how he takes for his takeoff. Does he get into it? No, he doesn't. The wave itself misleading him, keeping his hopes up high though, holding himself back, going across now. He knows he's got to get into the energy of the wave, which is further up the point where he's moving the position. Here's Mike Tace on the inside, trying his best in the white water. I think after this, he might just retire and come in because the time is clocking down into just under, looks like a minute and a half. So here we're going. This camera now is panning, going across the point. Needs to a little bit more to the right, settling itself up, because the competitors for the next heat, they're further up in this screen that you can't actually see. And here's Brendan Robson paddling for this wave desperately, trying his best to get into it. Not going for this one, sorting himself out, knows that here's the replay. Now this is Mike Tace. Mike Tace comes into the white water. He's just trying to get into it. Round the section, comes through that, back into belly boarding, back into knee boarding. As I said earlier onto it, try to stay continuously into the knee boarding position. That means that you're holding the focus on the sport that is being done here. But for him himself, he's a mature man and he knows that, gosh, one or other time. But look at Brendan, one arm paddle. Here he
15
goes.
seconds, clock winding down.
Going
it's
into
gonna slide
it.
under him. So Beach Marshall counts this one down. And we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brendan Robson taking the win, advancing straight to round 3 with a 7.5. He'll be chuffed with himself. Brendan, well done, mate. Mike, second place with a 3.37, and Clint with a 3.17. Only 0.2 separating second and third in that heat. Unfortunately, someone's got to go home, and it looks like it's Clint Perring as we grind straight into heat 13, round 1. We have up and riding Johan Redmond.
Rademan.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm getting
clarifying
out of
that.
the hot seat and I'm going to give it up onto Albert Monez. He's going to take over. He's going to be in the electric chair and I'm out of here. So being the mouth in the south, Bobby Bobcat.
Thank you, Bobby, for your insights and help with those surnames, mates. And welcome, good friend, Albert Munoz, to the booth. How are you, mate?
We're getting both subbed out here. That's
Looks
excellent.
like,
We're
oh,
getting
wow.
the relief crew coming in.
The relief crew's in. I'm going to sub out and hand you over to the man who's got this whole show on the road, Mr. Gig Celius. Thank you.
We have a replay from Johan. Johan took off on the whitewater. Quite a girthy takeoff. He seems to have handled a bit of the bounce quite well, and a couple of carves and all that. Just something to get the heat started. Bit of a foundation. So far, we've been through quite a few heats this time around. 13 heats have gone through. We've seen the tide bottom out. We've seen the wind swing around a little bit. We've had ups. We've had downs. We've had injuries. We've had all sorts of exciting events happening here so far.
What a privilege to jump in here with you, Albert. And what a day we're having for kneeboarding. and trust that everybody around the world is thoroughly enjoying this with us. What a show it is.
Yep. This is Kenny Horton. Kenny Horton from the Sydney area of Australia. Very famous. Oh, you could almost see it there a little bit, where he's his staggered stance and he places his pads quite staggered, as if he was front side on the right-handers.
Well, welcome back to the studio. Gigsiliers alongside two-time Wasp, man.
Having fun. You wouldn't be able to wipe the smiles off our faces for
Well,
anything.
for at least the next 2 years.
Oh, that's it. Absolutely. Absolutely. No,
Yeah.
it's been awesome. It's been quite an adventure so far, and looking forward to more of this. So I've been bouncing. I don't have to surf today because I managed to snag a seat at some point, and I've been bouncing between this commentary booth and interviewing the winners and just having a bit of a social butterfly around. It's been fantastic.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And there's no doubt that we are unfolding history here. Live webcast of a World Kneeboard titles. A while ago, I came to the important people in J-Bay and I was like, guys, this is what we can do. This is what we want to showcase the sport. And, well, here it is. It's unfolding. And, Albert, even I'm starting to smile now. It's been a few weeks of no smiling, but let's have a look at the replay.
Yep. Of Kenny Horton. Kenny Horton took off quite deep on this wave. I think he would have had a look at the wave and thought to himself, oh, I can get around that, take off a big deep, and I would have made it. But it looked like it kind of didn't let him through. I think a little bit of that texture got under his board and slowed him down just that little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of sea breeze moving in now with the incoming tide here at Lower Point, Jeffreys Bay. Of course, it is a Monday. It is the full moon, so we're on the biggest range of tides. We had that low tide around 9 a.m. this morning. So the swell will be kind to us all day. We will have consistent rhythm in the sets here as that tide on the east coast pushes in. But a little bit of squirrely sea breeze just to kind of bring an edge to things. There's going to be a couple of cleaner rides. There's going to be perhaps a little glossier patch mid-afternoon as we go over and through the high tide mid-afternoon. But no complaints from anybody as far as surf conditions go. And I've already had a little peep down the rest of the chart. And looking at what tomorrow offers, I'm hearing whispers that we could go round 2 and straight to round 3 on the open draw.
That sounds interesting. Tell me what you saw on that forecast. Don't just leave me hanging here. I'm intrigued now. You've piqued my interest.
Well, of course, it's the contest organisers and the contest directors' call, but they want to showcase the premium of the sport. And, there's a few consultants that are working alongside them. So, good forecast. Look, we won't have a 1 foot day during this window. That we're okay with that. We do have a little bit of a weird coastal sort of pressure that's pushing some onshore in on us on Thursday, Friday, and then it goes back offshore on Saturday. Of course, the one thing is the charts have been kind of moving every day. We don't have a lot of real-time info here. A lot of stuff is virtual on the forecast. We're having a look at opening ride here from Ed Dimmick. Ed Dimmick out of Huntington Beach in California, and Ed has been a solid performer over the last few seasons in the US kneeboard scene. A real gentleman and a strong Spartan kind of guy too. He's able to set those rails. He's able to keep boards flowing. I know that he is on a South African-made board. He rides around a 6'1" by 24, and it's allowing him to join the dot suckers. He is a big unit. I would say he's about 220 pounds, about 100 kilos, and he's done a good job with that one, Albert.
Yeah, no, there was definitely some flow going. It kept me entertained the entire time. So hopefully the judges will see fit to reward it appropriately, because there haven't been many of those that come around that somebody could just plow through a little bit of that texture and maintain their speed and the flow throughout from the beginning until the end. I've noticed that the judges are quite fond of being entertained from the beginning of the wave to the end of the wave.
Yeah, a good point you make there, Albert, is, you want a complete ride. The head judge addressed the competitors list yesterday, spoke about the important points. They want to see speed, power, and flow, especially in this discipline. They want to see critical turns, powerful turns in the critical section of the wave. But certainly when it comes to the speed, power, flow there was just a beautiful connectivity. They also want to see combinations of maneuvers. They want to see surfers come out of a rail, switch rails, and go into the next maneuver. Exactly the same criteria that you would interpret good stand-up surfing. That's what's being applied here, Albert.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I can see them applying it. But I just noticed that was sort of my comment on that wave. That despite the texture, and despite the all the potential opportunities for mistakes that could have happened there, and Ed just flowed right through everything.
Well, we'll try and bring a replay of that because he joined the dots nicely. I mean, it is a broken sea condition right now with that onshore breeze. But Ed Dimmick finding a 4.5 in the lineup for his opening score. That's going to work well for him. Remember, he's still got a lot of time to back that up. Just 2 counting rides is all you need in the game here. But Ed Dimmick joining the dots for the 4.5. We'll see if the studio can pull in a replay. And we'll talk to that point, Albert, of just connecting the dots all the way through.
Yeah. You can also see he didn't necessarily take off right on the face. He still took off quite deep. But there is this floating over these lumps and not allowing them to slow him down. That really made it look like it was glassy out there, if you think about it.
Yeah, he's got he's joining the dots. You're using that word a floaty thing. So he's on an EPS blank. He's on a construction that comes out of the built factory in Durban, South Africa. They do a lot of the production of the EPS for Channel Islands, the surfboard brand. They also do a lot for Lost, also the Chile brand. So it's a power horse factory, and it allows the riders to pick out models and access the 2 constructions. You know, they've got one half of the factory is doing the PU, the polys, and the other half is doing EPS. And certainly Ed's love jumping on those EPS shapes.
Yeah. Well, you certainly look comfortable in that. It looks like there's a bit of a scramble going on at the back here. There could be some sets coming through.
Yeah, we do have, just to remind our viewers, we do have priority. It's all the same rules and structure that you would have at any WSL event, at any ISA top level. This is the world titles. And certainly Surfing South Africa, along with On the Move events here in Jeffreys Bay, have put on perhaps the best kneeboard world event ever. But we'll save that discussion. We're only at the beginning of the event, still 6 days ahead of this. So kneeboard fans will be saturated by the time we crown champions on this coming Saturday.
Yep. So far, so good, though, Gigs, as far as the that call.
Yep, so far so good, and it's just day 1, Albert, so we're having a blast, and we trust that everybody around the world is sharing this as well. Of course, we want to get this thing as viral as possible, as quick as possible. We're showcasing our sport, everybody that is here, 125 riders, all incredibly passionate, a tribe of people, and a lot of our tribe didn't make the trip over here, so it's great that we were able to share that with them.
Live as well, so they're not having to wait. You know, like we used to have, you know, before a lot of this technology was made available to us.
I would hear that you've won the Phillip Island kneeboard contest like 7 days later. I'm like, somebody send me one video clip, please. I just want to. So it's great that in the world of tech, we're able to share this. And of course, as we move towards midday on the opening day of competition here, our riders are getting to share it. And it's great that everybody who's made the trip can share it with family and friends. So, yeah, we're loving it. We're very proud of it. That was Johan Rodeman, someone that's done a lot of work for South African kneeboarding. And Johan and his wife, Laura, integral working with Lester Sweetman just a week back to host the West Side Nilos.
And hosted us, too. He hosted Johan and Laura have been absolutely amazing hosts. They've opened their houses to us and just sort of let us in and just allowed us to really experience that South African hospitality. And I'll be honest, Gigs, at times I was a little bit overwhelmed by it. It was so much like just the love and that welcoming sort of feeling that was, you know, we expected some form of, you know, hospitality given the brotherhood of kneeboarding and the fact that we're sort of all connected in that way, but we were just blown away by how awesome, Johan and Laura were to us.
So I'll talk to that point a little bit as we wait for a few more waves to roll through. Here in the South African picture, we didn't have a lot of events going on for quite a number of years, particularly from about 2010. We probably almost had a 7-year where just nothing happened. And, you know, it's not like everybody stopped kneeboarding. Certainly not. Everybody was chasing their swells and chasing their surf dreams, but there was no contest format. And then a guy by the name of Mike De Heer, who does the dust kneeboards down in New Zealand, is a former Cape Townian that did the move over with his family a few years back. It was one day we were all surfing the same break. It was 3 kneeboarders, and we went, hey, hold on. There's 3 of us. Let's call that a gathering. And we made a joke about it. And then a 4th kneeboarder arrived at the break, and we were like, oh, my God, this is like we're maxing out with 4 kneeboarders.
Exceeding the quota in the water.
And we started the joke of let's just put it out there and let's get a session with all the kneeboarders. Let's do one long weekend. And I want to, we'll pick up on all those stories. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, and we'll continue the stories of the gatherings. Down to you guys.
You are in 4th. Listen closely for requirements. Requirement blue is a 3-5-1.
I'm lucky enough to be standing here next to an absolute legend from the northern beaches of Australia, Brendan Robson, winner of round 1, heat 12. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was great. It was a bit challenging, but yeah, found a few waves and had a lot of fun.
Tell us, what are you out there riding on today?
So I'm on a Neon 6.2. It's nice and pinny and pulled in, and I've got DMC fins, which seem to be going really well.
And if you could flip us around, how many fins are in there? That seems to be the big question on everyone's mind nowadays. We got the quaddie going.
It's a quad, yeah, yeah.
How's your experience been in South Africa so far?
It's been unreal. I've had an absolute ball and scored some cracking waves. So.
And your spread, have you spent most of your time up at Super Tubes this last week, or have you been spending it?
One session at Supers, the rest have been at Point trying to practice. So.
Awesome. Well, we got a hell of a lot of live viewers at home. So what message do you have for the folks back home?
It's a lot of fun here, and thanks for watching. I'm having an absolute ball, and it's a great event. And I want to thank Terry Day, who's my coach, and my family, who's all come to support me.
Shot. Awesome to have you, man. Yeah. Right, congrats. We see you a bit later.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Shane. What a great story, man. Just everybody having an absolute blast here at the World Kneeboard Titles. A couple of waves unfolding in the lineup as well. We saw a good wave again for Ed Dimmick. Now we're getting an answer from Mr. Farquhar.
From New Zealand.
From New Zealand, doing a good job there as well. So Jason Farquhar. As we start moving deep into this heat, we're inside the last 5 minutes of this, folks, so we'll drill into the details of what remains here for us. Johan Rademan, meanwhile, is a sneaky lead, but we are waiting for a score, Albert, from Last of Red, which could flip the heat over. Kenny Horton's been a little bit stuck behind the sections out in the lineup.
Yep, absolutely. I think this is another one of those, I know we talked about it quite a bit, but you can see the flow right here. I know I'm overanalyzing things, but you can see that flow and how he's reading what the wave is demanding of him and how he's using a lot of that flotation in that epoxy construction to make the most out of those waves and really just maintain that steady speed throughout.
Yeah, I've worked a lot with Ed built boards, and that one going particularly well. Let's have a look here. Johan Rademan, heat leader, the mayor of Melkbos-Strand, they call him, and such a good vibe amongst the West Siders. Of course, a good vibe amongst kneeboarders generally around the world, but there's a special connection with that whole crew on the West Side there, and Lester's captained it with those events. But Johan has been an integral part, also very involved with the World Kneeboard Titles here in 2024. He's in the RT in the background on this. I'll be 1,000 WhatsApps from him at 1 a.m. querying all kinds of tech and all kinds of numbers. And that's just testimony to Johan and Laura and their commitment to not only detail, but, for the love of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And that they obviously, you can tell that they get a lot out of that connection with kneeboarders, and they get a lot out of the camaraderie that we're getting.
Yeah.
You can tell that they really enjoy what's happening.
And so easy for me to segue back to the story of Johan Rademan as he arrived at, so Mike De Heer from Dust and myself collaborated in 2017, and we thought we'll just go to Elands Bay up the west coast. We'll just send out on social media. We're doing a thing called a gathering. And we had 52 kneeboarders arrive. We were like, what? Where have you guys all been? And so we decided, let's make it an annual thing. And the next year, Johan arrived, and a number of other people that were just, in fact, we had another 50 in 2018, and almost, it was a complete different 50. And I was going, what does that mean? There's 100 out there? And so this thing just grew and grew, and Johan Rademan since 2018 has just been so much part of it. So, leading the heat up until that last ride, checking in from Ed Dimmick. So Ed Dimmick out in the lead here, and here he goes again as we're getting down to the latter minutes.
Look at this bomb.
Couple of sets marching through here, Albert. Ed Dimmick's picked up an early one. Let's see if he stays with it. You've made mention of the flow in that board. It's a 6'1" by 24 by 3 inches. So there's a lot of volume in it.
Looks like it's got a propeller underneath it.
It's a board shaped by Elton Fersman from Built. It's able to be ridden as a thruster or a forefin, from what I recall. And in fact, he won that board in the draw at the US titles in February this year. So he's riding a prize board.
All right. Amazing. There's a few more waves that came through. Keen to see if anybody managed to snag another one of those sets, because there was oh, here we go. Here's
Right.
Kenny Horton.
Well, can Kenny Horton bring his best wave?
Yeah.
You spoke about his stance. You spoke about his legacy in the Australian kneeboard scene, and you've got a lot of messages from Kenny in the build-up to this as well.
Yeah.
Just incomplete for Kenny Horton. Remember, it is the opening round, so there is a repecharge that will run later and into tomorrow. We're down to 45 seconds out in the lineup here with Heat 13 of the opening round. It's day 1 of the World Kneeboard titles.
Look
and
at
Ed
this.
Dimmick, yeah, there's another couple of rollers coming through here. Clock's on about 35 seconds now. And that is what everybody, when we managed to secure J-Bay, we knew that there'd be moments like this. It's winter here, and the swell's consistent. I know that a lot of you, Albert, your crew have been here and just been surfing themselves to a standstill. There's been so much swell available for us.
Yes, absolutely. And to experience something like that and look at it and be here and see that is the canvas that this contest is giving us to be able to express our surfing and to, because oftentimes, I mean, gigs, you know this, competition's often known for not having the best quality surf, and to actually have the opportunity, so much blank space and so much.
You're up and riding time as well, Albert.
Yes,
just
absolutely.
riding time.
Absolutely. To have that, just featured just now. That's why I'm leaning over. I'm so excited.
Well, guys, if you're loving the show, please share this with friends and family. Gig Sellers alongside Albert Muniz. We've both had the privilege of having world titles in the sport. We're both passionate about it, as is all 125 guys here in J-Bay. And if you've got friends and family, other kneeboarders that perhaps are not aware, please share this far and wide. We are showcasing for the first time in history World Kneeboarding, but live from J-Bay, South Africa. So, Albert, great to have you here, man.
Yeah.
What a week we're having.
Oh, it's amazing. Actually, come to think of it, I haven't told you this story. I ran into, speaking of world titles, when we had breakfast at Hermanus about a week and a half ago, and you said, oh, you can go over there and check out the shop, and we did. We walked in there and we checked out the shop, and we're standing around. We see an old kneeboard of yours or a model of yours, and you're just, oh, all right, we're taking photos and stuff like that. I walk around the corner and I saw one of your world title trophies from 1994.
Oh,
in
wow.
Barra da Tijuca in Brazil.
No way.
And I just sat there and I just started prattling off the entire story, because I was there in the audience, right? I didn't make it very far. I didn't do very well in that event, and I remember being there, and I remember watching it, and I remember everybody that was there, and I start rattling off all these other things. It just brought back that connection to that time. And it was another time. To me, it was quite a significant event because it was the sort of the first time that I went to a big event where there was a lot of kneeboarders. And of course,
And you were there with Puerto Rico at the time.
I was there with Puerto Rico at the time. That's right. I was still in high school.
No way.
And, and I remember that day. That was the day of the finals, and I went to go and see it. And I sat in the stands and I watched it, and I just learned so much from that experience. It stuck with me that hard.
Wow.
That as soon as I saw that trophy, I was like, oh, yeah, I remember that day. Blah, 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 blah.
Well,
there
I'll
was nobody around me. I was talking to myself most of the time.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
so.
But I'll contextualize it for you as well before we go back and drill into the surf action here. But you're referencing the ISA World Titles of 1994. Here's a cool story, which maybe most kneeboarders won't know, and you won't, Albert, until right now, is South Africa had been excluded for the entire 80s and 90s, right? So we got re-invited back, and 1992, I was lucky to get the win in France, and that was great. But I really wanted to defend the title in 94. But here's the interesting thing, is the month that Nelson Mandela came into power and became president of the country, of course, everything was officially then stamped for the change which the country had been pushing for. And here's the interesting part of the story, is we were issued with an entire new national flag, the rainbow flag that we know today. And also, that happened on the 24th of April, and that was commissioned in. Nelson Mandela was sworn in. Week 1 of May, just 10 days later, the South African surfing team with myself as the kneeboard representative went over to Rio. We had a new national anthem. I was still trying to learn the words of it. And so kneeboarding is the first sport that has won anything global under the new flag.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know that story.
Oh, that's a pretty unique.
It's pretty huge, actually. And I've never really told the story, but yeah, that is a true fact, that the first sport to ever win under the new Rainbow Nation flag is kneeboarding.
Yeah, right. Wow. Wow.
And that's a cool story, man.
That is a cool story. That's a good feather in the cap. I remember that final. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It was you, Gav Coleman, who's also here.
Yes.
William Grutter from Brazil.
I think so, yes.
Who I heard later on he became a doctor.
Okay.
And Greg Bell from New Zealand.
I think you're right.
Who was one of our hosts in the Dunedin Worlds in 2020. And I hadn't seen him until then in 2020 as well.
No way.
And we both remembered it. It was
it's like a 2-decade reconnection.
I know. But that's I think that's one of the special things about kneeboarding, is that we have that connection, and it's so deeply ingrained in who we are that as soon as we see each other, that reconnection happens again, regardless of whether it's been 2 days or 2 decades.
Or if you're a student then and a doctor now. Or in your case, if you're a high school student then and a scientist now.
I know.
An astronaut.
I know.
What are you these days?
I don't know. It changes title all the time.
Anyway, we're yarning stories, all kneeboarding. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us from J-Bay, South Africa. Gig Saliers and Albert Munez waffling on about everything, and new heat teed up in the water in the meantime.
Yes.
We are progressing in the opening round of the Opens. Heat number 14 currently underway. No rides yet, with Randy Everett Reed out of San Francisco, California in the yellow. Phil Chadwick, Australia, will be in blue. Donald Bentley, who's done a lot of work behind the scenes here, regards this world titles as well. The South African is in the white. And almost the first time we've seen a little pause in the ocean's rhythm here over the entire morning, Albert.
I think, yes, but we're filling in that dead space just fine, aren't we? There are plenty of stories to tell. Interesting story about Phil Chadwick, who isn't here. We kept sort of asking the question, is he coming, is he not coming, is he coming, is he not coming? And I can tell now that he's not here, but it might have been one of those last minute sort of couldn't quite make it sort of Australians that came through. It's a very long way for us, quite a bit of travel. But
sure.
The magnet was you set the magnet, you planted that flag, and then the magnet was set, and there was no.
Yeah, there's life that gets in the way of people's plans as well. I mean, there were a number of people that had expressed that they were very keen. Obviously, in the years build up to this, there were a number of people. I think of Californian Bill Sharp, who was a finalist in the Worlds back in the early 80s. He's been very busy with his big wave management, and that he's produced incredible 100-foot wave movies and all that. And Bill was kind of fence-sitting for a while. He messaged a while ago saying he can't make it. And that's cool. We've got lots of people that really had the intention, and sometimes things, maybe that's what happened to Phil Chadwick here.
Yeah.
But either way, as I say, life does get in the way of plans. But you also got to dig your heels in sometime and just go bugger it. Life's for living.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, for those that could make it, regardless of how much they could dig their heels in or not, we're sharing with them this live. I'm still blown away by this whole live stream thing. It's I'm a university lecturer, so I can speak and I can waffle on, and I've been around kneeboarding for a long time, and I've got stories and all that sort of stuff. But to have this, to be sitting here with you with this audience digitally, is still a pretty big deal. I'm still pretty blown away by it. To go out there and interview the finalists, the winners of every heat as they come around, right?
Yeah.
The production crew here have been very, very kind and very, I must say, from time to time, they take a bit of a risk in handing me a microphone.
But you know what? We carefully contemplated who we betting our risks with. Don't worry, Albert. You're doing great. And we love having you here. And to every Australian that has made the trip as well, we trust that that's your home.
A lot of great kneeboarders around my area as well that I meet up with from time to time. Simon Farrer, of course, lives 20 or so minutes down the road from me. Shane Simpson used to live about Barnes, of course, of 16 Images fame.
Yep.
Is lurking around somewhere.
Yep, the Legless TV crew. Great to have them.
Yeah, no, so we'll have to get Steen in here, I think, at some point.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
If I see him lurking around out there, I'll drag him in.
We'll do some special guests through the week. We'll throw a few people under the bus. But for the first time ever, we're broadcasting kneeboarding globally, having a big and great time in J-Bay. So, stoked you guys are here, Albert.
We gotta get a list of special guests going, I think. I think there's
Absolutely. Well, meanwhile, a couple of scores in on the scoreboard there. Randy Reid in with the 2.83. Similar score there for Donald Bentley. And while we wait for some more waves to roll through the lineup, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat. I'm assuming it would be Ed Dimmick.
All right, I'm lucky enough to be standing here next to Ed Dimmick. Ed, well done on winning that heat. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels great. I'm excited to get first and still be alive and be in round 3 to surf with the big boys.
Yeah, and I mean, the swell's only looking like it's going to be better and better, so I'm sure tomorrow's going to be an incredible day for you. Tell me a little bit more about what you're riding over here.
Oh, it's built, and thanks to Gig Saliers. He put me on a great board here. I just got it a couple days ago, picked it up here, and so it worked great for me. So thanks, Gigs.
Have you been able to ride it both out at Supers and at the points, or
I rode it here at the point once, and then I was down at Supers yesterday, and I didn't want to ding it or anything, so I took out a PU board.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so wanted to keep it fresh.
I can imagine. Well, it looks to be going well. The big question on a lot of people's minds: how many fins in the bottom of that thing?
Going for the thruster.
Gigs would be proud.
Try to do off the top turns, watching these guys that are just ripping and trying to emulate them, man. So there's a lot of great surfers here.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. If you have a message you want to send back home for
I do. I want to say hi to my family, my wife Alice, and my daughter Lindsay, and my son Shane. Hey, it's awesome here. I miss you guys. And anyway, I got first place for you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Ed.
Oh, thank you, man.
So much.
Well, thanks, Ed. Don't worry, Alice, they're planning a family trip next year. He wants to come back. Meanwhile, little exchange in the lineup here. Waves between Randy Reid in yellow from California and Donald Bentley, both having a go at it, picking out little waves in the lineup. And, of course, still some time left in this one.
How was that stoked? How stoked was Ed Dimmick on that one?
He quoted me in the thruster thing there, but I mean, you're also a fan of the 3-fin. I mean, it's a similar What are you riding these days, Albert?
Yeah, still 3 fins. I will confess that I ride almost exclusively PU boards. Every time I've gone to the EPS, it's I've been like a fish out of water a little bit, just a little bit too. I do have one that I only ride when it's like absolutely flat, like it's just the smallest waves you could possibly imagine. That's the only time that I can make a epoxy work.
So talking to that point is, and I've pondered this on, and it'll be good to get global kneeboarders involved in the discussion. But I think that you need to be a certain weight as a rider to ride EPS. That's kind of my theory. There's two factors: is what is the rider weight, and then what is the surf conditions, what is the swell period that you're riding. So, and I think the cutoff is 85 kilograms. I don't know what that'll relate to in pounds, but just my own little maths, and that of everybody that's over 85 to 90 kilograms that we put on an EPS shape, you can cut a board out of PU, cut a board out of EPS, and the heavier guy will go, oh my God, yes, I feel 10 years younger. And then a guy, what is your weight, by the way? Where you?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, all right, but I can tell you that you're under 80. You're under 80 kilograms, right?
I am under 80 kilograms.
So we just want to talk to my point as a science experiment.
Oh, look, I'm somewhere in the low 70 kilogram sort of weight.
Right.
I don't know. I don't like scales.
Yep.
But I take your point in that perhaps with a little bit of extra weight, you
Yep.
can then counterbalance the buoyancy. So as epoxy has that tendency to be more buoyant, so
Yes.
you need to push down on
Yep.
it as well. So to have the idea of extra weight to push down on it in order to get
Yes.
the most out of it,
Yes.
certainly makes sense.
So that's where I see that discussion going, and we've got plenty of time this week to talk about that. So segueing to a new heat out in the lineup. There was only 2 people in that. A no-show from Phil Chadwick. The guys had a number of waves, and we'll just move through the schedule here.
Yep.
So new heat now phasing in.
Almost all new names to me, actually.
All right.
Dion I think I might have met Dion at Westside.
Yeah, perhaps so.
Maybe, I don't know, but it's exciting to see the new names, though, isn't it?
Absolutely,
I was commentating on a heat earlier with a Brazilian surfer. It piqued my interest.
Yep.
Right. A new, just to see what a new person that I haven't seen can do to this. In kneeboarding. It's quite an important thing. Welcoming new people into competitive kneeboarding is quite interesting, and there's no lack of hospitality, obviously, but it's interesting to me.
Good.
Sure.
Well, if it's interesting to you, Albert, it's going to be interesting to everybody around the world that has some kind of passion or interest in the sport of kneeboarding. We trust that you're all enjoying the show with us. It's midday here in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, as the tide continues to push. We've got a fresh heat in the water. Young Max from Portugal. He is in that Aveiro area, working closely with Pedro and the rest of the crew up there. Great world titles back in 2022 from the Portuguese, and Max has become a stoked kneeboarder. Of course, out in the lineup with him is Annie, and Annie is, the French contingent are well represented here, and we saw Lenny Ash going in Heat 1 this morning, mixing it up with the men, and it's the same for Annie here. She's going to have a go at this. And then, of course, joining is Grant Robertson, old-time charger from the west side of the Cape Peninsula. Of course, his son Shane Robertson along with us on commentary. So Grant is not afraid of some big chunky waves. He'll be relishing at the opportunity to get a couple of uncrowded waves on the point here. And then Dion van Antwerpen, he lives in a place called Gordons Bay, about 40 minutes from the Cape Town airport towards the Hermanus side. You guys would have driven right past that as Mark Crawford was guiding you around. And Dion van Antwerpen, very intense, very focused human. He takes his journey quite seriously. Comes from a wave ski competitive background.
Right.
Very, very high achiever in the sport of that in a few years past. And Dion has found the truth on his knees, and certainly is one of the regulars. There's not a lot of kneeboarders that have made the charge to Skeleton Bay. Dion and Tom Gray made that trip last year Dion will not miss a swell here in J-Bay as well. It's a 6-hour drive flat out with the southwest wind across the country. And Dion and his lovely wife and their new doggy are always chasing swells. And Dion's enjoying this quality of life that he's really enjoying. And he's found a whole group of very similar-minded people in the kneeboard community. He came to the Vic Bay gathering of 2023 at Victoria Bay and absolutely blew everybody away. As I say, he's not afraid to charge. Biggest Windy Wednesday last week. He was out there having a go with a number of the guys. So yeah, Dion van Antwerpen is somebody to watch in the lineup this year.
Yes, now I remember him. Now that I saw that little flash of, now I remember him from the West Side comp. He was relishing in a bit of size over there. So that's good to see him. Good to see him over here. Jesus, it's nice to be able to have that space and ability to just chase swells like that in a wave-rich country like this. I've been blown away by the landscape, but I've also been blown away by how the coastline has all of these big, ruts and bays and a very jagged coastline. It creates so many opportunities for good waves to pop up. I think we've only seen we've only seen like 1% of the potential out here, but my goodness, it's just blown me away.
Well, we're talking about Dion van Antwerpen, and here he is. He's also become a disciple of the EPS equipment. He's a bigger chap himself, and he's really worked hard on his surfing over the last 2 seasons.
Just the flow again.
Yeah.
It just seems to have that plowing through that flow again. So can I go back to the EPS
the geography of the
conversation?
South African landscape.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, carry on. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so we've obviously been guided by the forecast and all that sort of stuff, and just a lot of driving, but at the same time, it's like when you're getting there, it's going to be offshore, there's going to be swell, you're going to be there at the right tide, and if you're not sure, there's always somebody to call. And there's always somebody to guide you and point you in that right direction. And I think that's an important part of being able to sort of
plug in
and get the most out of every swell event that gets put to your. And I think Mark Crawford, who's been our host, has been also amazing throughout the entire thing. Always has, okay, we'll go there.
Yep.
And then you'll look at me and be like, what do you think? Let's just go.
Well, let's hear what you think. We want to hear from the winner of that last heat as well. We'll go to that straight after this. Let's just stick with young Max from Portugal. He's going to find himself his opening wave here of heat number 15. He's working it through to the inside. Now, he's one of those characters that doesn't need EPS equipment. He's on a PU board. And while we discuss all of these, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat. We'll go down to the beach interview.
All right, I'm standing here with Randy Reed out of San Francisco. Randy, first win of the comp. How are we feeling?
Feeling good. It was tough conditions today, though, compared to what we've had for like the last week and a half. It's been pretty good offshore at the most winds, but this is the roughest and smallest day we've had.
Well, I mean, I've been lucky enough to have this guy as my roommate, and he's been traveling far and wide. His South African or his surfing extravaganza doesn't stop here. Tell us where else you managed to get on this trip.
Oh, we did the donkey. I got lucky. I have a good friend that's invited us and welcomed us. It's not for everybody. We were very fortunate. He gifted us with a special trip over to Namibia, and it was more than awesome. If my trip ended then, it would have been great. And now I get to surf the best left in the world, and now I'm surfing the best right in the world.
That's the way to do it. Has it all been on the same bolt machine?
I mix it up. We were 10-foot Hawaii over at Namibia at the donkey, and I rode a 6.2, not a built. This is epoxy, and so it's more like Giggs likes to call it a groveler, but I use it my small, medium wave board.
All right. Well, we got a whole bunch of listeners that are tuned in from around the world. What do you got to say to the people listening from home?
I love South Africa. Thank you for hosting this, and it's a trip of a lifetime. Awesome. Really happy.
It's great to have you down here, man. Good luck. First win, first of many, hopefully. Cheers. Have a good one.
Talks directly to your point, Albert, as Randy and Ed Quinn have been linked up and enjoying the lineup, of course, with Simon Farah in tow as well, and they're just having an amazing time. And, here he gets a chance to roll out a few waves with just a few people in the lineup at J-Bay. And having a look here, this is young Annie. She's connecting the dots here for wave number 2. First one, just a smaller throwaway score, but she's doing a good job with this, linking the dots again. She doesn't weigh a lot. I had a chat to her yesterday. She rides boards way down in the sort of 5'6", 5'7", by just over 22 wide, so she's carrying less weight than you, Albert.
Yeah, no EPS, I'm sure, as well. Going back to so there's two things that I want to touch on. So Randy's been traveling with Ed Quinn and Simon Farah, and they've been doing a lot of Ks, and they've been doing a lot of traveling, and they've been doing a lot of chasing waves. And so have we. We haven't run into them yet. We just keep going in these direction. We go here, we go
Everyone's
there.
busy surf missioning, and no one's crossing over.
I know. That's just a testament to the number of options that we get in a coastline such as this. And I think that's quite a testament to the experience that a lot of the kneeboarders that have been here, that are coming here, not just for the event, but for the experience of actually traveling and surfing South Africa, has been very varied, and I think that's another factor to sort of consider, because most of these events, it's you go there a couple days early, you practice on the contest bank, you surf your heats, and then you go home. Well, this time around, for a lot of us, it's been no, let's do a week before, let's do a week or a couple days after, or and we did the West Side comp as well, so we were here sort of traveling around and trying to get the most out of our days here, and it has not disappointed. I gotta confess, I'm a little bit tired.
Sometimes you just need to tap out for an hour.
Yeah, that's it.
And then just keep filling your cup with South African experiences, Albert.
No, absolutely.
You'll get a chance on the aeroplane home to digest it all.
That's it, absolutely. But let's go back to the EPS conversation. I'm still interested in this. I still haven't. You gave me a theory there. And that's great, and I completely understand what you're saying. With a heavier rider will be able to sort of balance that buoyancy against the water tension. Oh, hang on,
Let's
Max
have a
is
look.
on a bomb here.
This is young Max, the young teenager from Aveiro in Portugal. Got to meet up with him 2 years ago. He's traveling with Pedro and Bruno in the crew. And, he's found himself a nice run. It didn't really break too many rail lines there. Judges might be a little bit critical of that. No one with a standout score just yet. Dion van Antwerpen got a couple of nice turns on that also on EPS equipment. He got that little 3-point out of it. So everybody's still looking to build backup scores here. And while we build the shape of this heat, we can continue to yarn on. I'm going to give you something else because I know you're a man of theory. So we spoke about the dividing line between riding PU by scale weight. I've got another part of the theory as well, and that is in swell period.
Oh, yes, as far as the energy that is there.
Yes, the latent energy and the kilojoules that are available in the wave to push you. And what I've noticed is like a 10 or 12 second period wave in South Africa doesn't always relate to the same in other parts of the world. So we interpret this different. And so for me and for us here in South Africa, I've got a cutoff of 13 seconds. So anything 13 seconds and under, I'll ride exactly the same board in EPS, and if it's 14 seconds, I'll ride PU, and it has worked. But let's go back and have a look at a replay here.
That drop was insane. There's a lot of bounce happening in there, but that drop was insane. He certainly was not afraid of going through that, and we got Dion on another wave.
Yeah, so quick rapid fire here from Dion van Antwerpen. He's already found, his opener was a 3, Albert backed it up with a 2.03. So, listen, let me tell you, he's going to find a 5 or a 6 in the lineup at some stage if he's in the right place at the right time, and that is pretty much what's happening here now. Let's see if he wrestles with that white water.
Is that an EPS thing as well, to be able to catch that many waves in a row?
Yep, that's an EPS thing too. Dion van Antwerpen switches rails, moves left, moves right. And let's see if he finds a reform on the inside. He's not going to, but scrambling onto a couple of waves, he knows that those 3s and 2s are not really part of the deal, even in the opening round here of a World Titles event. So expect a bit more from him with a little over 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, no, but so far it's been quite functional so far to be able to just get those get your wave count up just to get a few turns here and there. All right, let me get back to this.
You want to continue with this discussion?
I just want to wrap my head around this because this is interesting. So you're talking about the weight of the rider pushing the foam into the water.
So about 16% difference in flotation.
Oh my God!
Is about the number.
Where's my calculator?
But if you take cubic inches, if you take liters of board and you take cubic inches, you cut two boards exactly the same. I've done the tests, man. It's 16%, whatever that may be.
Yep.
As you know, you can interpret it in other ways. You can.
Yep.
So then what you can do is you can start changing the volume by 16% and cut your EPS 16% smaller by length, width, and thing. And it's a mathematical thing.
Yes. But going back to the rider, the swell period, and the buoyancy of the board. So what you're saying is that balance, those are the three sort of main dimensions of the three main
factors
parts
to
of
the
this
discussion,
equation, right?
Yep.
So you have the rider pushing down on the board resisting the rider by trying to be buoyant.
Yes.
And then at the same time, the board and the rider absorbing the energy that the wave has to offer.
Correct.
I wish I would have written that down.
I know, that was brilliant. But you can pull it back on YouTube, and you will.
I will have to. I will have to. No, there is a point to. I think there's a point. I can resonate with that point a little bit because when I'm riding my PU boards, it's always very, very weak waves, like 6, 7 second periods on the east coast of Australia.
Yep.
Very small, and always looking for that extra buoyancy just to prevent me to have to force my way through the wave.
Yep.
And rather have the board glide over that wave. So that same glide that I was talking about before, that Ed was demonstrating and that Dion is demonstrating in this heat, has that utility in the waves that I surf on the east coast of Australia.
Perhaps. But you would have to run that experiment yourself, and you would have to go through that process because I think now it gets interpreted, and I think the answer to the question is harder to find for you underneath 85 kilograms.
Yes.
Underneath that weight scale.
I understand that, and I think the main way that I've compensated for that as best as I can is in rail thickness.
Uh-huh.
So what I've had to do in my EPS boards as I'm working with David Parks on this is I have stepped down rails.
You pull the rail down.
And then but fluted, because you can't actually get that much curvature off a blank. It goes from, a 2 1/8 of an inch, and then an inch closer to the rail line. It goes down to like 3/4 of an inch.
Yep.
It just steps down because I feel like I need that whenever I do get the opportunity to put the board on rail. I need it to penetrate the water very, very quickly.
Yep.
And easily. And I wasn't able to do that with a fuller rail.
But the difference between a fuller rail and a more pulled over rail is always off the top deck. You're not really changing your rail line off the bottom deck at any stage.
No, but
so it's a matter of how much you're pulling the top deck over to give that profile edge.
Yes. And and for my EPS boards, I've had to sort of take off like an inch or so.
Okay.
Quite a dramatic sort of a thing, and not just off the rails, but also off the tail.
Yep.
So I end up with this almost like a pseudo flex tail
idea.
Yep.
Yeah, because you've dropped that overall thickness to reduce the volume.
Yes, and sort of just reallocating where that volume exists purposely for small, weak waves.
So let's.
We're in the weeds here.
No. So.
We're taking people on a ride.
That's fine. Let's call you. You'll represent the 70 kilogram gang, and I'll represent the 100 kilogram gang. So I'm 225 pounds, and you're whatever 75, whatever that pounds is. What is the discrepancy in weight? 30%.
Yes.
Right. Now, how do I compete against you in 2 to 3 foot waves? I can't. You got my ass in Black Beach in New Zealand.
Oh yes.
2 foot waves. So that's the 30% that the bigger guys will struggle with. And I think bringing EPS into the discussion is just kind of softening that disadvantage of carrying the extra weight.
Yep.
Over
Mitigating.
the lighter riders. It is a thing to discuss. A guy like this, Max, he doesn't weigh a lot. It's not going to be as much of a factor. And I think also, and you know what, here's the tough part of the kneeboard discussion is age.
Yes.
Right? Our average ages are older. It just is what it is. We have a look at the participation by numbers, by percentage at a world titles event here. Some of the biggest categories are 50 to 60 years age, and that's just what it is. We're an aging sport, and that's a different topic we can drill into. But for the sake of the technical science of boards, an older guy needs all the help he can get as well. So, there's that discussion regards EPS.
No, absolutely. The idea of flexibility and the fast twitch of the muscle fibers and the ability to react very quickly is definitely a factor. And I think, having lived in Florida for 7 years, I know what it's like. You need to have that fast twitch, quick responses, and in order to be able to sort of function.
Yeah. If you want to stay a participating surfer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and keep some consistency.
Absolutely. Whereas here, I found even on the bigger days before the contest started, I found myself having to ride a slightly longer board to draw a longer line. Not because I needed more length, but because I almost needed the board to slow me down a little bit so I could make more sort of rounded so extending my arcs of my turns. In response to
which
that.
you can also do with rail line length or fin size.
Right. Yes, exactly.
So
But I can only do it with one at a time.
Smaller waves, bigger fin templates, which kind of seems illogical.
It does. It does.
Bigger waves, smaller fins, right?
It does. Absolutely.
So let's just pay attention to this heat in the water. We've built a heat and we've found a result. Deon van Antwerp has done a good job of it. A 4-pointer a little while back just to back up his opening score of a 3, and he'll take the heat win. And that's okay. He'll be through to round 3 with that win in this category. Of course, other positions there. Maxime Alvang from Portugal will now go into repechage round 2, which will come our way as early as this afternoon. And Michou from France. She is in 3rd. And, well, no ways for Grant Robertson. So did Dad not paddle out, Shane? No, it didn't paddle out. Okay, so we only had a 3-man heat in that. But all good. Great to have Grant's son Shane on commentary doing an outstanding job. And folks, we're trusting that as you watch this YouTube feed from all around the world, that you're enjoying the show with us. Gig Saliers alongside Albert Munez, 2-time world champion of the sport. And we're having a great time with him. We trust you as we tee up our new heat in the water. Single blast of the horn will get heat 16 underway. And we're introducing Heiken Sanchez from Venezuela. Character, absolute character. And he'll be taking on Chris Diplock from the UK. Of course, Chris very involved in the kneeboard scene over in the United Kingdom and in the European scene. Ant Anderson, hardcore charger, talking about 2 South African hardcore chargers in this, Anthony Anderson and former national champion of 1988, Carl Ebel. And we'll have some fun with this heat as we get it underway. No rides just yet.
Yeah. No, I know Chris Diplock's name has been involved in kneeboarding for a very long time. And Carl Ebel, I met Carl at the Westside Comp as well. He's taken off on a really deep one. Looks like he's powering his way, sort of muscling his way through. Made it all the way out there. Made it all the way to the open face and really giving himself an opportunity to maximize the potential there.
Well, Carl is a spirited athlete, let me tell you now. He has grown up in the middle of that Cape Nilo club back in the 80s. He knows how to put a heat together. And here goes Chris Diplock. This is Bro Diplock. Kneeboard shaper of his own. We'd like to get him in for a couple of chats as well. That'll be fun.
Oh, he would have gone down that rabbit hole.
I know, right? Maybe we'll host a Shapers Chat evening on the social circuit here in J-Bay this week. But certainly Bro Diplock, very instrumental in the scene over in the UK. I tell you the other thing that's instrumental in the scene in the UK is the wave pool discussion.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm going to open up another whole rabbit hole. But we've got a whole week to do that, folks. We're going to have a good time with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, the wave pool discussion is certainly something. I've sampled a few in my time, and Yeah, there's actually a new one that opened up about an hour and 15 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
It only opened up about a month ago or so.
Urban Surf as well?
That's right.
In the western part of Sydney?
Yes, a copy of the one in Melbourne with a few small tweaks.
Yeah.
I remember speaking to the project manager during construction of that. It's a South African, and he was quite, I was sort of talking shop and getting into it with him, and he was sort of making all these descriptions and all these different comparisons. And we've got Heiken Sanchez in here.
Well, let's get this first wave underway for the Brazilian Heiken Sanchez. Judges working on an opening score for opponent in white, Carl Ebel. And there's an inside section. What can he do with it? That's going to work out just fine for the Brazilian. Oh, sorry, for the Venezuelan.
Had a bit of a staggered stance there, too.
Yeah. And I'll tell you something else. His boards didn't arrive.
Oh,
and he's
is that
using
right?
a South African-built board. Meanwhile, here goes Carl Ebel. He's a big lad. He's in that 100-kilo plus. He hasn't gone to the EPS formula just yet. I need to get in his ear on that, but he is an absolute. The one thing with Carl is he doesn't surf small waves, so he's not that interested in trying to find energy in 2-foot surf. Carl will wait it out sometimes a whole month before he has a paddle, but he loves the big, thick waves. I know that he owns boards in the 7.2 range. He charges big West Coast reef breaks. And as I say, Carl Ebel, at a tender age of 18, back in 1988, was amongst the big dogs of the time, guys like Steve Cruikshank, Sean Noon, and others. And he got a win in the national championships and absolutely barreling, tubing conditions at the national champs back then. So a young blonde-haired Carl Ebel was thrust into this thing. And he's been a Kneeboard disciple ever since.
Yeah, right. Was he riding a 7.2 at that point?
I know.
Those big boards like that, geez, they're scary.
I can tell you what they were riding. The Kneeboard scene in the 80s in South Africa, all the Kneeboards were either made in Durban at a place called Lamont Surf, and Dean Cleary and Lonnie Bunn were two Californians that were shaping in that area. And then there was Glenn Darcy right here in J-Bay, and a man called David Lipschitz owned Surf Centre at the time, a big retail store in the middle of Cape Town, and Carl Ebel ended up being a partner in the business. But all the Kneeboards that went into the Cape Town scene from mid-80s through to mid-90s were all Glenn Darcy shapes. So that's pretty much what Carl Ebel would have been riding back then.
Right, okay. Yeah, it's you sparked a few other ideas in there, a few other rabbit holes that I need to go down.
Albert, we're going to do a lot of heats together. We're going to rabbit hole each other all the way to the finish line on Saturday when we crown champions.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things that I do want to bring up, and we could go really deep into the rabbit hole at another time, is I remember we watched, of course, as we were trying to study how we were going to approach this wave and all that. We ran into that 1988, I believe it was.
The Crosby tools.
And the boards that you guys were riding back then. I'm fascinated by that.
Oh,
You're shaking your head as if
we
I
weren't
just broke back
fascinated.
up.
We were not fascinated by them at all. I will delve into that. Let's go get Ant Anderson's story underway. Ant has played a major part in the Kneeboard scene over the last few years as well. A passionate Kneeboarder. He loves to kind of be a little under the radar. He loves to just go and surf those deep solo reefs by himself. He likes to travel around. I get a nod from Bobby Rousseau, who's a similar type of I call it trying to spot the lesser spotted bobcat. So hard to find Bobby Rousseau. We've got him for this week, but don't try to have a surf with him. He'll just disappear. And Ant Anderson's one of those guys as well. They'll go, I'm going to drive up the East Coast, and then they'll go up the West Coast, and then you'll catch up 10 days later. They'll throw you those smoke screens. They'll absolutely lie to your face. And Ant's kind of one of those guys that will just, he wants to have those solo surfs, and he'll tackle the heavy water when he has to.
Yeah, right. So back to those 80s boards.
Please don't take us there. But yes, we're going to go down the rabbit hole of board design a number of times this week. I spoke about the board designs of the time. Guys like Bobby Rousseau and Steve Cruikshank were all riding boards in around the 5.5 to 5.7 range. They were all horribly wide, and they had no bottom character in them at all. There was no such thing as concave. We didn't even understand V. They were just dead flat. The fin positioning was completely wrong. There was no rocker. There was no tail rocker in it. There was no nose rocker in it. They were just horrible, and we had a great time on them.
And you had the fins really close to positioned really close to the rail.
They were clustered very close together.
Yeah.
It was like a real spread out twin fin. We had these big square chop tails. And they were just terrible. But it's what we had at the time, and you know, I kind of started working with Lonnie Boone and with Mike Lamont, who'd brought the Lightning Bolt brand here to South Africa back in the late 70s, early 80s, and those guys started putting a touch of V in the tails on those boards. But honestly, everything in kneeboard design for us changed. Again, post-apartheid, once everything shifted, Nelson Mandela came out of prison in February 1990, and suddenly the world thought we were cool again, and we started getting invites. And kneeboarding along, and I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, kneeboarding, cricket, and rugby were the first sports to break out and have exchanges again on the international sporting platform. And the guys of the time, Kenny Stapleton over in Sydney, had a lot of discussions with a South African by the name of John Thompson, and those two guys joined it up, and we ended up with a South African team of 6 that went over and surfed against Australia. We also came down to do the Waves nightclub Wollongong Pro or something like that.
Yes.
And we, as a South African team, obviously we were wonderfully hosted. Everybody has those fond memories. We're going all the way back here to April 92 for this discussion. But let's go back to the board design. We left that trip from Australia. We'd seen hot-butted boards. We'd seen Michael Noviklov influenced shapes from the northern beaches of Sydney. At the time, I had never seen anything like the phenom that Simon Farrow was on a small 5'7" with these weird gutter channels in them. A board by Wayne Hutch, I believe, at the time. I'd never seen an e-boarder that good, and I was like, oh my God, and the entire compass had to be reset.
Yes.
I remember doing the process because we got back, so we threw all those wide-tailed boards away. I went straight to thruster, made a few, and then ended up against Parks in the world titles in France in 92, and the rest is a story. But board design absolutely changed from that trip in April 1992.
Yeah.
We got lots of questions to ask what riders are riding in 2024. Let's go down and hear from our beach interview.
All right, I'm here with Dion. He's a local Cape Town charger, cutting his teeth well out here at J-Bay. How was that first heat for you?
Oh, Shane, it was pretty difficult, but it's fun all around, all the same, I suppose.
Yeah, well, through to round 3, so most likely you'll be surfing again on Wednesday. Besides your age groups, tell us a bit more about your board, the Magic Sled today.
Oh, it's made by Dave Stubbs. I used to be a wave skier when I was a junior, and I've been through a couple of board manufacturers and went back to him and haven't looked back, eh? Awesome boards. Full carbon, super light.
I mean, it looks dangerous. I see you rocking the quad fin setup. I know Giggs and Albert have been discussing fins, EPS, PU, the whole shebang. But, I mean, this thing looks like it's going really well for you. I wonder if you just have a quick message for all our viewers who are watching from around the world.
Yeah, I mean, everybody that's around, come around, have a coffee, take the scene in, and join us, eh?
Pull in, it's cooking down here.
Just come down and have fun, eh?
Epic. Well done, bro. Congrats. We see you later. Rest up well. Well done, bro.
The draw in the 2024 kneeboarding surfing world titles, and he's through to round 3. Let's see who joins him here. Nice heat unfolding here. It's going to be a couple of numbers between this man on screen, Hayden Sanchez from Venezuela. Meanwhile, Carl Ebel is in the lead, and Sanchez is chasing him as we move through this heat number 16.
Got one good turn in for sure. I think might be a few other waves.
Didn't need a lot to steal the win either there, Albert. Just a 1-3-3. So we'll see a situation change here shortly. That'll fire up Carl Ebel. And where is Bro Diplock in the mix? Chris with a 3 and a 1.4. He's down in 3rd position. Ant Anderson just a single ride at this stage. We'd already, just like that, we're down to 7.5 minutes.
Yep. Here's Carl Ebel again doing a few little turns on a nice open face. Bit of a jam there. Just trying to trying to replicate that EPS flow on a PU board. I think still got some turns in there and a few wiggles here and there. That'll definitely be a score. That should. Do you think that's going to extend his lead, maybe, Giggs?
Well, let's just have a look. We'll wait for all those numbers to settle. 7 minutes to go. Here's our rider in blue, Ant Anderson. He's got that flowing style. He's one of those cruisy surfers, but he knows how to keep the board in the critical parts. He loves hollow waves, loves bigger waves. But, that one's going to be just his second counting ride of the heat thus far. Opened up with the 387, and now finally getting that second wave underway. Let's have a look at Bro Diplock here.
Oh, very nice first turn. Looks like he was kind of getting caught behind, but not really. Seems like he's still going, and a little whitewater climb. Not bad. That should definitely increase his score line, I would think. Not to put myself in the judges' place.
Well, remember that one of Michael Novikov's world titles came from those early days in the early 80s. And I know that Nov had a big influence on Bro Diplock and the UK scene at the time. A number of kneeboards were left in the European space. And Bro Diplock has always sort of followed that wider Narrabeen type of style of Novikov and Farah.
Yep.
Have a look at this one.
That's a very nice wave by Carl. Ant.
Is that our replay?
That is a replay of a wave that we just saw.
I made mention to the fact that he likes to join the dots. We're back to live action here. And a nice little smash there from Bro Diplock. We spoke about him, emulating with that very low down style, sort of wingspan arms, and keeping that upper body weight really folded down and over the center of the board for, sort of forward drive and momentum.
And stability, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just to keep that, if you keep that center of gravity just that little bit lower, sometimes you can make some magic happen.
How many cool stories do you want about boards? Do you want more?
Yes, more,
so,
please.
So I leave the Portuguese world titles in 2022, and I jump in a motorhome, and I decide I'm doing a month around Europe. Okay, true story. So I do the whole Portuguese coast, I do the Spanish coast, but this is not about me. This is about the board story. I arrive in Biarritz, France. Jerome Blanco says, meet me at the Grand Plage at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning. They're drinking white wine. They are completely off their face, and then they go for a mid-afternoon surf. Let's have a look at the replay here. But the reason why I'm telling you the story in its context is one of the guys is a guy called Chris, and he represented France in that first world titles ever that Novikov won. The board that Nov won on somehow ended up staying in Biarritz on a surf trip after the Worlds, and I got to hold, touch, and hang out with this board. I think it was about a 5'4", 5'5", and it's not unlike a thruster that's right here at the event today. That's how advanced those shapes were back then.
You get Nov in here, he'll start asking you questions about where that board is.
We need to get Michael Novikov in, and we will this week. We're going to have a number of special guests. We may never have a live broadcast for kneeboarding again. We'll be watching this on YouTube in 10 years' time going, remember those days?
Yeah. No, well, it's important to make the most out of it. The opportunities there, it's about realizing its potential. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm rapid firing all these board design questions.
Well, I'll tell you what else is happening, Albert. There's a 6-3-3 on the scorecard for our man in red. Right now, the Venezuelan is out front in this heat. Carl Ebel still chasing him. Ant Anderson's climbed up to second, and we had a lot of chat about Chris Diplock, the UK rider. He's penned down in fourth, and nobody needs a big number to change the shape of the heat here as we go down under 3 minutes. Ant Anderson down in third needs a 3.83. Chris Diplock needs a 4.43.
Oh, we have a rider up here. This could turn everything. This looks like a very good wave. Nice open face. Ant Anderson doing a quick turn. Oh, it looks like it's shut down a little bit.
A little bit frustrated. Ant Anderson will be with that, Albert. Still, perhaps the shape of the heat could change here.
as I look over my shoulder here, I think I see there's a few more opportunities popping up on the horizon in these last couple of minutes in this heat.
So we're able to tell priorities as well from the top left of screen as well. I can tell that Carl Ebel has a first priority. If you look in the little column top left of screen, you'll see those little numericals change. And of course, folks, if you are watching this on YouTube, what you can further do is pull out your mobile phone and download live heats, and you can have it drill into the stats even more regards who needs what. And of course, every heat being published on that Live Heats platform. A huge thanks to Surfing South Africa for the keys to that system, and of course for providing the judging panel, the live scores, of course so much of the kneeboard scene. Very, very anchored in Surfing South Africa, who've been very kind to our alternate sport over the years.
Yeah, no, this setup has been this setup is unreal. This isn't the sort of thing that just happens without a bit of relationship building and constant contact and, you know, contributions from both sides over the years. You can tell that this didn't just pop up because you made one phone call. It's obviously because you had a lot of these relationships that you built over the many years and many events, and, you know, through a lot of these this is how a lot of these things happen sometimes. We got Haken again. 1 minute left to go. He's already leading this heat quite a bit, and look at that. It's just the staggered stance has always fascinated me. I think at one point or another I might have had a staggered stance one day or 1 or 2 days. After that, couldn't do it afterwards. That was it. That was it.
No, you got to square it up. You got to drive. I always tell people you got to drive a go-kart. Get those legs wide
and the shoulders.
There's a saying, surf like a slut, keep your legs open.
Yep.
Keep
And
your feet wide as well.
Yep.
And that brings that rail stability, Albert.
Absolutely. And I think and it allows for a better getting more out of symmetrical shapes.
Yeah, symmetrical shapes, weight distribution, control, flow.
Absolutely. So I think it's time for us to maybe have a bit of a break and have another.
So Team
group
Rabbit
come
Hole
on.
is going to step out for a bit.
Yeah.
So two blows of the horn outside means that heat number 16 is done. We'll bring in a new team of Shane Robertson and Bobby Rousseau to keep you entertained. We trust that you're enjoying the World Kneeboard titles with us.
Second, and your surfer from Venezuela.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so now moving on to heat number 17 of the opening round. In red, we have Ryan Gallagher from Australia. In yellow, we have Duan Bosch from South Africa. In blue, we have Daniel Pipala from the USA. And in white, Mark Iago representing South Africa as well. So two surfers, an American and an Australian in this heat.
And welcome back to the live stream here at the J-Bay CineFX Kneeboard World Titles. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Bobby Rousseau. The names on the screen are the wrong way around at the moment. Bobby, how's the day been going for you so far?
Well, Shane, it seems like I'm B and you C, and together we are BC, and that is you're able to see us on Nilo TV. So it's not kind of making sense unto me, but in the next time round, we all shall see.
I couldn't have said it any better myself, Bobby. Thank you for joining us out here today. It's been a pretty awesome day so far. All right, so we're just resolving some technical difficulties, but it's looking like a pretty stacked heat. There's still waves coming through, pretty thick and fast. We've got Ryan Gallagher, surfer in red from afar, representing Australia. We've got Dwayne Bosch, one of our own from South Africa, in yellow. Daniel Pipala from, I can't see where he's from, in blue. And we got Mark Iago, who's also from South Africa. He's surfing with us in white.
Well, Daniel's from the USA.
Okay, there we go.
Here's gold up and riding. This is Dwayne Bosch coming out on a nice looking wave, coming around the section. A lot of speed of that. Tucks underneath the lip into the white water. Doesn't complete the maneuver. And has the first one underneath the belt just to settle the nerves, to settle the knees. He'll be deciding now what to do. Paddle wide on the outside. Here we can see a set looming on the outside. That color is white. So that is Mark Jago. He's coming all the way from Hermanus, South Africa, into the whitewater, looking for that double step on the bottom, coming through it. Does he come through? As he gets through it, he slips off. I think it's a wax situation there, Shane.
Yeah, Mark Jago, he's actually a bodyboarder, boogie boarder, whatever you like to refer to it initially. So he's much more at home in kind of round waves of consequence, but he's been spending a lot of time on the kneeboard. He's a convert by gigs to Lears, so he's been doing pretty well at some of the local comps, and I think he'll be finding his feet, or finding his knees, should I say, out there sometime soon.
That was a quick snippet at Ryan Gallagher, and could this be somebody still in the heat riding on the inside? Possibly.
I've been wondering. I mean, the swell hasn't been that big, but it wouldn't be the first time someone's hopped out at the bottom of point and run back up to jump in near the top keyhole.
Well, we wait to see, but at the moment now you can see the waves coming in the far corner of the screen. Everyone's still trying to paddle out in position. White far out on the outside.
Yeah, we got a couple of scores that we're waiting to drop. They're keeping the judges busy. That's the beautiful thing. We've got a great swell lined up here, and we're not just getting one-wave sets. Every time it seems that we're able to get almost all 4 riders on a set wave. Occasionally they're getting caught on the inside, but we really can't complain about the conditions thus far, Bob.
And we mustn't forget about the surf jet ski out there with the sled. They're out there just to make sure that everything in the water is kept calm, and if anyone should get into distress, they'll zip in quickly, put him on the ski, take him out into the back. Here we see people are paddling out on the back. That's white and red. So that's Mark Jago and Ryan Gallagher.
Well, we've got a flurry of scores that have come in. Dwayne Bosch in yellow from South Africa, he's leading the heat at the moment. He's gotten a 2.67. It's pretty tricky out there. And to get these low kind of scores, I mean, the guys are hoping to just put a couple of turns together and see what they can build up. In second, we've also got another South African, Mark Jago. He's sitting with a 2.00. Ryan Gallagher from Oz, he's sitting in third. So he's going to be wanting to move up into at least second position to make sure he gets through this round 1. Just to remind our viewers at home, the first place from this round goes into round 3. Second place from this heat will go into round 2. And third and fourth place are eliminated from the open division, and they'll just have their age group left. So there's quite a lot at stake here, Bobby.
And as you can see, the conditions, that's not actually the wave. The cameraman on the top, he should actually pan his camera, turn it up to actually where the wave is formed along the rock shelf, and see how it actually runs down there on the outside. But we'll have to have a word of talk with him. But at the current moment now, this is Ryan Gallagher. See how he takes off, comes round into the white water, snaps it, finds a double step onto the inside, nice little pocket, off the top little snap, once again gets christened into the white water. The heat, the weather, full suits. Mark Jago working it through, coming across, has to come past his fellow competitor, going all guns out, nice floater off the white water, comes around the section, going it through to the ending of the wave. He'll be certainly happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a good backup score. I think Ryan Gallagher also did well there. He put in a really good cutback. But what the judges are looking for is degree of difficulty, especially in challenging conditions like this. That's where he went for that hit on the oncoming section. And with a high degree of difficulty comes that risk as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he's scored out there.
Now that's a spectacular view.
Not too shabby at all, Bobcat.
The CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles at Point Wave, Jeffreys Bay. The location, our venue, HQ, competitors venue, Lower Park. As you pan back, there you can see going all the way up, Point Wave into coins, into tubes, and around the corner into super tubes, into boneyards, and goes all the way up into a little place called Kitchen Windows.
Yeah, so we've got a change of situation here. Mark Yago, his second score 4.5. So that's put him quite firmly into the lead now. Ryan Gallagher as well, he managed to score a 2.93 with that big cutback that he put in. So he's in second place. So this has completely flipped the heats on its head. Dwayne Bosch, who was sitting first, is now in third. He needs a pretty small score to make sure he gets through this round. But to speak to what you were saying, Bobcats, a lot of people think J-Bay and they think Super Tubes, but there really is a wealth of waves around this whole venue.
And certainly there are, and how blessed the internationals and ourselves over the duration of time have had access to this. But some of them, this is their first time here, and they're actually kicking themselves, saying to themselves, why haven't I been here before? I mean, look at the weather for winter.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 25-degree day. Most people are in a pair of shorts and a T-shirt, so there's not much to complain about. And if you're coming from far afield, somewhere out of the US, out of Europe, or even Australia, the rand exchange rate really works in your favor. I've spoken to a couple of guys out of Oz, and they've said it's the best you can eat anywhere in the world for 10 Aussie dollars. So they'll be beyond stoked. It's a fantastic venue for your family as well.
Well, wait till they try biltong with some braai vlees.
Yeah, that should blow their minds quite a bit. I know there's a braai experience being hosted at the Viswyfie on Wednesday night. So I know a whole bunch of of our foreign compatriots are going to be signing up for that. So it's a full 5-course braai extravaganza. So that should open their minds up to the world of meat quite well.
Yeah, and may they eat a lot so that we can keep the gees, and then they'll be like tummy fools. You know, what's that saying? Magi's vol,
oortjies toe.
Oortjies toe.
So that's a little bit of Afrikaans, one of the local languages that essentially means stomach's full and then your eyes are going to close. So there might be some underhanded overfeeding of our foreign competitors to try and get the South African guys the edge.
May they indulge. Have we got a paddle?
Had a look at it. But I mean, Bobby, you've been coming here for decades. When was the first time you stepped foot onto the shores of J-Bay?
I was very fortunate. 1984. Wow. My mom wrote a letter to school, and I was in a combi coming to watch the country feeling classic of the likes of Mark Akilupo and various other professional surfers starting out in their youth.
Again, another one from Ryan Gallagher there, another nice cutback, but he just needs to try connect and land that end section. If he's able to pull those off those end section hits, he's going to be looking at a score in the high sixes, even angling towards a 7.
They've just got to amp themselves down. I think they're trying too hard for the wave that's just a bit too little for them. Yeah. You know, kneeboarders are used to a lot of power in the pocket, offshore conditions. That's where we enjoy ourselves and have the most kind of like out of the total of the sport. Where today's it's pretty flat. It's got a bowl here and there. It's all critical about timing, coming through onto the inside section, and don't overplay the wave.
Yeah. Let it come to you kind of thing.
Go with the flow.
I know you've got a lot more experience here than I do, Bobby. How much of an effect does tide have on the way this wave breaks? All right, we're going to be heading into an interview with the winner of the last heat. So stand by at home for that. He's going to have some words for all of you.
Hi, everyone. I'm here with Haken. Just won his last heat. Just doing some really good surfing out there. How did you experience that?
Well, I was a little unexpected. The tide was changing, so the strategy that I had on from the previous days had to be completely altered to catch up, you know, with the better sets coming out the back. And it was pretty good. I mean, I caught a good wave, the first wave, hit it a couple of times, solid turns. I'm using somebody's board. Somebody was kind enough to loan me one of their boards, and it's just a magic stick. It's really good.
We noticed that, we did hear when we were commentating that your boards didn't get here.
That's right. They got left behind, and well, I was already here, so I had to make do with what I have, you know.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of kneeboards and kneeboarders around, so you should be able to find something that works as time goes on. Do you want to say anything to the folks at home, anybody that's watching, and happy for you to do it in Spanish?
Sure. Muchas gracias a todas las personas que me apoyaron, Juan Carlos Tapia, mi novia, Chamefornia, Pulse Surfboards, Y todas las personas que colaboraron conmigo, de verdad que de corazón les agradezco todo. Estoy haciendo todo lo posible por dejarlos bien en alto. Muchas gracias.
All right. Thank you very much. And have a great next heat, man.
Gracias, gracias.
All right. No problem. Back to you over in the commentary booth.
As a Venezuelan.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Solo representative all the way from Venezuela. It's pretty special to have him over here.
I wonder how long it took him to get you, and did he paddle?
Doesn't seem like he paddled unless he lost his board out in the water.
Halfway
yeah.
through the channel between Jeffreys Bay and Venezuela.
But I mean, that just speaks to the awesome camaraderie and the awesome group of guys that are involved with kneeboarding. Doesn't take more than a second and you're going to have an offer of about 10 kneeboards to pick from.
Certainly the brotherhood. And talking of the brotherhood, here we go. Looks like Dwayne Bosch working it on through the inside. Coming around the section, coming up, sets himself up for a little turn off the top. Through the inside again, looking back towards the wavies, trying to find that double up step, staying into it, getting into the white water and goes no further than that. On the outside on the split screen, there's a nice ride for white. Goes up into the pocket, comes round the inside, trying to position himself right there. Big maneuver, accidentally, body weight distributed, falling on the rail, not straightening out in time, but full commitment there by Mark Jago.
I mean, I think that's what we've been talking about. For a lot of guys, they maybe only get to one competition a year, so maybe getting a bit nervous out there, trying to push things a bit too hard, and you can see guys just coming a bit unstuck, but that'll improve as the lump and bump leaves this wave. But going back to Haken there from Venezuela, I mean, it's just brilliant. He's able to find a board and wins his first ever heat at J-Bay on it. So he must be pretty stoked. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an offer of purchase coming into whoever's board that was.
Super stoked. Here's a replay. Replay of Whitewater rolling through, coming through.
Looks pretty good though, Bobby. You were already out there this morning. How did your heat go?
I was very fortunate. I got one good kickoff. I waited for a time being, and just towards the last 3 minutes of the heat, another one came through, able to know the conditions, having the right equipment underneath my knees, going all the way through. So I was fortunate enough to win that heat, and I'm waiting for the third round here of the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles, Jeffreys Bay Point Wave.
Yeah, congrats. I watched that heat, Bobby. You were really surfing well out there. But these last couple of waves, we've had another big change of situation. This heat keeps flipping on its head with around 5 minutes to go. So as you can see at home, Mark Yago now sitting in first place. His second wave coming through at a 4.17. So he'll be really stoked with that. And Dwayne Bosch from third, he's managed to move himself into second place. Once again, it's so important to get that second place if you want to proceed to the next round of this Open Championship. This does mean, unfortunately, Ryan Gallagher has been bumped down to third. He's going to need a 3.18. With the way he's been surfing and with the waves on offer, I think there's certainly a chance that he's able to find that 3.18, Bobby.
Yes, everyone's in the same playing field, you know. So it's the who positions himself, works on the priority system, and just plays your cards right. And making sure that the nerves settle, you get into the rhythm, and you must just start to realize you're just out here to go kneeboard surfing and finding that extra oomph into it that the judges are looking for. And then you can see old Big Dan, he's standing on the beach there, he's waving his swim fins. He's not sure, should I go in here or out here? He's coming through, walking on the beach. Look at him, he's like, really Bobby, masculine man.
Yeah, he's certainly a big dude. We're struggling to find a big enough t-shirt to fit his frame, just as part of the packs. For those of you at home, you won't be able to see, but everyone's walking around in these beautiful kind of rusty orange colored shirts. That's our official team shirts for this year. They look great. Everybody's rocking them and seeming super stoked. Bobby, I wondered if you could just touch on the priority system for those at home who may not understand it.
Well, the priority system, on top of the actual tower and our containers, there is a priority system that will change from color red to white to blue to gold, and therefore it rotates. If you hold priority, that means the next wave coming through, you have priority of choice. Whether you paddle for the wave, hands leave the rail, therefore you forfeit that priority, and the next one in the lineup takes over priority, and then you become to the bottom of the chain and the next color reverses to the top. So working on our priority system also can take out the nervous in oneself, and therefore giving you the opportunity to be more selective on what the choice of wave coming through to ride.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I know that I don't like the hassling and hustling. I prefer to surf pretty uncrowded waves. So if there's not a priority system and you're up against a fierce competitor like Gigs, you could just get out-hustled out of the heat. Whereas the priority system lets you sit there, pick and choose your waves and make sure you're comfortable on what you're surfing.
Oh, yes. This being a competition, you know, everyone's bringing their competitiveness around them, you know. We're all on the beach having a great time, but once you put that singlet over your shoulders and you're walking down to the beach, you know, right then and there, it's game on.
100%. And we've just had a massive score come through. Ryan Gallagher, I was wondering how they would reward him on that wave. A single maneuver, but where most of the heat has been full of cutbacks, he managed to get a little fin throw on a nice big section, and he was well rewarded. So he's moved himself up into second place. And as I've been saying, that second place is key to get him through to round 2 and keep him in the open division. Again, a nice little fin throw. He'll be milking it to the inside, and he might even just come in on that. Yeah, I think he's happy. I'm not sure if he's heard from the judging tower that he's taken that second position.
Yeah, speaking of the man who can, it's Ryan Gallagher in red. And if I look at a little office here, I can see a set looming on the outside, but it's not on your actual screen at the current moment. Everyone's more focused on this heat winner. Looks like the next heat's going to be starting fairly shortly in, what was that, 1 minute 17, 1 minute 15 seconds still to go.
Wow, and another change. Ryan Gallagher, just as I said it, the judges are rewarding that variety. So with another nice fin throw, that's his highest scoring wave of the heat, was his last one at a 4.9. So that's moved him into first place. Just to give you an idea of that competitive spirit, he was sitting in third position just a couple of minutes ago. He would have been out this open competition, and now he's put himself into first. Most likely he'll only be surfing again on Wednesday in the open division. So he can rest up, watch the waves, plan out his strategy, as long as he gets out the water here without dinging his board, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like he's in the jaws of the alligator at the current moment. not too sure, you know, on his home break, but certainly take your time, turn your board over, look after yourself and your equipment, you know, paddle out safely and always return safely is the key.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of guys who might only be used to sandy beach breaks, this is certainly a bit of a mind bender when you start having to hop off rocks and come in and work out the right channels. And let me tell you, it's not always that easy to work out the channels here at Jeffreys Bay.
Right, here's a wide for white. This is Mark Jago. He's non-stop. He's in the closing minutes, the closing seconds. There's the siren up and riding before that, so this ride counts. Not a high-scoring ride, a lot of white water all around him, but yet still trying to make the most of it during the course of the time that is allocated unto him, which is 20 minutes.
Yeah, and that'll wrap up that heat. So Ryan Gallagher moving from third to first in the closing minutes. He'll be very stoked with himself. Mark Jago taking third. Unfortunately, Dwayne Bosch of South Africa, he'll be dropping out of this open division. But don't worry, you'll still see him in the age groups. And Daniel, he came out of the water pretty early. I wonder if he might be nursing an injury or something. Hopefully he's okay. Maybe he's just saving his energy for the open division. Who knows?
We'll have to wait and see on that. And you can see the lineup now.
Why don't you take us through our new competitors here, Bobby?
Well, we've got Greg Turner. Greg Turner's a Cape Townian. He's from Scarborough. We've got Mark Crawford. Mark Crawford's not too sure where he's from. He's from Durban. He's from the UK. He's from Australia, but he now is back here in South Africa. Then we got Eric Scavana, huh? Looks like he's from the USA. And then we've got Stuart Henshawood, who's also another Cape Townian. He's from the southern suburbs. And looks like it's going to be hammer and tongs.
I mean, yeah, it's awesome to have someone like Eric Skvana in the lineup. So often this tradition of kneeboarding passes from father to son, Bobby. And Eric's son, Kevin, he's actually a longboard world title holder, I believe, and he won the Duct Tape Classic here in Muizenberg just last year or the year before. So we'll be seeing Kevin surfing a bit later in the week. He was seeded through, so I think he might only surf on Wednesday. But to have someone who's such an accomplished longboarder and absolutely loves kneeboarding is just brilliant.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Look at this. This is Greg Turner.
This is Stewie. This is Stewie Henshawood.
Stuart Henshawood in white. Yeah, Stuart Henshawood.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't stick with that one. It looked like it might have offered him a good end section to hit.
Looked like he was riding away from the wave instead of staying with it.
Yeah. It gets tricky out here. Sometimes you think it's running away from you, but you have to remember point moves a lot more slowly than super tubes. You have a bit more time to plan out your next move, Bobby.
Yeah, point moves a lot more slower than a lot more places around here.
We had our last national titles up here at Magnus, which is just up past super tubes and boneyards. And that is also a fantastic wave and a fantastic venue. But we were lucky enough to have the prestige of world titles that allowed us to be based down here at the point.
Yeah, fantastic. And we mustn't forget the jet ski and sled out there. I hope they don't get seasick.
I'm sure everyone will remember the Mick Fanning incident. So he's just making sure that any of our Finn friends that are swimming around are dolphins and not sharks. But he's got the safety of their competitors in mind. Unfortunately, he's not able to help you out with a lift to the back line. So you're going to be getting out there under your own shoulder power. And in 20 minutes, you have to really plan and make sure that if you're catching a wave all the way to the inside, that it's worth your while and that you're getting the necessary points, because it's a long paddle back.
Certainly is. If you look on your screen now, they've got like an easy 100-meter paddle still to complete to get actually where the wave is in the most critical part. And if I look out of our office, they're directly opposite us, and they've got certainly so like the whole bay of Jeffreys Bay still to paddle up and get to wherever. And I think, they're saturated from the energy.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's overwhelming for Mark Crawford and the likes of Greg Turner and even Eric himself and Stuart. I think they're questioning themselves now. Why don't I just come out in neoprene baggies and enjoy the sunshine and forget the sweat? And maybe that would have been like the better bet, because look at them. They're really looking sluggish. They're really looking slow. There's not much into it yet, but I think once one starts going like Blue, you'll see the others start following him in pursuit. Now they're questioning about a priority that looks like color white, which would be Stuart.
Well, I can update you. I mean, I'm sure you can see on the screen, but we've had a couple of waves coming through. Mark Crawford representing Australia. Not sure if he still has his South African passport or not, but he's sitting first with 3.5. We got Stewie Henshelwood of South Africa in second, Greg Turner in third. He only needs a very small score to move into second place, which is the key position. Eric Skvana in blue, he'll just be holding on to that priority. As we discussed earlier, Bobby, that priority is so important. Thank you. We're being hand-delivered water here in the office. We really are spoiled over here. We got a great view out to the back line. I just hope, as you said, Bobby, that these guys keep moving on and get to the most critical part of the wave, because that is just a little bit up higher, up the point.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about being spoiled, but we certainly are being fortunate to be here at the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles. And I'm enjoying the moment. I'm just waiting for the camera to swing into the action so I can crack open a bottle of this still water. Thank you ever so much, gentlemen.
Thank you to the cameraman. Yeah, we're going through a bit of the lull over there at the moment. I think these guys are just going to be fighting out for position. I don't even know if priority will be assigned when they're this close in. Looks like they're going through a bit of a slow patch, but I mean, still 15 minutes to go. Plenty of time for this heat to change. As we saw in that last heat, it was turned on its head right in the last few minutes, so anything could happen as we see a couple of lines start tickling the horizon there.
Like they say, time is eternal, and there's always change in every second. And here's a nice looking wave coming through, one straight line. It's to where you position yourself now so that the wave doesn't run into complete white water in front of you, and that you get into the sweet spot of the wave. You can see a little bit of a peak feathering on the outside there, and that's where you want to position yourself so you can get into the critical part, make the takeoff which the judges are looking for, and try to stay in the full clean face of the wave. With these conditions, not quite easy, but you can see some runners on the inside here. Shane, there's a paddle now.
Here we go. Here's Stewie Henshelwood. This is his kind of wave. He spends a lot of time on the west coast. He's looking super comfortable out there. A couple of nice cutbacks.
2 little snaps.
He needs to find He needs to find an end section. He needs to find something big to hit. He needs to show the judges that variety. And again, kicking out, is that the right choice? We'll see as the heat progresses.
You know, they are looking for the completion of the wave, but maybe come up with a bit of a punch into it and not just like a little slap.
Yeah, I mean, that's the trick. So we are judged, for those at home that might not know, we are judged on the exact same criteria that the WSL and World Surfing Association use for shortboarders, which I mean is quite fitting. Bobby, you know a bit more of the history of how kneeboarding gave birth to shortboarding as we know today.
Well, at the current moment now, I'm just watching a sled and a jet ski, and I'm through the office window, I'm seeing an outside set, which for me would be, here we go. Thank you very much. That's the show. Completely out there. Look at that outside wave.
Just caught a bit out of position there.
Forming up. Everybody's not too sure. You know, go out, paddle out, take priority, turn around, make a statement. The who gets the waves and the better waves will win. Right now, everyone's not too sure of where to be, what to do, and however. So it's up to the individual to go out there.
Yeah, so I mean, we can just look at that score that's come in for Stewie Henshelwood. He's taken the lead in this heat. He got a 4.33 for that second wave, and one has to think, sure, that's put him into the lead, but with that inside section, if he had hit that, that could have bumped his score up into the good to excellent range, up in towards a 6.
He's pretty happy with that. And Mark Crawford, watch out for him because he'll grab your leash and things like that, you know, as if he was holding on to a racehorse. So anything can happen out there as long as they keep the cameras on it. And I wonder if we get like a third referee, like, you know, water GoPro.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. I don't see any water cameramen out there at the moment. We might be able to organize that towards the end of the week.
Possibly from a sideshow on the back of the sled.
Yeah, that could work. Who always does it on the WSL broadcast? I can't remember his name now, but he always spends the whole day out on the back of the sled.
Yeah, isn't it old Dale Staples?
Yeah. Well, Greg Turner, he's a Scarbarian. There's a couple of us from the deep south here. Bobby and I both in the commentary booth. Greg Turner's sitting in third. So once again, I need to just emphasize he's going to be aiming for at least second if he wants to keep his hopes alive of staying in this open competition. Oh, the camera's switched. It looks like a paddle from Red looking out of our studio window.
Speak of the man, Greg Turner, coming back through it. A little bit of a bounce. You know, try to take the bounce out and go to the rail to rail. You can see coming through with his double paddle. Coming off the little top there, trying to make the most out of nothing, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, that just faded towards the inside. I mean, he managed to string together a couple of moves there. Nothing with too high a degree of difficulty, but I think he's sitting with a 2 currently. He only needs a 1.5 to go into second place, and I think he'll get it, yeah.
Right, here goes Mark Crawford on something really small. And Mark's a big guy, but he took off on a wave that had a main peak with a little arm, and now it's kind of like just fingering out in front of him, and that's what you want. You know, you want him to get that wave that runs in front of you but doesn't run away from you. It doesn't close out, and then you're just left with a lot of doubt. So wave selection all the way through.
Yeah, once again, wave selection so important as we wait for those scores to drop. It looks like we're going through a bit of a flat spell, Bob. Is this got something to do with the tide? I'm not too experienced with points. How does the tide affect this wave?
It comes in and it goes out.
Well, I heard rumblings and rumors that it'll get better on the high tide, which I think these guys will all be hoping for as we get a couple more scores dropping. Greg Turner's still in third place. He would have gone up to second, except Mark Crawford also got his second wave there. So Mark's holding fast in second place. And Eric Skvana is still holding on to priority up the top. He's way up there. But he's in a good spot. That's where the wave breaks the hardest and most critically. So he's angling himself well there, Bobby.
Well, Shane, at the current moment, this is the flattest and the longest lull that we've seen. Yeah. You can see on the horizon, the lines are coming in, but they're not so predominant as the earlier rounds of this competition.
Yeah, so there's Eric. He used his priority, and you just have to wonder if that was the right wave choice. It's so hard to see out there to know which ones are going to run and which are going to close out on you like that.
And also his body positioning. His knees were with each other. Instead of being more shoulder width apart, coming off the rail, a sturdier stance, more board wobbling round you the minute your knees are closer to with you. Whether they're shoulder width apart, it gives you that stability and that more of that drive off the rail and drive off the rail. And look at the outside wave feathering. Where to position yourself now, that's the critical moment at the current time. Stuart Henshelwood is out there. We'll see now. There's a little one breaking, feathering on the outside.
Yeah, it looks like the waves are coming a little bit more frequently at the moment.
Watch the paddle. Does he decide to go on the outside wave? There it is. Getting position. Popping over it. Popping over it. Everyone's just popping over them. Getting it up. Fins, hands. Swimming like crazy. Here we go. Paddling out on the outside. Finning like crazy.
I mean, as we spoke about, this is when priority becomes important. Everyone's sitting quite tightly on one another. So they're going to need to be looking back at the big board and seeing who actually gets first call on each wave. Not much time left in this heat now. As it stands, the situation's unchanged. Stuart Henshelwood of South Africa in first. Mark Crawford in second, representing Australia. Greg Turner of Scarborough in third. And Eric Skvarna in fourth. He got a bit unlucky there. He waited, he sat on priority, and unfortunately the right wave just didn't come to him.
The who waits shall receive. It's just a matter of time.
I mean, I know personally that I get a bit nervous when I sit with priority, Bob, and it almost makes you second guess yourself. You second guess every wave, and next thing you let a wave through, you see someone who's sitting under you in the priority ladder get an absolute cooker, and you start kicking yourself. So it can become a bit of a mental game out there when competition is on.
It's always a mental game in a competition, you know. That's why you got to be strong-minded. The minute the mind is weak, the body becomes even weaker. So it all starts with the mind.
So we're lucky enough to be sitting here with Bobcat Rousseau. He's actually the Team SA coach. Whenever they flick back to the photo of us in the studio, we got a couple of photos of our chargers, of our Team SA chargers. We got Tom Gray, Lester Sweetman, Jed McNillage, Andrew Black. We got Tom Gray right behind me here. And Bobby, who's sitting next to me, his photo is just a little bit further down on the wall. He's the official Team South Africa coach, so you're making sure the guys are strong in the mind.
No. If you look at my photograph, you can see I'm the coach. I'm looking like a slow coach in comparison to everything else that's going on around me here. But thanks to Mr. Sean Thompson, the photographer, and not forgetting anybody else, but he did donate unto these, and it's for us for later on in life to remember such an occasion. And here's an astonishing set. If you're looking out through our office, it looks, here we go, people. Who's going? No one turning, everybody flipping in over it. Look at these waves just going unridden, and it's a lot bigger than what it looks like on the screen right in front of us. If I'm looking out here now, it's great waves.
Yeah, I'm really surprised no one got onto those. It gets a bit confusing now. We got the next heat surfers are also in the lineup, but I can't believe they all will let those waves go. With just 5 minutes left, someone like Eric Skvarna and Greg Turner, they both need pretty significant scores up in the fives in order to progress through this heat. And I feel like that last set really offered those kind of waves that could have provided that kind of platform.
They can't let this opportunity coming through now as well. This is a great opportunity for thee who wants to get into the winning race. Now is your opportunity, gentlemen. Here we go.
Seeing a paddle from Red up and riding.
This is Greg Turner.
Nice foam climb. Unable to ride
on the outside. Everybody getting caught onto the inside. Gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm surprised. So many of them have let these waves come through. The set's been suffering from a number of lulls, and finally we see some waves. If I look out the studio window, wow, Bobby, tell me what you're seeing.
Look at this. This cameraman's, he's just got to pan more to the left of it, and then you can actually see there's a heat scoring wave going unridden on the outside, and a little scorer on the inside here as well, where they're just all sitting on the outside, not knowing should I, but they should have, actually. Thank you. There you can see this continuation of the ride. As we pan back, you can see the full setup now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen waves that have been scored in the 5s and even the 6s on waves that I would say are quite substandard compared to that set that came through. So I'm sure a number of the guys will be kicking themselves out back. Greg Turner will be waiting for a score on that wave. I don't think it'll go into his top 2. If he had ridden out of that foam climb, it might have been in the discussion. But at the moment, I think Greg is really going to have to look hard for a final score.
Yes, I think what it boils down to is the competitive nature of being in a competition where we've been starved, you know, and in the past and only until the recently has it come alive once again with the West Side getting involved in the SA Kneeboarding Championships and now the world titles, where it's a whole flurry of events in other parts of the continent and the universe, you know. And so therefore it's an opportunity now for maybe us to go out to them and say to them, guys, you got to put on your racing helmet and find the gears and get out of the pit stop.
For sure, Bobby. For sure. There's been ample opportunity out there, but what it comes down to a lot of the time is just that local knowledge of where you need to sit in order to catch the best waves.
Yes, well, they've definitely got caught inside 2 sets in a row now.
For sure.
With bad judgment, but also maybe they're not wanting to take off into the white water, not knowing of the reform of the wave.
Yeah.
And sometimes you've just got to unsettle yourself, take off in the white water, make sure that the rails don't dig, wobble or jiggle or jaggle, come through and ride the continuous wave, however, whatever. Everyone's looking for that clean takeoff and continuation of ride where actually you just need to get a wave to ride.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of waves just aren't available right now, so you got to make the most of what you got. And it's a little bit sad almost to see so many great waves going unridden. We've been lucky enough to get exclusive use of this venue. Normally in these kind of conditions, points would be crawling with longboarders and a couple of groms that aren't quite ready for super tubes. So it's an incredible opportunity for these guys to have just a 4-man heat and to be able to surf Jeffreys Bay Point. As much as everybody loves to speak about super tubes and impossibles and tubes, if you took the point at Jeffreys Bay, where our guys are surfing now, picked it up and dropped it anywhere else in the world, it would be a world-class wave.
It is a world-class wave. You just have 101, you know, unclassed people onto it.
Are you speaking about yourself or me, Bobby?
No, I'm speaking of soft tops.
Is that code word for EPS? I know Albert and Giggs were getting pretty deep into that discussion.
No, soft tops are those new plastic, learn to surf, however I can surf, anything else. A soft top is almost like a soft serve ice cream, actually, you know. It's going to melt one day.
Well, here we go. We've got Stuart Henshelwood in white. He's milking this one to the inside. He might just come in on this. He's sitting pretty comfortably in first place. I wonder, could you hear the scoring announcements while you were in the water, Bobby, from the tower?
Oh, I could hardly hear anything, you know, when you get to my age.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, kneeboarding's seeing an absolutely incredible revival. It's so great to see what is going to be a very competitive junior and pro-junior division. It's not just a bunch of oldies. There's some really good competitors across all age groups. And to have kneeboarding put on this kind of platform, hopefully it inspires a lot more kids to get into the sport.
I certainly hope so, because it's, you know, Nilo now. Stand up and watch.
Stand up and watch. You couldn't
Lie
have put it
down and get
better.
left behind.
And that's the end of that heat. Greg Turner with a last-ditch effort there. I'm not sure if that'll get him the score he needs to get through this round. Yeah, if you're not in the top 2, unfortunately, you are out of the open division. But everyone will still have their age group division to surf for. So there's still a lot on the line here. Big congratulations, Stuart Henshelwood. And we've got no time to waste. We've got one of our very own commentators. He was on earlier this morning, Ed Quinn, Mr. Hollywood himself. He'll be surfing in red. In yellow, we got Jason Revis from New Zealand. In blue, we've got Brad Armin from Australia. I know he's very active on Facebook, keeping everyone updated with exactly what's going on in Aussie kneeboarding culture. And in white, Finley Shellhorn. He's a young kneeboarder from here in Cape Town, mostly based out of Noordhoek and Cormacky, but it seems he's been enjoying J-Bay.
Everyone's been enjoying J-Bay so far. And we're going to see now who's going to get on the bandwagon.
Well, I mean, these guys already, just from the start of the heat, are already sitting in a much better position. But you can see they're still in the whitewater. So if one of those sets comes through, these guys could be caught inside as well, Bobby.
Well, we'll wait and see. And thereafter, it's up to them to position themselves in the place and making sure that, they're in it for the hard race.
So the only time that the hassle and hustle is really allowed is right here at the start of the heat, Bobby. There's no priority given at the start of the heat, so whoever catches the first wave will automatically fall to the bottom of the priority order. But until everyone's had their first wave, it's kind of open season. It's Wild West out there.
Yes, open house.
You would hope gentleman rules would apply?
Sportsmanship.
Good sportsmanship,
Good sportsmanship.
Some people got that competitive killer instinct, and it might be hard to get your first wave, These guys have been started off into a bit of a lull, unfortunately. But they should be up and going soon.
One looming on the outside.
Yeah.
You can see there's Greg Turner and all the other Deep South Scarbarians gathering around, having a quick natter and a talk and a this and a that of what should have, what shouldn't have, and everything else. But here goes into the lineup, and here's the first wave of a set that's looming on the outside. So we can see going wide.
Surf and Red seems to be in the
paddle.
best position. Nope.
No paddle. Taking it here on the inside.
Surf and White.
Is there an up inside paddle?
No one. Wow.
Everyone pushing over. There's another wave feathering on the outside. You can see it coming through. Red is in position. Mr. Ed Quinn.
Mr. Hollywood, let's see what he can do.
He goes through, cuts back into the white water. Nice little turn. Give it a little bounce to get back into the juice. Curving it through the big section. Coming around the white water, off the white water, into the face of the wave. Snaps it off the top. Milks it all the way through. Comes through again. Still into the second rebuild of the wave. Bouncing it, making sure he's looking for that final closure. He has split screen with Gold on the outside. Gold out of the running, and Mr. Red.
I mean, wow, what a way to open the heat. That's exactly what Ed would have wanted. He's a bigger guy. He's pretty tall, must be up around 6'2", 6'3", and he's heavier as well. So he needs some of those big sets to be able to just give him enough juice to put some power down, Bobby.
Oh, certainly so. And here here's Jason Rivers coming through on a flyer. Nice off the top of the white water. Nice re-entry floater coming through. Going all around the inside section, up the white water, not completing the move. Settling the nerves.
So it'll be interesting there, Bobby. What do you think would get scored higher? Ed Quinn put a lot more moves together, but it seems like Jason Rivers really took the chance with that degree of difficulty. And showing some.
Here we're going to see in the replay now, Shane. So this is Gold's wave. Gold cutting off the white, off the top.
Yeah, just falling off the back there.
That didn't even look like the replay to me.
It'll be interesting to see how the scores come through here, Bobby.
Oh yes, we're just assistant commentator, whereas we're not sitting in the judging panel. So anything that we say can't be anything of what they see to write down on paper. We're just here to tell the general public on the activity in the current moment, in the heat that's going on the wave, and how it's ridden, and the maneuvers that are done, just for an informant. But yet still, nice for Red to come through. One underneath the belt. Gold taking it by the reins as well, settling the nerves. Top two waves, however, going through, feeling comfortable. Position yourself now, but don't be lousy. Put it on the outside. Look at these lines coming through, building up on the outside. I think the guy on the furthest on the outside should actually paddle further out.
Yeah, you can see there's great lines coming on the horizon. Ed Quinn will be very stoked to get into first place there so early in the heat. He can calm the nerves. He can now wait for a good second score to back it up.
Yes,
in
well
these
done to the
conditions,
big
a
guy.
5, 6, 7 is really a good score and something you can build a heat off of. As I was saying there, with degree of difficulty, Jason Revis, with only a single maneuver, managed to get a 4.16.
Here's Finley.
Here comes Finley.
In white. Taking it all the way back. Working it through. Trying to come through. Still trying. A lot of bounce in that. No rail to rail.
Yeah.
Picking up the speed. He's got to find the end maneuver. Off the white water. Coming through. Does he get his timing? Not
just
completing his timing.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. As much as the judges aren't marking length of ride, they want to see you string together maneuvers, and more importantly, they want to see you finish the wave well. That's the tricky thing. Mentally, do you go for the big bash at the end, or do you go for something a little bit safer, but you ride out clean? It looks good. It looks good to the judges. A finished maneuver at the end of a wave.
I'm all for the looking good and the clean maneuver. The big time comes for when the big times are on.
Yeah.
And there's not much big time out there currently at the current moment. As you could see here, that's not big time.
Yeah, that's Brad. He said to me he hasn't been surfing too much in the last couple of years. All right, and we're going into another interview with the winner of the last heat. Let's hear what he has to say for the people back home.
Hi, we're standing here with Stuart, who won that last heat. Surfed pretty well, very well, against a Mark Crawford, who has been copying a bit of criticism for his repatriotism, whatever it is. But Stuart, how did that feel out there?
It was rough. It was it's very bumpy. There's a bit of onshore dribble on it. Battled on the turns, boards bouncing around. But I got two cleanish faces that I kind of did a couple of swerves on and made it work.
Well, it was enough to get through, and it was enough to beat Mark Crawford. So one of our proper commentators as well, we're going to be pulling him in the booth, and I'll be asking him questions about why.
I'm just happy to have gotten 2 waves. That's all.
Yep. No, awesome. Well, best of luck in your future heats, man.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Back to you in the booth.
Right.
Bobby, what are you seeing?
Well done to Stuart Henshelwood.
Yeah, one of our own.
Currently at the moment now, I'm trying to see if they could pan out. Could see the horizon.
There we go.
Thank you very much. There's the lineup. Position.
We do have a situation change.
Position.
Ed's still sitting comfortably in first place. Finley has moved up from third to second place. That all-important second position that'll get you through this round. He's put 2 waves together to get that second place score. So Jason Revis in yellow won't be needing a big score to take that second place back and to even challenge for first. Brad Armin, we'll be waiting on another score for him. I'm not sure how high that is going to go, but he's giving his all out there, and there's been a couple of sets coming through for these guys.
I feel like a bit of a DJ here with these headphones on my head. All I'm needing is like a desk in front of me with some, old school tunes. But some old school vinyl that's as flat as the horizon at the current moment now. But not to worry, the ocean shall produce, and it's going to come with a lot of juice. And as we sit here in the studio, a little HQ, it's simply superb.
Yeah, I mean, we're incredibly spoiled. For those of you at home wondering what that big bowl of sand was doing in front of us, that's actually sand that was collected from all the nations from their home beaches and brought here to mix into this big bowl with local sand from Jeffreys Bay as well. So it's quite a special ceremony that we held at the opening ceremony where each country could really bring through a little piece of their homeland to share.
Yeah, sandpoiki. A sandpoiki.
Sandpoiki indeed,
Yeah.
Bobby.
All you need is fill it up, put some water in there, you've got a goldfish or 2, and there we go,
Yeah,
we're pet friendly.
Yeah, that's one hell of an aquarium. We're looking at Steve-O the Nilo grabbing a Red Bull out of here. Red Bull, thank you for your sponsorship and helping us out over here. Steve-O only drinks Red Bull Light. He's not one for caffeine, he says. Mark was grabbing a little bit of caffeine in him there. He's through to the next round. He'll be happy.
Don't listen to him. I'm telling you now.
We're getting some chirping from outside the studio. It's
That's
amazing
fine.
to have so
You know
many
what I
people
mean?
around us.
Sticks and stones. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, we're ready for it. As we come
at this
to the
lineup.
halfway point in the
telling
seat.
you now,
Looks like some waves are coming through, Bob.
telling you now, where is everyone?
I saw red go over the back of that wave. I'm not sure who's going to be claiming this one. White's not interested. Again, very surprising. That's a very rippable wave coming through there, Bob.
Even a bit of like a mist coming through on the outside. Yeah, if you know, you can't see it much on the TV screen, but over here it's a very mysterious.
Anything could happen. Gives you that kind of feeling.
Certainly so. As long as it doesn't get too much that you can't actually see what's happening, and then you know, all right, here come the foghorns and all those kind of things, and you know, all right.
Well, I must tell you, I almost drove myself deaf. I was busy doing some of the beach commentary earlier, and I had to sign off each heat with that siren, and even holding it as far away from my body as possible. That thing packs one hell of a punch. Definitely not something you want to be signing off with inside the booth.
Yeah, you just got to give it horns, Shane.
I couldn't have said it better. We got...
someone's waving up and down. Looks like Mr. Ed Quinn. You know, you can wave all you like, brother, but we can't produce the waves in the ocean.
So the surfers have been told there is a system with which they can communicate with the tower. If they obviously tap their hands to their wrist, then the tower knows they're asking for a time call. And there's another commentator, not Bobby and I here in the booth, but there's someone else, I think Giggs on the mic at the moment, and he's got a loud system broadcasting out so the surfers can hear. So he's asking for a time check. Giggs will tell him, hey, you've got 6 minutes left. If the surfers put both arms up in the air, then they want to know what points they need. So then he'll list red, you're in first, yellow, you're in third, and you need a 2.5, for example, to progress to the next round. So there is quite a good method that they can communicate with the tower.
And here's surfing white, young Finley, going straight down the line. Hasn't done much yet into it. A little wiggle and a waggle, hands to the side. You got to find the points with a big ride on the outside.
Nice foam climb.
What you can't see on the screen now, there's been a big ride on the outside, which the color was red. Red had a fantastic wave from the outside. Possibly later on we could see it on the replay, if not, but definitely so. Showing priority, stepping his authority, making it all the way through, coming there. Does he find it? Little head tuck to come through on the other side of the wave. He'll be happy with that ride. Definitely so.
Yeah, I mean, you viewers at home couldn't see it all the way from the back. Here we go. Here's from the takeoff.
Comes through there.
Thank you to our production
team.
Off
the white water. Coming around the section once again. Little cut off the top. Making sure he comes through there. Could be running away from the wave a bit, but cuts back into it. Comes through it again. Gets the hair out of his face. All the way through. Look at the meatiness of his board, actually, Shane. Look at that meatiness of his... That's taking him the flotation. That's what you want out here today. Flotation.
Yeah, I mean, with a big guy like Ed Quinn, he must be weighing well over 100 kilograms. So he knows what kind of boards he likes to ride. He likes to ride waves of consequence. I know he made a trip up to Donkey Bay with Giggs, Simon Farrer, and Ryan that we spoke to earlier. So... he knows he needs to be able to paddle in hard, get into the wave early, same as a place like Tavarua in Fiji. He's got plenty of experience out there, and even serving him well as a small wave board, he knows that it's not going to be about having the shortest board doing the most critical maneuvers, but rather are you able to string those maneuvers together and get that wave to the inside.
Yeah, I can't really mention the weight of him, but he certainly is lean and mean.
Yeah, not someone I would mess with. I'm lucky enough to say he's actually my housemate. Lovely guy, great to have him down here, and obviously he's always welcome. His score coming through there has taken him up to 10.67, so he would have gotten around a 4 for that wave. I thought they might score it a bit higher, but he's looking good. He's looking pretty comfortably in first place, and now it's going to be a competition in the final few minutes for second to keep yourself alive in this competition.
Looking for the lumps on the horizon, looking for the lines, looking for the remaining of the swell forming up.
I mean, yeah, there's plenty of opportunity. Once again, it's a very special thing to be able to surf a wave in Jeffreys Bay with only you and 3 buddies out in the water. That never really happens in this part of the world. So these guys need to just embrace it and make the most of it. There's waves on offer. They've got all the time in the world. They just need to make sure they stamp their authority out there.
Here you can see the horizon. The following heat is already paddled out into the far corner of the screen. Everybody waiting on the inside. one or two little ones forming up through the middle of it.
I wish you could see what we're seeing here in the studio. Ewan Rosie was actually a late entrant to this competition. Luckily, somebody else dropped out, so he managed to get an entry. He's in the athlete zone. Right next to him is the massage bed for anyone that's feeling a couple of niggles. And Ewan's on the exercise bike, warming those legs up. He can see it's going to be a lot of kicking, a lot of paddling out there, and he wants to make sure he's warmed up and ready to really put the power down into those waves.
Yeah, it was actually Colin Ferguson that said unto Ewan, you know, by all means, take on my position, for at the current moment, I'm unfortunately not in the health position to be where I want to be. And once again, giving up the sportsmanship unto Ewan Rosie. And here's gold. Here's Jason Rivers, cutting back all the way through, seriously making it happen for himself. Going it all the way through, a little splash off the inside, railing it through, coming around, just making sure that he's getting the length of the ride, up and down the rail, nice turn onto the inside, and he's looking very happy with that ride.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be looking for around a 3.5 off that last ride in order to take second place and progress, and we're going to have to wait for the judges' scoring, but that looked like a pretty good effort to me coming into the final few minutes of this heat. Finley could be nervous. Finley in white, he might need another wave out the back.
Talking about another wave off the back, there are a few coming off the back, building up on the outside. You can see the darker lines in the ocean. That's the indication of whatever remaining swell that there is. That's it coming into the bay. With the feathering on the outside, watch for the rebuild. So if there was the offshore wind blowing, people would be riding the wave already from there, but with the onshore, it's holding the wave back, it's holding the wave back, it's holding, and now it's up to you to position yourself. Possibly watch red on the wide side, going over the shoulder of it now, and he'll be paddling himself round into the far corner of the screen, and hopefully so getting one more. And there goes Ewan Rosie, as we speak of it, down and out in Beverly Hills.
Oh, Finley fell off the back of that one, unfortunately.
Lucky we
little bit of danger in the
never had the
zone.
TV camera on Ewan Rosie here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, moms and dads, grannies and grandpas, and not forgetting my cousin.
Ewan's been doing some yoga ball acrobatics in the
if he didn't have that sunblock on his face, you would have seen the red tomato.
Great to have Haken in the studio with us as well. Congrats on your heat, Haken. You must be stoked, man. That board seems to be going well for you. Have they just not arrived?
No, I didn't get any boards in. They went back.
Oh, gosh. So all the way from Venezuela, his board's sent back home, but luckily we've got really great camaraderie. It's a real brotherhood of Nilo's here. So he had plenty of boards to choose from, and it looks like he might have found a magic sled. Getting first place in that heat. He'll be through to round 3. Might only be surfing again in the open on Wednesday, I believe. So got some time to chill out, mentally prep, keep the body healthy, and make sure he's ready for his age group. As we see here, last chance paddle. Who's this? Oh, Red.
Big Red.
Yeah.
Ed Quinn.
Nice phone climb.
2 off the whitewaters. Back into it. Reading the wave really well. Staying on the rail. Coming through now. A lot of flotation on that board. He'll be happy. Clapping his hands together. He's had an absolute fantastic stay so far. He's not finished yet. Now he is. Thank you very much.
I mean, what a way to round out the heat. He pushed it all the way through to the end. That's going to be another high-scoring wave. Could even increase his lead here. And he's not scared of the camera at all, so he'll be pretty excited for his interview up on the beach, his winner's interview. And yeah, what a great way to round out that heat. Jason Revis, unfortunately, did not get the points needed to take second place. So it looks like Finley Shellhorn, in the last couple of seconds, could be safe and heading through into round 2. As we see a last couple of lines coming over the horizon, 15 seconds left. These guys, it's make or break. They got to take their chance and roll with it.
These are the ones you want.
Yes, Yellow looking at it.
These are the ones you want. Jason Rivers, making sure no one's taking off on his...
And that's that, folks. The fat lady has sung. So, looks like Ed Quinn holding on to first position. Finley Shellhorn through in second. Jason Revis will be, he'll be a bit bummed, but unlucky not making it through there. As we go into Heat 20 of round 1 at the CineFX Kneeboard World Titles. Oh, guys dropping in on each other already. As I said, no priority at the start of the heat. So it's really open season. Who's the inside man? Who's got the inside line? That is who gets to choose their wave. So up and riding, we've got Makino Skelton from New Zealand. He'll be getting a nice opening wave there. There's honestly nothing better in a surfing competition than to really kick it off early with a good first wave. And as we wait for the score, I'm sure he'll be happy with that. It looked like Surf in Blue was on his outside, Brian Wood. I'm not sure what will happen. I don't know how the interference call might work. But it didn't look like he actually interfered with his wave. He just took off in a different area and pulled off straight away. So can't really complain about that. So Brian Wood from South Africa, he's in blue. We've also got Gareth from South Africa, Blanchard in white, as well as Patricia Hook from the USA in yellow. So we're looking for another loaded heat here. It should be really, really good. First score coming in for Makino, it's got a 2.3, so nothing too major, but it's a good way to start the heat. Calm your nerves, just get the head wet and paddle back out, and now he can relax. He's not going to be hassling and hustling. He knows he won't have priority. He'll be fourth priority as the only guy to have caught a wave. So now he knows he's not necessarily waiting for the biggest sets. He can try hang wide and catch a wide swinging one that offers a lot of scoring potential, or he can just hang on the inside and really clean up and try put a few more points together. On a day like today, with this onshore wind blowing, you really have no idea which waves are going to be the ones to go. We've got a few Stoke competitors exiting the water. Finley Shellhorn holding on to second place. He'll be stoked to go through to round 2, keep his Open Championship dreams alive. Ed Quinn in first. He'll go straight through to round 3, so he's going to be able to chill out for a moment. I think they'll only be running round 3 of the Opens, possibly on Wednesday or even tomorrow evening. Mark Crawford, fellow commentator, just sorting everything out in the studio here. He looks ready for another heat. Not ready to call it quits for the day. And what a beautiful, beautiful day it is. For those of you that are tuning in from around the world, I can assure you it is absolutely stunning here. There's great food on offer outside. We've got a number of food trucks. We've got an athlete zone. We've got shade, seats all over the place. Live commentary on the beach as well. Here we go. Brian Wood, a Land's local legend. His brother, also an excellent surfer and surf coach in Cape Town. If we could quickly, in between waves, get a shot in studio. We've got Haken all the way from Venezuela, the solo representative. He's hopping in next to me quickly in the chair while we've lost Bobby. So we've got another commentator. Haken, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, so happy to be here, man. I impressed by what a well-organized event you guys have put up. This is by far one of the best I've been. And just happy to be here. Waves are amazing. People, setup, massage, therapy, everything that you need, it's here. And happy that there's so many competitors. I believe that it had to be cut down.
Yeah.
Because there were more people wanting to join in, and it just...
It was growing beyond our control. I think a lot of people had forgotten how many Nilos there were out there in the world.
Yes.
And to have a guy like yourself coming in from Venezuela, I mean, it's just incredible to have you out here.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me. I was lucky enough to have a good time in Portugal. And
okay.
Made a final with in the Masters division with Tom.
With Tom Gray, who went on to win it.
So the champ
that's awesome, man.
Was in the final with me. I lost, I got second place with him.
That's not too shabby, though. You
know what I'm saying?
If you lose to the guy who goes on to win the Open final, you can be pretty stoked with your performance.
Exactly. I was pretty stoked. I didn't know Tom before, so it was really cool to make acquaintance with him and with the South African team. So
Awesome. And whose board are you riding, if I could ask?
I actually ride in Marcos.
Oh, Marco Rinaldi. He's got a
Rinaldi.
couple of weapons. Yeah, he surfs well as well.
Yeah, let's take a look up here at red.
So we got Moukinho trying to get a second wave just to back up his first.
Good.
I mean, we've seen in the last few heats it's been turned on its head right at the end with people sitting in third suddenly elevating themselves to first. So anything could happen in these heats. So it's very important to get a backup wave.
Yes.
All right. Well, we just had an interview with Moukinho. He's with Aiken, and he's joined us in studio. We're now going to go to our interviewers to have a look at the winner of the last heat.
Hi guys, he's standing here with Ed Quinn, the winner of the last heat, otherwise known as the President of the United States. Yeah. If you look at me, and I've got some ambitions and some aspirations to play ahead of state as an actor, what advice do you have to give me?
Who do you know? It's all about who you know. Politics in Hollywood. Talent only goes so far. Trust me.
No, but seriously, tell me how it went out there.
It was tough. I've only surfed the point absolutely pumping. Like it's, I probably should have surfed it more maybe on the in-between days, but the surf's been so good. And to get out there at the kind of higher tide, I felt like I was a little lost. Like right off the bat, I should have swapped my center fin in. I should have put a smaller trailer in. The board floated great and worked great. Thank you, Gigs and everybody at Built. Yeah, I just wanted to get out of the trials and into the open. It would have been so sad to come all this way and get knocked out of the trials. So I'm just really, really happy and relieved that I get to keep moving on.
Was there any thought behind the alignment of the color between the rashi and the board?
100%. It's called tipping, and you just sort of hit the judge with this to say, like, favorite color's red. I got a red leash. I got a red board. Could I be the red jersey? And they just went, absolutely. So when you see a lot of really inebriated judges tonight, that was my bar tab.
It's amazing pieces of advice here from Ed Quinn. Thank you so much, Ed. Good, best of luck in your future heats.
Thank you, Robert.
Over to the guys over there in the commentary booth.
Thank you, Albert. I mean, how lucky are we to have an ex-Nilo world champ among us and interviewing the competitors as they come in off the beach. Ed Quinn offering a bit of advice. He reckons that the corruption in South Africa doesn't stop with government officials, but can carry on to the judges. So he's using alcohol as a possible tool to get those scores bumped up. But as he raised a very valid point, you travel all this way to get knocked out on the first day. It's not fun. Were those thoughts going through your head?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, absolutely. We travel quite far, and to lose in your first heat, it's quite hard.
Yeah.
Although you're having a good time and you're enjoying everything that's happening here, in your mind, you still have competition.
Yeah, for sure.
Going. So you don't want to just go ahead and lose to what you're doing. Because obviously, you want to make the most out of this trip.
Of course. I mean, so speaking to your journey, what was the trip like to get over here from Venezuela? Where did you fly to?
I actually live in Panama
Okay.
currently. So I'm living in Panama. I went from Panama to Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Wow.
From Sao Paulo, Brazil to Ethiopia.
Wow.
Ethiopia, Cape Town, Port Elizabeth.
Wow. I'm not surprised your boards didn't make it,
All
man.
right,
That's crazy.
I chanced it, and well, like I say, I'm here. I was able to get a board that was amazing. Like I said,
Awesome.
Thanks again to Marco and everybody here in South Africa for helping me with that, because it really, really was a magic stick.
Yeah.
I cannot say anything bad about that board. Everything was perfect. Even the waxing that he already had on was good for me.
So you didn't need to make any changes there at all. That's great. Is he going to let you use it through the rest of the competition, do you think?
I guess as long as I don't have to compete against him.
That's what I was going to say.
So
as long as you two
looking
don't
up here
come
at
against
white,
each other.
trying to get into this clean session here, and blue also out the back.
Gareth Blanchard. So
All
Moukinho had a good second ride. They scored him higher than his first. So he's sitting pretty well in front on a 5.06. Brian Wood here from Llandudno, he's sitting in second with a 1.83. I'm not sure if that'll add to his score, that last wave. Truth be told, the conditions are getting trickier out there. This morning started off with a light offshore blowing. There were even barrels on offer, whereas now it's become quite a bit more tricky. How was it out there during your heat?
Well, I think when I got into the water, that's what I was telling Albert. I had to change my strategy because when I was looking at it, there were waves coming like right off the point, and then all of a sudden they start rolling down farther down. So we had to paddle outwards a little bit more to try to get out into a clean face. And the wave that I caught was, I guess, the very first one out of that set that came out. So it actually paid off. I know that Evil had caught that first wave, and I thought it had rolled out and become a better wave on the inside. Later, he told me outside of the water that it wasn't that great.
Yeah.
So
well, I mean,
I was lucky.
At a place like this, it's so important. Wave selection is so important. But beyond that, even just a bit of luck, just blind luck. You can
100%.
paddle in thinking it's going to be the wave of the day. Next thing you know, it crumbles in front of you and you've lost priority. You're now a little bit on the inside and your heart starts racing. If you mess up the first wave that you surf, your heart's racing. You're like, am I meant to be here? Am I doing things right? Am I on the right board?
Yes.
There's a million thoughts that could go through your
So
head.
many things, but the heart racing situation, I think I'm still on that. So
okay. Do you have any more heats today?
I believe I'm not. I think I'm on to the second round. So I don't know if it's gonna be played out today.
Well, you won heat. Your
Right.
heat.
Oh,
correct?
so I'm going to
You
the
go
third
To
round.
third round. So,
Oh,
but
so I
age
think I'm-
division. What age division are you competing in? What is
Masters
it?
on
Master.
Thursday.
Okay, yeah, that's on Thursday. So you got a day to relax, recover, get your mind around the next events.
Yes, definitely. I'm gonna relax a little bit and try to get a massage here with the Kineo.
Yeah, awesome.
Let's look at Brian here. Brian
Brian
was
Wood.
what a nice guy. Like
Legend,
had a
yeah.
chance to chat with him quite often, and what a good, cool guy, man.
Yeah, he's very new to the competitive scene. He's a great surfer.
But look at him. I
Yeah,
mean, he rips.
He
you know,
had to
he's
milk that
going
to the
for it.
inside. And there, it's one thing of wave selection, and number two, just a little bit less competition experience. He's new. He hasn't been surfing all the West Side comps for the last couple of years. And, I mean, he's a big guy. He's
It
a
is.
big guy. And
About
we saw from...
6'4",
Yeah,
maybe?
exactly. And we saw from Ed Quinn in the last heat, he's got a really big floaty board to link it through those sections. And number two, he was only taking off on the sets. So I don't know if that strategy is right for Brian to kind of be scrapping around on the inside.
Yes, look at this set coming in. It looks like it's a much bigger face, but can't really tell. I mean, that this is how hard it is.
Here's Moquinho, our heat leader, it looks like in red taking off.
There it is.
Nice open face, bit of lump and bump. Some competitors in the way. Ash, you wonder if the competitor in yellow just got into his head a bit. He was a bit nervous to go around.
I don't know. You kind of have to be careful also with interference, you know,
for
because
sure.
obviously you're getting on the line of the surfers coming off the point. So it's something to be careful with.
Yeah. And I mean, interference, you lose your best wave score, correct?
I think you lose half of your best score.
Okay.
If I'm correct, I don't have it right on my head, but
yeah,
I think but you lose substantial.
It turns your heat upside down.
Yes, and then you got to regather, and it's really quite hard when conditions are like this.
Exactly. When you might only get one chance really at a good wave in your heat.
That's
I
right.
mean, as we saw there, Brian Wood, I had said it was possibly the wrong strategy, but he's now up into second place from third. So even though he's just trying to get some points off those all insiders on a day like today when there's not that many waves on offer currently, it can work out for you.
Yeah, definitely. It actually works because obviously you gotta get busy. You have to try to get waves and try to do your strategy or stick to it. And obviously, as you said, he's not been competing that often, but he's trying to get the waves and get the points. You know,
that's where I like Moquinho's technique. Straight off the hooter, if you can get a wave straight off the hooter, it just puts your mind at ease completely. And he did well. First wave of the heat, 2 seconds after that horn went, he was up and riding. And I mean, look at him now. He can relax. He's in a decent position. He can hear the score. So we've got Gigs upstairs still commentating for the rest of the beach. He might not be with us in the studio, but he's commentating to the rest of the beach. And hopefully all the guys outside can hear their score, hear exactly where they are, and know what they need to progress to the next round.
That is correct. So, you know, I mean, if I was Moquinho, I mean, I wouldn't be too happy sitting with that score. I will try to get something more, you know. I
Definitely.
mean, a 5 it's a wave that you can make, you know.
Yeah, and that's a 5 is a combination of 2 waves for him.
Yes.
So it's not like he's got a single 5 and a 1. So yeah, he needs something good to back it up.
There he is. I think he heard what we were saying,
Yeah,
and now he's
exactly.
getting into action here.
There we go. You got to take it back to the foam.
it's hard, man. It's a hard condition to be in. There it is.
There we go. Okay, he's managed to bring it around to the little inside reform. There we go. Nice little snap in the pocket. That's so important, showing the judges some variety. Not just doing kind of flat cutbacks, but to do a little snap. The judges want to be entertained, is the key
Exactly.
thing.
Well, as they were saying on the meeting yesterday, the criteria calls for, speed, power, and flow, and the critical section of the wave.
Yeah.
So if you're giving the judges what they're looking for, then definitely you're going to get the reward. So it's very important to try to stick to that.
Yeah.
And listen to what the judges say, because they're the ones that are giving you the scores.
But even with that, I mean, it's almost not good enough to just do 5 cutbacks on the wave.
No.
Not only do they want speed, power, and flow, they want variety.
Yes.
They want to be entertained.
That's correct.
A little tail snap, and hopefully if you can milk it into the inside, which is proving challenging at the moment, and you can do a nice end section hit on the oncoming end section, that's where you're going to see good points. Here we got Patricia in yellow getting her first wave.
There she is.
That's awesome.
Oh,
unfortunately, not coming around the whitewater there, but just awesome. To get her up, get her on the scoreboard, she'll be feeling a bit more confident heading into the rest of this heat.
That's right. Something funny about Patricia. I met Patricia at the 2022 event in Portugal.
Okay, awesome.
And then she was like, "Oh, you're from Venezuela?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was with my girlfriend at the event." And then she said, "Well, I introduced her, and she's from Panama." Patricia says,
"Oh, really?
I used to have a boyfriend from Panama." Turns out it was a friend of ours.
Okay, small world.
It is. There's White.
Yeah, here we go. This is an important wave for White. It's been honestly just jumping back and forth. Brian in second place, then White in second place. It's been pretty tricky.
Yeah.
He'll be looking for quite a low score, and I think he might have done it here. We'll have to wait to see what the judges say. These foam floaters, we have to see how highly they're marking them. It's a small part of the wave. Is the degree of difficulty there? Is the commitment there? But, I mean, he's not looking for a massive score here. That could put him into second place and keep him alive in this competition. As we see another great set coming through.
Yeah, there it is. So hopefully we'll see Brian also trying to get on some of these better waves. Let's see the score on White to see if he turns the situation around.
Yeah, a couple of sets coming through. I don't know if we got anyone in position out there. We're going to have to see, but this is not an opportunity you want to let go past in the last couple of minutes of this heat.
Not at all. Not at all.
There we go. Speaking about it, White has now taken second place.
Exactly. So, yeah, this is anybody's game right now. Obviously, Red, it's a little bit safer on the lead. But, White. Oh, what happened to Brian?
Brian's out the water. I think he thought he had the score there, and I don't know. I think he just heard that he suddenly knocked down to third place, and this could be him out of the open division, which will be a real pity.
Oh man, that's sad.
He's a good surfer, and when you see him in waves of consequence, he really handles it well. So he'll be a bit bummed to be going out in conditions like this, but that's competition surfing, right?
It is. You gotta compete in any condition that it presents, and you have to, like I said, you have to change your strategy and try to make dues with what you got. That's the game.
Yeah, everyone's out there surfing the same waves, so
Indeed.
There's no bias. There's nothing like that. It's what you can do with what's presented in front of you.
Yes.
And I mean, I've seen WSL events run in worse conditions than this, so it's not exactly like we can complain out there.
Indeed. I work a lot the events in Panama.
Okay.
And we got the chance to see some great conditions, but also some conditions that are very, very harsh.
Yeah.
So, we're all the way up here in Jeffreys Bay, where you guys have some of the best, most amazing waves in the world.
For sure.
And now we have conditions that are quite challenging for even top riders like Brian that rides good waves of consequence. When you see him on this wave, you see that it's hard for them to get through them and collect good scoring.
And I mean, that's something that's been so interesting to me. Being from South Africa, we are so spoiled with waves, with relatively small crowds, that guys often won't even paddle out and surf if the conditions are like this. And that puts you at a bigger disadvantage in competition. I was speaking to Michael Novikov, he's the winningest kneeboard surfer in history, and his kids, and he says they pretty much only surf, in the build-up to these comps especially, they pretty much only surf when it's onshore and miserable and no one else is out. And you can see it reflect in their performances, because they're able to rip it up. They can identify where the pocket of power is on the wave, when even for me, I'd be like, I don't know what to do out here, because I'm maybe a bit snobbish. I'm not getting in the water enough.
Yes. Funny you said that, because my very first heat in Australia. We used to go to Australia to compete the events, the Venezuelan team. Shout out to the boys, Armando. Shout out to Ruben in Spain. You know, all the boys out there.
Wish you were here.
Definitely. Armando is the person that got me into surfing.
Awesome.
Good friend with Albert and all the boys.
Fantastic.
So he was, unfortunately, he couldn't come to this event. But what I was saying, Matt, I had my very first heat with him in Kayama.
Oh, wow.
And that was one of the hardest waves I've seen in my life.
Okay.
And this kid was ripping it like it was nothing. He was much younger. He's about, 10 years younger than I.
Kids with him here now.
But not only he was young, he knew exactly what to do on those hard conditions. And like you say, his dad pushed him
they're
do
in there when it's
and to
miserable.
surf on those conditions.
Because
So-
you weren't with us at the West Side competition, unfortunately.
No, I couldn't make it on time.
Yeah, but I mean, there we had really challenging conditions.
Indeed,
It was
I saw.
hardcore onshore the whole weekend. It was a nasty cold front. It's not called the Cape of Storms for nothing down in Cape.
Exactly.
And they were looking forward to it. I mean, I sat speaking to Mike and his youngest son Tom, also a ripper.
That's
He came
all of them.
second. He came second in that comp. And I was speaking to him, and he's like, "Would you paddle out here, Shane?" I said, "Not a chance." And he said, "Well, that's why they feel confident. They get in all the time." And something I've never traveled to Australia personally, but it's incredibly crowded. I don't know what your experience was there.
Well, we went during the event, so obviously the areas were
You had an exclusive use
pretty
kind of thing.
exclusive. Yes, and but we went to other spots, and there's tons of people.
Yeah, I mean,
At
he
least
said
50 people in the water
exactly
at one point.
And even when the conditions aren't cooking, so it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
like there's millions of waves going on.
Yeah. Well, that's what you see so many Australian good surfers, because they surf in any condition and they have many different waves to surf to, and nobody stops for nothing. They all get in the water, put the work, and get the rewards.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're very spoiled here. You can often find smoking, uncrowded breaks where it's oftentimes I'll be surfing just with myself and my father, kind of thing. There's some
Good.
really special waves out there.
Good.
So
That's
for
awesome.
someone like Novikov, if they're from Northern Caribbean, he says the second it's a little bit offshore, you'll have 100 guys in the water, kind of thing.
Yes,
it's crazy.
that's
I can't imagine that. I would get so psyched out. I try to surf as uncrowded waves as possible all the time.
Yeah.
But maybe that doesn't suit you well in a competition scenario,
Well, it depends, it depends what kind of mindset you got. Because if you're always on the competitive mindset, then you're looking for something in particular every time you go
For
surf.
sure.
But if we're going for leisure and if you're going for relax, then anyway we'll do.
Yeah, for
especially
sure.
a good one.
Yeah, exactly. You can't complain, man.
No. Awesome. So we have here Heat 21.
I think this could be the final heat of round one.
Are we 21? Okay. So
Who do we
Norbert
got?
Senescat from France and Trevor Hogben. Is he from
Hogben, yeah,
here?
South African guy.
Is he? Okay. And Garrett Price.
Garth
So
Price, Buffy. Yeah.
There it is.
He rips. So I don't know if you know
I
much
saw
about
him.
the Transkei. If you've heard about the Transkei and the
Yes.
waves up there, so that's a little bit further up the coast from where we are now. He owns a backpackers up there at a wave called Mdumbi, which is a 5-star world-class wave. You can ask anyone who surfed there, and most of the time he does great GoPro footage, and it's just him and the dolphins. And look at him; you can see he can just take this wall apart.
You already know. I mean,
Look
what we're
at
looking
this.
at is a difference of surfing here.
Yeah.
Obviously, class, flow.
Oh, wow.
And man.
Wow.
I'm not a judge, but if I'm judging, I'll give this guy an excellent.
Yeah, that
sure.
goes into the excellent category. We've seen how people have struggled, and the wave isn't doing all that much. He put in a lot of work there. It's not that easy for everyone,
True.
No, he's a ripper. He
Wow.
puts in a lot of time at Mdumbi. He's surfing mostly with dolphins. So for him to come
Maybe
out here and
maybe he's
perform
got
like
a
this-
different connection that we don't.
Exactly,
I don't
man.
know. I'm gonna have to ask him about that.
He's an absolute sweetheart. I know he went to the World Champs in New Zealand.
Okay.
I don't think he made it to the Portuguese ones, but he did well. So anyone listening out there in the wide world of the webcast, if you get the chance to come down to South Africa for a few weeks, then you can get up to the Transkei. You go and stay with Buffy. He's going to put you on a world-class wave, as good or close to J Bay, and you're going to be the only people in there. And
Wow.
it's a very special experience.
You can't beat that. You
Yeah,
cannot beat that.
The SA Nilos, we like to do gatherings, and there's been one major gathering that was held at his spot in Mdumbi.
Okay.
Incredible, man.
Wow, that'd be cool to see. I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to check it out. I haven't seen it personally, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go online and see if there's anything.
Oh, there you go.
to
Excellent
say.
range. You were
I
talking
told
about
you.
it.
I told you. Like I said, I've been looking, from what I see out there, and then we see this.
Yeah.
And you already know that there's something completely different to what we have seen,
I mean, a 783. That's going to be one of the highest scores of the day, and definitely the
I think-
highest score in the last few hours.
I think we had an 8,
Yeah,
maybe.
Liam got an 8.
Liam got an 8.
Torrens,
That's
yeah.
correct. Yeah, I was on my way to the water when I heard that. Let's see.
Come on, Terrence.
Trevor.
Nice turn.
Okay.
Nice snap in the pocket.
Yep.
Nice carve. See, that's the variety the judges will be looking for.
Yeah. And you see, he read that wave well. Oh, unfortunately, at the end, he couldn't stick that last maneuver. It would have given him a better, good score for sure.
If he had managed to hold that also not quite as high as Garth in blue, but that would have been getting up towards the 5s, I would think. That was a nice set of turns that he was putting in there.
Definitely. He read the wave pretty good, and he went back and did all the maneuvers at the right place. So it would have been an excellent, not an excellent, but probably
in the good range, yeah.
range way for sure.
So now we've got Norbert under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, I've seen Nerver surf. I think I saw him at the Portuguese event. He's also a very good surfer.
Needs the right
France
wave.
also have pretty decent waves.
Yeah.
So
Here we go. He'll be looking for something that tickles his fancy. He'll be holding priority now.
Mhm.
So he's got really pick of the waves out the back, and let's hope he can pick the right one, because if he gets on something similar to Buffy's, it's an open canvas for him to do what he wants.
Oh yes. Well, you see, Trevor's got a 5, 6, 7 on that wave. So even though he didn't close out the last maneuver, he was able to score on the points prior to that last hit. So
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about. We said in around the 5 range, in that good range. No single excellent maneuver, but the way he strung those together, that's that speed, power, and flow. He kept it moving the whole time. There was a little bit of kind of the bunny hopping to get speed, but nothing too intense. And he was
Yes.
able to string those moves together pretty well.
that's very cool. See some sets out the back.
Yeah.
See
Hopefully
what pans
Surfer in
out.
Red gets lucky here.
Let's see.
Finding himself just a little bit out of position.
I
it
think
seems.
I think he's far in the inside area, and he's not gonna see that the set is gonna roll through.
Oh man, there's some waves. Look at that one.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool.
And again, I mean, we're looking at the live stream, and we're almost not seeing the watercolor as we can see it if we look out the studio here. It is just beautiful, man.
The image does not make justice to the beauty that we are
Exactly.
experiencing here. I wish everybody could come to South Africa and see what we are having this event at, because it's a magic place. Very
Yeah.
beautiful. The people, like I say, I cannot be thankful enough for the hospitality that you guys have provided for us, man.
Hey man, we're happy to offer it, and everyone from listening in from around the world, you come down to Jaba and tell them you're watching this live broadcast. Neelones will take you in, look after you, make sure you eat well, surf well, sleep well. Yeah, we love having visitors down from all around the world.
Excellent. That's the best way to be, man. I mean, that goes around, and it's just amazing.
Is this your first time in South Africa?
I was here in 2008.
Okay, wow.
Durban, the Durban area.
Surfing?
No. We had Clayton Nienaber, board shaper from.
Yeah.
He had his shop over there, so I went and checked that area out. It was good looking place.
Yeah.
Didn't surf that much. Didn't have enough time, but.
Not quite J-Bay.
No, not quite J-Bay.
Yeah.
Not quite J-Bay.
And how many surf sessions have you had? Have you had the chance to surf Super Tubes yet?
Yes, I got here on about 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay.
So
You've had time to settle in.
Yes, the first day I just slept and tried to gather myself. Went
Yeah.
for a jog to try to decompress.
Yeah,
And
after
then on the
that
day-
many flights, man,
Right.
I'm sure you needed it.
had to unwind. So the next morning I actually got out here first, and in the afternoon I went to Super Tubos, and it was banging. It could
Well,
be
if you were
a
in
little
there
scary.
3-4
I
days
tell
ago,
you.
that's when the swell was cooking. It was offshore, barreling. There were serious waves out there.
Yeah, it was quite big. I saw
Norbert couldn't get through on that side of the wave.
That's a real pity
unfortunately.
because these waves are rolling through, and that's priority gone, you know.
Yes,
and
yes, and
we're
we have
starting
little
to
time.
come to the pointy end of this heat. We're halfway through, and that's kind of his first score. He's going to need something serious to back that up pretty soon.
Indeed.
Because I mean, for him to get a 5 so early on, it's not hard for him to put another 3 up, and then he's sitting at 8, and it's going to be tough for Norbert to top that with a single wave.
Okay, so as we see here, Norbert on this wave, we're gonna go to the interview. Take it out, boys.
They might be leaving it on just during the ride here of Norbert. So he didn't have the best wave selection on that last one, but it seems to put him in position for a really good wave. I mean, this thing's run well. He's put in a number of good maneuvers, and now he's got time. Paddle straight out back. He's got 8 minutes to try find a backup wave, and he can put himself in contention here.
Yeah, he needs to go ahead.
Let's see if we get this interview going.
Right, I'm Bobby Rossone. I'm here with the winner of Heat 20, Makino, all the way from New Zealand. Makino, tell us a bit how you feel and how it went for you.
It was pretty hard conditions out there. Really just comp surfing. And yeah, just real fun, but hard work.
Real fun, but hard work. Tell me about wearing a full suit and the water not saturating a lot of energy out of you, feeling comfortable, feeling back home, or completely different to your local environment?
Quite comfortable because I'm dropping suits down, usually in a 5'4" at this time of the year. Cold waters of Dunedin, and here I can almost be out in board shorts. So nice and warm. Yeah.
So you truly are blessed.
Yeah, it's awesome. We're having a blast here.
Well, that's it from us. We'll be back to you later.
Thank you, Bobcat, the mouth from the south, and Makino. Well served on that last heat, young man. You'll be through to round 3, so you've also got some time to rest and relax. He looks pretty young. I'm assuming he's going to be in the junior or pro junior division, and that's shaping up to be a competitive one.
Speaking of, Kevin Scabarda.
Exactly.
We have Kelvin Weir.
Yeah.
Marquinhos. Who else is on that?
We got Matt Bentley from South Africa,
Matt
Liam
Bentley,
Torrens, who
Liam.
had that his highest wave of the highest wave total so far.
Yeah, we're looking at a very, very interesting juniors division.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be the thing to see.
And I mean,
obviously.
that's what's so important is the youth and the young blood in the sport, and that's what we hope with something like this. JBay, CineFX, Kneeboard World Titles brings a couple of more young guys in the sport, because I don't know about you, but there's a real tradition of this sport kind of passing from father to son. I know my dad was a kneeboarder, so I've
Right.
taken over from him, and a lot of the other young guys, their fathers were kneeboarders. You can see it with the Novakovs, for example.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, and that's what you want to do. You want to make sure that you pass it on, and that you also create new generations of kneeboarders. I started late, through Armando Colucci, that we talked about before.
Yeah.
And he's the one that introduced just about anyone in Venezuela to kneeboarding. He was
Awesome.
the person to spread the word and to make sure that if you really like it, or if you actually saw somebody kneeboarding, he will try to get you aboard. He get you involved in events. Him
Awesome.
and his brother, his younger brother, was much better surfer, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
But he didn't compete that much because he was a bodyboarder,
Okay.
also professionally.
Oh, wow.
And he was traveling around, so he couldn't get around to many events as Armando did. But both of them, Armando rides longboard, sub. I mean, that guy does it all. And like I said, he was able to spread the word and make sure that kneeboard in Venezuela got to a certain point.
Yeah, and I mean, that's so important. I mean, we all just out here trying to have fun, trying to ride waves. I won't speak too much on suppers, but we respect everyone, we love everyone, we welcome everyone. And kneeboarding, it seems to attract, there's a lot of interesting characters that we'll get to know during the course of this week. But just people that are so willing to get involved with this brotherhood, and
Yes.
there's so much passion for the sport, it's just awesome.
Yes, like I was saying, when we were at the event in Portugal, my girlfriend, it was the first time to see a kneeboarding event, and she saw that there was such a big friendship around every single rider, whether we knew each other or not. It was so good, and it was so tight that she could not comprehend how good this was. And so I had to explain. And I was like, look, kneeboarders are a complete different creature in the water. And this is the good about it. That's what I love coming to the events, because, like I said, I came up here, my boards didn't show up, and now I'm riding the best board around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost. That was an important
That
one
was,
for Trevor.
Yeah, that was a good wave too.
Yeah, that face. I mean, look, we can look out of our studio here, and that face is
It
still
rolled
rolling
in.
through. And he isn't necessarily all that safe. Norbert is not that far behind him. Norbert's now sitting on a 417, so he's not going to need a big backup.
Oh.
Buffy again. Wow.
Look at that. Look at that banger.
Oh, that's the variety. Speed tick, power tick, flow tick. That is just great.
Yeah, he's taking all the boxes there.
Oh, hold it.
Oh
There
my
we
God.
go.
That is.
Degree of difficulty.
Look at him. Look at him. Sticking to it.
Wow.
Very nice.
If he had managed to get that hit on that last section, that could have been an even higher score than his first wave.
True. I still think that he's going to get a pretty decent score on this one. But
that's definitely in that good to excellent category. He's making it look easy out there, funnily enough, which is impressive in these kind of tricky conditions.
I tell you what, I'm happy that I'm not in his heat.
Yeah, exactly. That's an absolute weapon you're competing against over there. And he's just got the biggest smile on his face. He's one of the most lovely guys you'll spend time with as well.
Yes, like I said, like we were talking about different creatures, man. Everybody here is very friendly, and although there's competition in your mind, you still have a brother in the water, or 4 brothers in the water, 3 brothers in the water with you. So
it's a very special collection of people. I know that if ever I'm going to Australia, for example, all that I'll need to do is just say, how's it, guys? Pulling into Australia. Can you guys show me around? And you're going to be just bombarded by offers to show you here, stay at my place, we'll look after you, kind of thing.
Yes.
It's a special community that we've built really over the years.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, when we first started going to Australia, we had everybody over there being so friendly to us and welcoming, and I recall on a particular instance that we couldn't get the transfer to pay for the event, and somebody paid for us.
Amazing.
Out of the blue, they're like, okay, how many guys is this? It's like 4. Okay. He went ahead and made the payment,
and they don't expect anything in return. They just want to promote the sport.
Look at this wave.
Here comes Norbert. This is an important wave for him as we come into the final minutes. He's going to need a good score here to take him into second place and see him continue to stay in this competition. That was good. That's a nice bit of variety. We haven't seen too much of that. Nice, real big foam climb on the way
He's
back.
going to get a clean face here in the front. Let's see if he can.
He needs to nail
complete.
this.
There you go.
Beautiful. That's
nice.
this. See, now Trevor's in trouble, and he might regret that last wave he took off that he didn't manage to hold on to. We're going to have to wait and see how
I'm
these scores
interested
come
to
through.
see what Garth got on that last wave.
I
Look,
heard
he's got
gigs from outside, 733.
Oh, I told you it was going to be a good score indeed.
Yeah, that's not too shabby at all. I mean, that could be one of the highest heat totals that we're going to see all day. I think everyone else has been in kind of the 14s, if I'm not mistaken.
That is
We're
correct.
sitting 15, what's that, 15, 16?
15, 16, that's correct.
Buffy, one of the most unassuming guys.
Well, that's another thing. Anybody that you see out the water, you see somebody limping, somebody walking slow, but then when you get in the water, complete different game.
100%.
Very nice.
There's Buffy. Buffy knows he's got the score he needs. He's already up mingling with the other spectators. He knows he's through to round 3.
Nice.
And there we go. I mean, have a look. Norbert, he's been sitting in 3rd place the whole heat, and now with 1 and a bit minutes to go, he's moved himself up into 2nd. It's going to be a battle between him and Trevor.
Last minute, and he went and turned things around. Well, Trevor's out the back. Maybe he can get another wave in and try to even things out. There he is paddling. Let's see what happens.
Up and riding. Let's see what he can do with it. Nice open face. Good first carve back to the power zone.
There he
Another
is.
smack in the pocket. Norbert's going to be paddling back out and just hating every turn that he's seeing.
That's correct. That's correct. He's seen his second place go away.
Oh, it's going to be tight. This is going to come down to the judges.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure which way this is going to go, to be honest.
I cannot tell you either, but
We
that
know
would have
Buffy
been a
won.
very nice wave.
We know
Buffy is already out the water. He's
Yeah.
celebrating. I think he's going to walk by in front of us
Could
any
be
minute
cracking
now.
a beer already. Who knows?
That's right. That's right. So, anyways, I mean,
You can see the bait fish moving out there at the back.
yes, yes.
Moving around near the birds.
Earlier today, I saw those dolphins, and I haven't seen
Spectacular.
dolphins in many years. And I lived in Panama. We
Yeah.
see whales. I saw whales.
Yeah.
Week before I came, so that's cool. But dolphins, I haven't seen that many, and that was so special. to
Special,
see.
eh?
Man.
Here we go.
Look at this replay.
Here's Buffy showing us how it's done once again. Oh, fantastic. Turn with a little fin throw. Nice carve, cut back all the way to the whitewater. Another half snap in the pocket. Then he just milks this through the inside. I honestly don't know how he held on to this here. That I don't know how he held on to.
Man, that's like, I think he used to dance or something
Yeah.
because he moved those hips in waves that humanly
Yeah.
cannot be done.
And that's the end of that heat. And I've had a great time commentating here with you, Haken. I'm
Thank
going to
you,
be
brother.
signing off.
Alrighty.
We got Albert Munoz, 2-time Nilo World Champ, pulling in, and Ed Quinn as well. Hollywood royalty back in the booth. So thanks so much, man. It's been great.
Well, thank you guys for having us.
One. All right, a little bit of a dramatic heat in that last one. A couple of situation changes there for that second and third spot. Alrighty, so results were red in third, yellow finding that requirement and moving into second. We'll move now on to the next round.
Right, I'm back. We're back.
We're back. And we swapped partners. This is like a key party.
I know. I know.
Every time we come in the booth, it's all of a sudden I'm looking out and I have a new partner, air
We-
quotes.
We're keeping them interested. That's
yeah,
what we're doing.
and by the way, no one's going to understand us because we have these weird accents. Although your accent's been changing since the 90s when I first met you, Albert.
Yes, it has.
Yeah,
It has.
you say weird. You say words weird, and okay. Can we just start this broadcast before we start talking about this phenomenal day and this phenomenal contest, the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships? Can we please just talk about the way the rest of the world is pronouncing your name right now?
Oh.
Moonies?
It's
What's
a
this
bit of a-
Moonies?
I don't know.
Who's
It's
Moonies?
a bit of a mixed bag. How's this?
Whoa,
How's
look
this?
at
How's
this.
this grommet?
What is going on? Elliot.
Elliot.
Thubert. Oh, my God.
Thubert.
Elliot, that was
Yes,
phenomenal.
Elliot Thubert from France.
My goodness, that way was
Yeah.
fantastic. Now,
And
are
then-
we're the top of this next heat. Maybe you should introduce the heat, Albert.
Yep. The heat, yeah, so it's opening round one, heat number 22.
Ooh, red with a nice top up.
Yeah,
Glass up top.
Eduardo Machado from Brazil, Elliot Thubert from France, and Willy van der Linde, I'm probably butchering that name, from South Africa, which we're seeing now. There's a lot of action going on. Oh, that was almost like a through-the-lip floater. It's amazing. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but we all got very excited in this commentary booth when we saw Elliot riding on that wave. We're trying to make commentary about ourselves, paying ourselves out.
I know, we want to talk about ourselves, and then
Yeah.
Elliot gets his bomb.
It gets an absolute bomb.
Completely lost our
Amazing.
train of thought.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the judges to make their decisions on that first opening exchange. But yes, no, my surname is just all over the place in different parts of the world. I just let it flow. I collect them. I collect.
You
the different
literally have
pronunciations.
been collecting pronunciations. I mean, from Puerto Rico, Florida, California, we had it all right. We set you off into the world like this baby bird. We wanted to send, sort of like the spice trade. We sent Albert Munoz into the world.
I know.
And just watched your name get destroyed. Here we go with a really nice replay.
This
Yellow.
replay from the previous heat, I believe.
Oh, it's a replay from the previous heat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, hang on.
Yeah, you might be.
No, because Elliot Thubert was the Grom. That was Trevor Hogben
Oh, my
from the
goodness,
previous
yeah.
heat.
So we're still waiting for a final from the heat before. Do we have the final tally there?
We do have the final tally on that one. The final tally on that one was Garth Price with a 15.16 heat total.
Wow, 15.16.
He was smashing it.
That's fantastic. That's one of the highest heat totals of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Garth was pretty unassuming. Looks pretty unassuming, and he'll tell you he doesn't really know the break and all the rest of that stuff.
Don't buy
Next
it.
thing you know, he's turning around and catching the every bomb that comes through.
Absolutely.
We got another replay here. This is the Grom.
Whoa!
This is the
Look
replay.
at that.
Look at that.
It's like a towing at Mavericks.
I know. And he's just plowing through every piece of chop that is.
Those
being thrown
chops are
at him.
overhead on him.
Yeah, I know.
Look at
He's
this.
smashing
Cutting
it.
back. Oh, this is my favorite wave of the day.
Yeah.
Oh.
Absolutely.
That was fantastic.
That was awesome. That was well worth the.
What was the score we got on that? Did they put out 2.83?
2.83 that was.
Okay.
So you got 2.83 on that one. We got Eduardo Machado had a 5.5 and Willie Vanderland had a 3.67.
Nice.
Yeah.
I met.
So while we're going a bit quiet here with the sets, we're going to jump to an interview. Take it away, guys.
Or come back and.
All right, I'm standing here with Buffy. Wow, what a heat. That could be one of the highest heat totals of the day after a few challenging heats before yours. How does it feel?
It feels quite surprising, to tell you the truth. I didn't know I was going to get that score. I reckon that I was just glad to get that second wave in because it weren't that common and it was quite a bloody paddle back. So I'm glad I got out there and sneaked that second one deeper in because I see that they were coming through a bit wider.
Well, I mean, 2 waves and they were all you needed. You get pretty good practice in at your home break. How does it compare to this?
Not as, but very much similar actually. That's what I thought. Yeah, very much similar, but obviously with no one out, just dolphins, dolphins fully, yeah.
And what are you riding today?
This is a gift from Steve-O for my 50th birthday when I was out in New Zealand. It's a Hugh Thompson pintail thruster, yeah, 510, yeah.
What kind of message do you have for the people watching from home?
To keep Ari and keep loving the ocean and anything in nature, for sure. And all my mates in Natal, I hope they're good. Yeah, anybody that loves the ocean in general, yeah, fully.
Well done, bro. Congrats and good luck for the next one.
Very short, Shane.
You know, there's one thing about Garth. I've got to know him a little bit. I've had a few conversations with him. He's thinking in the back of his head, man, I smashed these people.
I smashed him. Yeah, he's taking no prisoners. There's been
Absolutely
a few. I've seen a
taking
couple, people paddling out through that keyhole with bad intentions.
Yeah.
And which is great. That's what
Oh,
you
yeah.
want. You want it to get more and more competitive as we work forward through this contest. I think right now, today, a lot of people are trying to figure out the break, trying to shake off the butterflies.
Yeah.
I know I was.
Yeah.
And now, as we start getting to the sharper end of the competition, I think there's going to be a lot more elbows out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the schedule has changed slightly for tomorrow. So I thought I had a couple days up my sleeve, but it turns out I'm surfing tomorrow according to the schedule. They've updated it on Live Heats. You should be able to just view it from the links that we've been sharing around or through the Live Heats. I think Live Heats has an app as well. So that should be exciting. Tomorrow should be a bit more of a exciting day. I'm not really sure how the forecast is going to pan out. Every time I ask a local, I get a vague answer.
Well, I think there's something about the Indian Ocean. It kind of does whatever it wants.
Yes.
And so one second it's going to be pumping, the next second it's not going to be good, or the wind's going to go strange, or the tide's going to drop, or a sparrow's going to fly east, and that way the wind is going to go onshore.
Yes.
But I am hearing that this swell is going to be continuing to pulse all day tomorrow, which is why when you get a permit for a location like this, like Jeffreys Bay, in prime season, you want to take advantage of it. And one thing that I think tends to hurt the sport of surfing in general is these weird contest windows in which you get to finals day and they're not being held in the best surf. We just saw it in the Olympics.
Yes.
So the fact that we're being very flexible and possibly going to run the entire Open in 3 days, I think is brilliant, because our sport can't. This is such an amazing opportunity. We need to put our best foot forward.
Absolutely. And I think we've done pretty good so far.
I mean, look at this. There's a set coming in. Yeah. I mean, this morning, Giggs and I were on the call, first 3 heats of the day, and honestly, there were 4 or 5 heat-winning waves per heat going unridden that really just showed you that we're in a location right now at the time of year, the season, in which we are just blessed with great surf and great opportunity, and it's exactly what the sport needs. The ability for people who have spent their entire life honing their craft, so passionate, our odd little tribe, and to be given waves like this and being able to perform in them, I think is something that's amazing, and taking advantage of that, and not just saying, well, the finals have to be on Saturday, and you look at Saturday and it's 2 to 3 foot and on shore, and it's like, yeah, that's stupid. Let's hold the finals on Wednesday, and that's why our schedule keeps changing.
Yes.
It changes every hour, depending on what they're seeing with the charts and the winds and the tides, and I love that.
I'm here for it. The grommet again.
Oh! My goodness!
Smash
I know we're not
it.
supposed to. I know we're not supposed to choose favorites, but even though the entire beach is blowing up right now, this is just awesome.
Yes.
My goodness! Oh, look at
this! We're not judging. We can have favorites.
That's true. We're not judging. We can have favorites.
That's right.
I mean,
Woo! Did you see that layback?
Anybody's singlet. Look at it.
Look at that style.
Oh! Oh my goodness! What a legend!
That was amazing.
A legend.
Amazing. I'm speechless. And I'm never
8.
speechless.
And it's an 8-year-old out there. That is just fantastic.
He's absolutely smashing it.
Oh my God! His singlet comes down to his ankles. I mean, it literally looks like some sort of weird canary monk.
It does.
And he's out there. I mean, we should give him his own singlet, for God's sakes. I mean, look at him. It's like he's got a parachute on.
I know.
Poor little
I
guy.
know.
I mean, he gets caught inside. He could get blown out to sea.
No, I think he's too.
Look at him. He's claiming it.
I think he's too big of a legend to get caught inside. That's
He
awesome.
probably is. Look at the ocean just went flat for him, so he could paddle right back out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every time I paddle out that keyhole, it's like the second I poke my head out of the keyhole, it's like I get bombarded with sets.
Yeah.
And he's just picking off bombs, and now
I know. Look at him. He's in the lead.
He's in the
He
lead.
got a 2.9 on that last wave. He's in the lead.
Look at this. Let's replay this.
I know.
Big drop.
I know. There's one moment in here that I just want to scream about because it's just amazing.
You
ready? You ready? Hang on. Here it comes. Look at the hand jive.
Oh.
There's a hand jive coming. It's a hand jive coming. There it is. Boom! Hand jive. Amazing. Amazing.
Just absolutely legendary.
Yeah, I know. When do you get this? This is.
So those are my 2 favorite waves now.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we could definitely play favorites. It's a good thing we're not doing beach commentary.
Yeah, we're not doing beach commentary. I realize that. I didn't want to break any protocols, but the judges are up there. They're professionals. They'd probably banish us if they could hear us,
I know.
but they can't hear us. They've put us in this wonderful booth.
They might have heard us.
We're
They
full
might
of,
have heard
full
us.
of,
Who
full of
knows?
beanbags and physio. There's a giant thing of Red Bull over here, and I just went over there, and everybody must be pretty wired because the Red Bull's out. So I think we need to get some more ice and some more Red Bull because it's time to wake up in the afternoon.
Absolutely. Now, look, so far it's not a lot of waves have been written, but we're still keeping on top of it. There's definitely some opportunities out there.
Yeah, look at some sets out the back. It's fun being in here actually because you can hear the crowd. Has started to get really into it. I don't know if someone made a beer run or they buried a keg in the sand or something, but instead of getting tired and less energetic towards the end of the day, the audience seems to be getting more energetic and more involved.
Oh, look, we get these little bursts of energy when we see something exciting.
Yeah,
or it's pretty hard to
like the
keep
flying
still.
canary from France.
Like the flying canary from France. Amazing. Still more waves rolling through. Like it has not. I'll tell you what. You were talking about getting the elbows out later in the heats and all that sort of stuff. I'll tell you what. Any wave like that at home, and I'm getting the elbows out for sure.
Absolutely. Oh my God. That's one of the most beautiful things about coming here to South Africa and traveling around the country a bit is that if there's some waves that are well known and they're very crowded, and there's some waves that you kind of you pull up and you're like, what's wrong with this? And they're like, nothing. Like, why is nobody out? I don't know. We got so many waves. Not every wave has a pack on it.
Yeah.
And it's just it's just such an incredibly beautiful part of the world. Yeah. And I mean, in this trip, Albert, I mean, we've surfed the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. I mean, just that's pretty rare to do in one surf trip.
In a range of water temperatures.
Wow, range of water temperatures. Like I was loving my Icarus wetsuits in Namibia and in Cape Town, and now I had to all my beautiful 4.3s are in the room, and I'm going down to short arm fulls.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the other day we had a surf, and I could have been out there in board shorts.
Absolutely. Someone did yesterday, and
Yeah.
I was jealous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have Eduardo getting on this wave. It's kind of an inside one, but it's looking like it's shaping up
I feel like
quite
with,
nicely.
Yeah, I think you're right, Al. I think with a higher tide now, you're able to get that wave to start rebuilding on the inner shelf,
Yep.
and it's giving you that left coming at you for that final maneuver, which is
Yes.
really key. Which
Yes.
sadly, and there it is. Ooh, he just
Yep,
he almost
just
pulled that top
incomplete.
turn. It had a little bit of a rib in it. He couldn't quite get over.
Yeah. Yeah, just incomplete, but still,
Yeah.
plenty of action here. 5 minutes left. It's starting to get a little bit towards the pointy end, and I think I'm just curious. I haven't surfed a heat yet, but you just surfed yours a little while ago. How did you go with priority?
It was very interesting, actually. There were actually a lot of swing wide sets, so we all kind of got caught inside to start the heat, middle of the heat, and so I actually kind of was really aware of priority. And at one point, when I had got one of my better waves, I came out and sat way inside looking for an insider. And then a 3-wave set came and everybody was gone. I went right back out and had priority again. So there have been some interesting heats, though, in which they have really turned the heat, in which, we've had a couple, you might say shocking upsets. And those surfers had a heat winner, but had to give way to the surfer with priority. It is really nice having priority. And I think as we get, farther down the line to the serious end of this competition, it's going to get put into use more and more.
Absolutely.
If you're ahead in the heat and your competitor is behind you and you have priority, I mean, we're going to see some people sitting on people and making sure that they get out of their heats.
And being strategic as well. I think we
Yeah.
got the French Canary over here is look at him.
There it
Look at
is.
him. He's up and
Oh
again.
my God, roll-ins.
Yeah.
My
on a
God,
bomb.
did he step off the jet ski?
No, he literally copped the full brunt of the whitewater and managed to negotiate it.
No, we're going to need a replay on the Flying Canary because his
Absolutely.
red just had another wave on through the
Yeah.
inside. We got blue on the outside
blue on
right
the
now.
outside. That looks
He's
like a
got some
nicely
work to
shaped
do to
blue.
get himself back in this heat. I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard. Willie needs to understand that the Flying Canary is really doing a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is nice. Willie's got a nice long wave. He's connected a few good little turns. I think he's looking for that final hit. Let's see if he can. And he pulls it off.
Nice.
Oh, Willie's a great guy. I actually met him 22 years ago here in J Bay. He's a very successful builder in Cape Town. Does high-end home residences, but just another one of those. You probably wouldn't know it from looking at him. He just looks like such a serious professional, but is such a passionate kneeboarder and is so blessed to live in a country like South Africa where he can balance life and work.
Yeah. This is Eduardo's last wave.
That's a good a smart wave by Eduardo too,
Yeah.
because he wanted to get himself back into the lead, and it looks like the scores are dropping, and he was able to pull that off.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it made a huge impact. I believe this is a 2 point. Yeah, because he didn't land that.
Oh,
He
yeah.
only got a 2.93 for that particular wave.
But I
the,
think he needed even less than that to turn the heat.
Yeah.
And Willie's wave, it looks like the score's already dropped. It's gotten him back up into second, so we have to. I mean, we might be waiting for scores from the Flying Canary because we'll have to see what he did on that wave.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get a replay of that.
Yeah. So Willie's last wave was a 3.43. That one that flowed all the way through. I think making that hit at the end section and riding out of it with confidence really sort of helped the score line. Whereas the same thing when Eduardo had his wave, the not making that last section was really viewed quite critically by the judges.
Yeah, it's been it's been changing all day. In the morning there were these brilliant lefts coming at you as you worked your way in, and you knew you could get that final hit that could be worth anywhere from an extra 1 to maybe 2-3 points. I mean, big deal.
Yeah.
In my heat, I took some waves from the outside and was just hoping and praying that I would get that section, and they never really materialized for me.
Right.
Now it seems that the higher tide, the wave has moved up onto the bank, it's moved up onto the reef, and that energy is able to oddly, what you want it to do is you want it to close out. You want,
Yes.
like on the inside, you want that wave to finally hit shallow water, have a lot of energy,
Yep.
close out, because it allows the rider then to do that one big final maneuver.
Yeah, just greater opportunities to engage in that critical surfing that the judges really like.
Yeah.
The judges like to reward quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're down to the final minute here. I think there's still one more chance, I think, for a couple of waves to be caught.
Well, Elliot, the Flying Canary, is out there. Here comes the bomb right to him. He's already turning. Elliot's scared of nothing.
Yep.
Here he goes.
Yep.
Here we are. He's turning. Is he?
Almost.
Oh. Whoa.
No, he had a choice to make. I don't.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure about that wave.
Yeah.
I think he's a little bit smarter and a little bit savvier than he leads on.
Yeah, than I am. I would have gone. I would have gone and taken off on the closeout.
Yeah, I probably would have gone too. I gotta confess.
Yeah, we're just frothers, you know.
Yeah,
Albert.
yeah, absolutely. Nah, look, it's been an interesting heat. It's definitely been an interesting heat. I'm quite impressed with how Elliot has sort of taken on what is a lot of deep water. It's a lot of water moving around during that heat, and for him to just sort of take that on with no fear, and he's quite a showing. He was definitely the crowd favorite as he comes in.
He was definitely the crowd favorite. It
Yeah.
looks like. Oh wait, did he move into second place?
No. This is the
Oh,
next
this is
heat
the
coming
next heat.
on,
Okay,
right?
well,
So-
we're going to see Elliot and the cadets or the super cadets or the super canaries or whatever. But, for me, Elliot won the day.
Yeah, no, that last heat was Eduardo Machado from Brazil won with a 9.1. Willie came second with a 7.1 total heat score. And Elliot, unfortunately, came third with a total heat score of 5.73, but he stole our hearts.
He did. Forever. Forever and ever.
Yeah.
We'll always have it. We'll always have the Flying Canary.
Absolutely.
I wish I spoke French, because we should figure out what canary is in French.
Yeah.
That's his new nickname, and it should be.
Yeah, this heat could be very interesting.
Mhm.
There's a few rippers in this heat for sure. Carl Ward, who we're seeing on screen now.
No, he actually is one of my all-time favorite surfers. I just love his style. He's so smooth and he's so radical. And I saw him out the other day, just blowing the tail out again and again and again, like it was by rote. And I don't know. He could be a dark horse. He's coming up through the trials, but he's one of those guys who, if he had been surfing comps to qualify, whether it was in the UK or Australia, I'm sure he would have been seeded into this event. I would have hated to had him in a draw, and I think we'll see some fireworks from him pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Carl does it from memory. He doesn't do comps very often. Ewan Rosie, on the other hand, though, does do comps quite a bit. I believe I surfed against him. I believe I surfed against him during the West Side comp last week, and he was able to manage. He was a threat. That's for sure.
Yep. We also have Mark McLeod out here today. Looks like he had a 0.3.
Yeah.
But he's going
He's
again.
He's
a smart competitor, though. Look, he's already going again on the inside.
Absolutely.
And this is a good little wave with a nice wall. Let's see what he can do with it. Oh,
Bam!
Nice.
That's the Maca turn for sure.
That is the Maca turn for sure. And now another one throwing big plumes of white water.
He's spent a bit of time here studying this wave, and you can tell it's paying off right now.
Yeah, and just such a smart call. Everybody had this little exchange. Nobody really did any damage. And he's looking for that left, and with a higher tide, there it is. And so,
nice completion.
Yep, nice little floater. Great first turn. Solid backup. A long ride. A good finish.
Yeah.
And he really displaced some water in those first couple of turns.
Yep.
Super great first wave.
Yep.
Second wave, but first, one that really
had
a good score. So I think he's going to be very happy about that. Paddle back out and put some pressure on Carl and Ewan.
Yeah. Money in the bank. I think this is one of. Remember you were saying before about priority. I think this is one of those heats where priority is really going to come into play.
Absolutely.
Who do we have coming up here? This is
White.
Phil Chadwick.
Yeah, Phil Chadwick.
And
that was his first wave. He wasn't able to complete that first turn.
Okay.
And so we're going back.
Right. Okay. Mark McLeod ended up getting a 5.5 for that first wave. So not a bad start. Absolutely.
Absolutely
And
not.
you'd definitely call it a keeper compared to most of the heats that we've seen so far. However, when you've got Mark McLeod and Ian Rosie in a heat, it could be a different kettle of fish altogether. So
Yeah, they're both probably looking over at Carl Ward, knowing if Carl gets an open face, it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah.
So I think neither one of them. I think Mark is looking at his 5.8 as a backup score,
Yeah.
or as his 5.5. Excuse me. And Ewan hasn't gotten on the board yet, and so he knows that none of the scores. Carl's 1.83 is not going to stand. That's going to be long gone.
No, that's right. By the end of it, for sure.
Looks
And
like
I
we have the
think,
jet ski moving in.
What is going on with the jet ski? Is there a bit of wildlife going on out there?
I don't know. Are we clear in the water? Oh, look at this.
They're
the
cheering
flying
up.
canary. I love it. What a legend.
Amazing.
Absolute
Amazing.
stud.
Yeah.
Maybe they took a timeout in the heat.
It could be.
Yeah.
No, the clock's still running. No, this is.
Could be a board exchange out there. Not sure what that is. Maybe someone lost a board.
No, well, not sure. Not sure what's going on there.
They don't tell us anything, Albert. They just leave us down here. All I wanted was a sugar-free Red Bull. Everybody drank all my Red Bulls while I was out in the water.
Oh, that's all right. We can entertain ourselves otherwise.
We can.
What
I want to get a massage, but
there's
our gorgeous massage lady is booked solid.
Yeah.
I wanted to ride the recumbent bike, but then I realized I'm already pretty tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. No rest for the wicked,
No,
Albert.
no.
And we're not the Flying Canary.
No, we are not. But the Flying Canary pretty much got a standing ovation on the
Yeah,
way
I mean, he
up
already
the-
won the
way up
contest. I
beach,
think it's
yeah.
over. I don't think anybody's surfing tomorrow. We're just going to do parades for him all day long.
Absolutely. We have an interview.
It better be
to-
with the Flying Canary, and if it's not, I want a second interview.
No, I think we might try to make a request for a second interview.
Yeah, we have demands.
Yeah,
the booth
cool.
has demands, and we'll Albert will do a hunger strike.
We'll put it away to the first interview now, and we'll be back shortly.
All right, folks. So we are here with the winner of the previous heat, Eduardo Machado from Brazil. Eduardo, tell us, how was your heat?
Yeah, it was a good heat. Jeffrey, it's amazing wave, amazing place. And step by step, we are going to advance the heat for heat. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations, South Africa Liborn, for the amazing event. And good luck for all. See you in the next.
All right. So there he was. That's Eduardo Machado from Brazil. It's ripping, closing out waves like no other. Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're back, but our demands are still,
Yeah,
unless
absolutely.
you want to bring in like a hostage negotiator,
Yeah.
we are demanding an interview with the Flying Canary.
Yeah.
There's gigs. I'm at the point right now where I'm about to go out and make some serious demands.
Yeah.
Wow,
that
Carl
was,
Ward just blowing the
that was
back out of that wave. Like I told you guys,
Yep.
Carl was going to do some damage in this heat. If you give him an open face, he's going to throw buckets, and we just saw that with that wave. That is how you get yourself back into the heat. And I think it might have only been the one turn, but
I think the real crux of that particular wave, when we see if we can get a replay going, I think the real crux of that wave came from the combination of the big roundhouse. He whacked the whitewater really high up the top and then came down and then hit it again.
yeah.
We can see that it's already yielded quite a significant score. Carl has gone into first place with a total score of 11.33. The judges gave Carl, you ready for this? A
Yeah.
9.5.
Yeah, that's
9.5. There was a lot of criticality in both of those turns. They were linked together very seamlessly.
Yep.
I think the judges have sent us a signal of what they'd like to reward.
Like I said in the top, it sounded like I might have been using a bit of hyperbole. He is one of my favorite kneeboard surfers in the world. He is electric. He's such a nice guy. He's such a sweetheart. always has a smile. He's soft-spoken. But, man, when he gets in the water, he just attacks the lip. And we saw it. And it was I'm so happy for him. I'm so proud for us to be able to have this incredible day right now and get able to watch this great surfing. And I love that Mark's out there, and he's hearing that score. And Mark is not going to be afraid. He's not going to run for the hills or fight for second place.
No.
He's going to come back and try and throw buckets as well and see if he can get himself back into first place.
Absolutely. This looks like a bit of a wide one coming through.
Absolutely does.
And,
see if anybody's there.
Oh, Maka was almost in position. Not quite.
You probably wanted it, but I think that, Carl's also a very savvy surfer, and I think he was sitting very deep.
Okay.
Would still love to get a replay of that last wave of Carl's. I still want to hang out with the Flying Canary. I've got a lot of demands, Albert.
Yeah.
None of them are being met. I mean, look, I signed a big contract.
Yep.
I understand that when they give you the jets and the mansions and and it's just nothing but just glamour and fortune and pain in this commentating industry. But couple more things. I just wanted to talk to the Flying Canary.
Yeah. Glamour and fortune and pain.
Yeah. Do you know what that's from?
No. Doesn't matter. It's pretty good though.
No, it's a quote. It's a quote from an Iron Maiden song called 2 Minutes to Midnight.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. The glamour, the fortune, the pain.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, here we got Mark coming back up. Let's see if he can dish some pain up and get himself back into this heat. It's a beautiful wave, a long runner. Oh, just ran away from him. I think he was waiting for that wave for a long time. With this higher tide, it's actually really kind of bowling up and getting a lot more power in the wave, getting up onto the reef. But you have to be careful because some of them will hold open like Carl's did, and then some of them, like that one, will just outrun you. Carl might have taken off a little deep, but we can see Mark took off a little deep on that one. But you see the wave that he wanted. That was the wave Mark wanted because he knows he needs a big, steep base, and he's got to attack the lip if he wants to get himself back up into first place and avoid that second round.
Well, you would suspect that you and Rosie's would be pretty close to chomping at the bit, but I think this is Carl Ward again.
Oh, here we go.
Taking off on the whitewater, so going quite sideways there for a little bit.
Beautiful.
Nice
Look at that. Look at the way he released that tail. Oh, couple of ribs.
Yeah.
It was fascinating to see how high up he got in that.
Yeah.
Kind of a very old school roundhouse cutback. But we got White here looking for that inside. Hopefully he can get that left coming at him so he can get a score.
Yes.
It's a little tough sometimes and it gets fat and then it gets going real fast.
Yeah.
But he navigated it pretty well.
Yep.
Oh, and again,
did not
a
ride
little
away.
washy there on the inside. We saw that with Carl's as well, where he blew the tail out on that beautiful old school figure eight roundhouse cutback, and then unfortunately there was just a couple of ribs up high that caught a rail and flipped him in that flashpoint over.
I still think he's going to get a little bit of benefit out of that. His backup score is only a 1.83, and he still did get a little bit of movement going, so it might better his score, but it won't do it significantly. I'm pretty sure that's a bit uncharacteristic to see you and Rosie not getting a couple bangers straight away.
No, it's a little tough.
Surprised.
Yep. No, he needs a 6.44 to get himself up into advancement level. He needs to overtake Mark. I still think Mark is sort of a sleeping giant out there.
Yes.
He only got a 2.17 on that bomb that he was on. And if it had given him the opportunity, that could have been a very high-scoring wave. We'll see what that last wave. They hasn't posted yet. What Carl?
It didn't make much of a difference. It's only 1.67.
Okay, so it
we
didn't.
still have Carl Ward in first, Mark McLeod in second, Phil Chadwick in third, and Ewan Rosie in fourth. Still 7 minutes and 10 seconds left to go, but there's still plenty of opportunities. We're not in shortage of waves here, Ed.
No, absolutely not. It's just as anybody who's been surfing contests as long as you and I have, we know it's even the Dream Tour has to settle for substandard waves. Mother Nature does whatever she wants, and sometimes she'll send you the swell of the decade during your contest window, and sometimes she'll leave you wanting. And so for us to have the opening day of the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships here at Jeffreys Bay be blessed with this sort of full moon swell, pulsing waves. I mean, I paddled out through the keyhole and just took 6 waves on the head just for fun. You know, it was. I was like, oh, I'm not even surfing yet, and I'm already drowning. My buddy Randy Reed won his heat, but he did the same thing. At the start of the heat, he looked like he was cooked. His chin was on his chest. He was, exhausted because the ocean. You get out through that keyhole and you look up the super tubes and you see a set coming down the point. You're like, oh no, I'm in harm's way.
Yeah, the way I see it, my conclusion from this trip so far has been that the rawness of the ocean here demands so much more physically out of you for every surf, but it's also going to reward you that much more.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Albert. It's so true, but it's just the paddling out. I mean, and I'm from Ocean Beach, San Francisco, so I'm used to nightmare paddle outs. But getting through the keyhole, the anxiety and adrenaline of trying to time it correctly, usually timing it incorrectly and then taking a beating. The waves are so incredible. And you kick out and you look back and you can't see the lineup. You're like, oh my God, I have the longest paddle back out.
Yes.
The beautiful offshore winds we've had, the pumping swells we've had. It is. I thought I'd come here and get in shape, and instead I'm just exhausted.
Yeah. Well, you'll figure it out. You'll get in shape eventually.
Only when they pay me, Albert.
Yeah, that's it.
Only when they pay me. So we've got 5 minutes left. We are down to the final 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That flashing 5 minutes means this heat is getting really, really intense, and we have Mark on the inside looking. Mark wants to shore up second place at this point.
Yeah.
I think he's very disappointed that set wave didn't give him an opportunity to score. Let's see what he can do here.
Nice little cutty, very smooth. A lot of rail being put in the water here.
Yep.
He's
navigating those ribs,
but he's gonna make it to the open face. Nice little cutty there.
Hopefully that left will come back at him.
Hopefully. Yep, but so far he's connecting the dots. Spoke too soon.
Yeah, that was.
Still, he made a few turns and he connected them smoothly. So I think it'll better his situation.
100%. I think he definitely will better that 2.17, which was probably the reason he took off on that small wave. He wasn't thinking of that as a heat winner. He was more looking at that as to solidify second place.
Yeah.
He's got a sizable lead over Phillip in third place, who only has a 3.3 total score right now.
Yeah.
Carl Ward is way outside, might be sitting with priority, and might be going right now. That was Carl wanted that wave. He paddled a long distance for that wave. I think he saw the scoring potential of that wave, and he could have put this heat to bed with that.
Yeah. Well, at this point, it's pretty clear. We've got the third and fourth place have a lot of work to do with only 3.5 minutes left to go.
Yep.
We've got Mark McLeod ended up with a 3.67 out of that last wave, so definitely something that was functional.
Extended his lead.
Extended his lead. Solidified his second place. I think Carl Ward breathes at a wave, and he'll only.
He's breathing at this one.
Yep, that's it. That's it exactly. So you notice how he's positioning himself back towards the wave as very smart. He does understand that the way the wave breaks moves with the tide. Unfortunately, he couldn't capitalize on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, he took off basically going left, hit the power pocket, and we saw a couple Adam Shapiro did that this morning. I mean, Giggs and I were laughing. He went 50 yards left, hit the whitewater, and then came back around and had his highest scoring wave. Look at it.
And it just came.
Yeah, like this is some smart. Tricks are for kids, Carl.
Yeah.
But this is like he's so savvy in the water because he just had that wave let him down, is inside there on the inner bank and saw. He hits his board in frustration.
Yeah.
He knows he just needs a low score to basically put this heat out of reach, and it's just not letting him complete.
Yeah. That's a pretty good little set coming through for
a
the
great
last
little
couple
set.
of minutes.
That's the kind of set that turns a heat.
Absolutely.
And I see Mark looking at this corner right now. Let's see if he spins and goes.
I think that's White. I think that's
is that White?
Phillip and White.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yep. Oh, Carl Ward did get a 2.6.
Yep.
Out of one of those waves. Probably wasn't that last one, but Down to the last minute and a half here.
Down to the last minute and a half.
Yeah.
This heat is has been a grinder for sure. A lot of opportunity for these surfers to score.
Yeah.
Carl with the highest score of the day, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't see anyone go even into the 8s today.
No.
Or maybe there might have been one, but I mean Carl with a 9.5.
Oh,
okay,
amazing.
we have a surprise interview, and this better be what we are pining for at this moment. There is a celebrity on the beach. We are throwing it to the interview a window right now. Please give us the French Canary.
Hi everyone, let me introduce you Elliot Thubert from Martinique in the French Caribbean, proudly representing France and the youngest competitor of the World Championships 2024. Elliot, c'est ta première fois en Afrique du Sud. Qu'est-ce que tu penses du pays? Elliot, this is your first time in South Africa. What do you think of the country?
Il est bien.
It's good. He likes it. Est-ce que tu as pris les plus belles vagues de ta vie ici? Est-ce que tu es à l'aise dans les vagues? Est-ce que tu as surfé les différentes sections, Super Tube, Kitchen Window, le point? Est-ce que tu peux nous parler des vagues? Can you tell us a little bit about the waves, different waves of Jeffreys Bay and the experience you had?
J'ai bien aimé les vagues. J'ai pas surfé Super Tube, mais j'ai surfé
Kitchen Windows.
Et
The Point.
The Point.
Okay, he didn't go to Super Tubes, too crowded, but he really enjoyed surfing Kitchen Window and The Point, where the contest is on. Qu'est-ce que tu espères pour la suite de la compétition? Tu vas surfer la catégorie junior. What do you expect for the rest of the contest? You are going to surf the junior category.
Être au moins troisième.
To be at least third and be on the podium, you know? So I think we can say bravo, c'était magnifique. We can say, I think everyone understood, bravo, c'est magnifique. Vive Elliot! Un dernier mot, one last word. Qu'est-ce que tu as envie de dire quelque chose? No. Nothing else to add. He's just happy, having the time of his life.
Viva Elliot indeed. That was the winner of the day.
He's a man of few words.
Man, a few
and
words.
A lot of action.
You know, like the French guys, they're all so sexy and they got their accents and the girls swoon and stuff. He knows. Keeps it close to the vest.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you know, he's got a pocket full of phone numbers right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As he should.
And the many more to come, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So the results of the last heat was Carl Ward ended up winning that heat with a heat total of 12.1. Mark McLeod ended up getting a 9.17 as his heat total. Ewan Rosie had a wave there at the end that we kind of cut through a little bit. Managed to get a 4.4 for that wave, and Philip and White ended up with in fourth place with a heat total of 4.87. What do we got now? We've got veterans, round 1, heat 1. So we finished the opening round of the trials. We finished the first go of everything. So everybody that was not seeded got an opportunity to surf and compete in a heat in the beautiful point at Jeffreys Bay. And now we're going into one of the age divisions. These are the veterans. These aren't veterans of war necessarily. They're just veterans of the sport.
Veterans. Do we know what this age division is?
Oh, I'll look it up in a bit.
I think it might be 50 to 55 if I had to guess. So we're looking at Bruce Sherlock in white from Australia, Mark Crawford from Australia in blue, Adam Shapiro is in yellow, and Joao Brojuela? What, how you spell?
Brogera?
Brogera. We're going to say that.
I don't know.
Yeah. He's Portuguese, so we're going to sort of do
We're
our
gonna
terrible
try.
Brazilian accent.
We're gonna
I watch a
fake it.
lot of UFC, so I think I can pretty much nail Brazilian at this point.
Right.
But
this is Portugal.
yeah, but I mean that's what but they speak Portuguese, so
Yes.
it's kind of close. That's what I'm saying.
But
It all makes sense in my head, Albert.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see what's going on. I can see what's going on.
You see what's going on? My
Yeah.
kids do jiu-jitsu. I'm basically fluent Brazilian now.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I drop them off every day. They get back in the car.
Yeah.
So
So one thing to notice about this particular heat is there was a bit of carnage earlier on. We had to do a bit of switching and swapping when people were getting sort of a little bit of an injury. So Bruce Sherlock was actually intended to surf in Heat 6 of the Veterans, which is going to happen tomorrow morning. But we had to swap him out with Paul Mannix because Paul Mannix, earlier in the week, he cut his chin open, ended up with like 5 stitches. Then he came back today, surfed his open heat this morning, ended up cutting it again, excuse me, and ending up with 16 stitches. So the contest director very kindly shifted Paul Mannix into a later heat, and we've got Bruce Sherlock instead. Bruce Sherlock kindly agreed to changing his heat and getting to surf twice in the one day. I think he was the first heat of the day, and now he's pretty close to the last heat of the day. I think we've only got a couple more heats to go. It's gone a little bit quiet for those first few minutes, but I definitely see some opportunities out there. I definitely see some whitewater as I look over my shoulder. But yeah, so a couple of other little tidbits, right? So Mark Crawford was commentating in here earlier. He loves a Dom Pedro. Do you know what a Dom Pedro is, Ed?
is that the drink I had last night? It's like a milkshake with Kahlua in it.
Close. It's a Dom Pedro is as far as I understand it, right? Being the foreigner here, I'm exposed to all these new things. It's a wine glass full of ice cream with
Yes.
an Amarula liqueur.
And yes, and they throw
With a
Kahlua in it. No,
liqueur.
no, we thought they were ice cream sundaes. So myself, the Sparrow, Giggs, and the Creedler were sitting there, and we were pretty full. And we saw these 2 ice cream sundaes. We're like, let's put on some weight for the contest.
Yep.
We're in training. We do the opposite in kneeboarding. Is we eat more and get heavier because it lowers our center of gravity. And then these drinks came, or this ice cream, and we were given straws. And Simon was the most concerned. He was like, "Wait, don't I have a spoon for my ice cream sundae?" He thought it was kind of stupid that we were having ice cream sundaes in the first place.
Right.
And we put our straws in, and all 4 of us, we looked like that Ren and Stimpy cartoon where our eyes went, "What? What's this?
Yes.
Never heard of this. What is it called? Don Pedro?"
Yes, it's
Okay.
a Dom Pedro. And
At Nina's, one of our sponsors. We have
yes.
the Nina food truck out here.
Yeah, absolutely. No.
Can you hear?
I can hear. It's fine. No, we're good.
My
Our
headset just went up.
Our voices project into the ether, into the universe.
They do. Oh my God, the aliens right now are listening to this, going like, "We got to get back to Earth because the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships are going on at Jeffreys Bay, and we are missing it." But anyway, Nina's has an amazing Don Pedro.
Yeah.
Just don't get it for your kids. It's not a sundae. It is a adult beverage, and it is delicious. And I would like one right now.
Well, funny, yeah. So Mark Crawford sort of introduced me to the Dom Pedro. He's a bit of a connoisseur of the Dom Pedro.
Oh, is he? Is he a connoisseur of ice cream and booze? That's shocking. So I'm glad I was sitting down for that little tidbit, Albert.
Yes, no. Oh, how am I going to keep a straight face with you at the other end there, Ed? This is amazing.
We're through the open. It's amazing that we got through the opening round of the trials. We have a second round we got to do, and then the open starts.
Yeah.
It was a little intimidating showing up here. I had was under the impression that I made it to that I was seeded into the open, and found out there were 70 surfers that I was going to need to surf through to get into the open. So we've gotten through the open.
Yep.
We've got the veterans out there.
Yep.
Adam, is amazing. He's South African, but is living in Seattle and makes these treks down to Huntington to surf in our KSUSA events. Really great guy.
Wow.
I've been in a couple of AAA finals with him, I believe.
Cool.
Yeah, he's just. I believe he summited Kilimanjaro.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe he's not a fan of the Don Pedros. That's why he climbs mountains while the.
Maybe that's possible. All right.
Okay.
I think we're ready for the heat winners interview from the last heat.
I think this is going to be sexy Carl Ward time.
Ooh, hello.
Let's go W West Side.
Yeah, let's go.
And here we are again with Carl Ward from the UK. Carl just won his previous heat. Carl, tell us, how was the conditions in the water from when you got in at the beginning towards the end of the heat? We saw a little changing on the action. Give us your take on that.
Yeah, it's paddling out there. It was kind of looking like the waves were lining up pretty good. There's still a bit of chop on the wave, so it's kind of like looking for those smoother ones. But yeah, I mean, it's such a big lineup. It's like you really don't know where you want to sit. It's kind of looking at your markers we've been making on the beach during the week and stuff like that, and yeah, just hoping that one comes through. That gives you the opportunity to get a few turns in and get that smooth face. So
That's right. It's a little challenging. Like I said, on my heat, also it was change of direction and consequence. So I know that on your heat was a little bit tougher. Anything else you want to give us as far as the event, organization, and everything else?
I mean, it's great what the South African team have put on here. Like, it's amazing. Like, I mean, I haven't been to many of the worlds in the last few years, but I couldn't miss this one. Like, the opportunity to come and surf J-Bay, you know, with 4 people out. Like, oh yeah, couldn't resist it. So yeah, hats off to everyone that's involved in organising this. Cause, yeah, it's fantastic.
Excellent. Anything else you want to say to the folks back home?
Yeah, anyone that's tuning in, I know there might be a few guys back home in the UK if they're not at work already, but yeah, thanks for tuning in if you're watching, and let's see how we go in the rest of the comp.
All right, man. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, brother. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And yes, that's, I mean, you know, what they didn't talk about was the fact that Carl Ward had the highest scoring wave of the day.
Yes.
If you wanted to go to Vegas and start putting at odds, it could end up being the highest scoring wave of the event, a 9.5. And as you just heard there, Carl is such a lovely human being. He is such a humble, passionate surfer, has an incredible lifestyle that he lives, but when he gets in the water, it's serious business.
Yeah. So we got a couple of replays here. There's some stuff going on while we were lulled by the dulcet tones of Carl Ward's smoothness. Adam Shapiro getting a few turns here, getting a few working the wave and putting some of that knowledge of J-Bay to work. He ended up getting a 5.17 for this wave. Did he connect it all the way through? Looks like he's connecting. There's a fair few turns there. He's definitely knows how to move that board around. Oh, that was a more recent one. Hopefully we can get a hold of Mark Crawford. 6.33 would have been a Don Pedro fueled frenzy.
Absolutely.
For him to get that score.
I think that 17th Don Pedro right now gave him the sort of focus and determination today that we saw it right before we cut to that interview with Carl Ward. I saw that wave coming, and it looked like a cracker. Hopefully we can get a replay of Mark's wave, but you know, both Mark and Adam are such great surfers and such great guys. It's good to see him surfing so well.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, if we're going to Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Mark's wave. Here's
Mark's wave. There's Mark is a very unique style. I really like it. It looks like there's not a lot of movement, but there's definitely a lot of effort that gets put into it, and a lot of water gets displaced when he gets into it.
Yeah.
So far, I'm not seeing what would have gotten him that 6.33, but there we go. There it is.
Yep.
Don Pedro at work.
Don Pedro at work, and
Yep.
if that wave offers itself up to Mark Crawford, he's going to smack it hard. So he's another guy coming out of the trials that could do some damage in the open.
Absolutely.
If you want a dark horse to win the whole thing from the trials, it's definitely Carl Ward.
Yeah.
But right there as well is Mark Crawford. He could go on a heater and find himself on finals day.
Yep, absolutely. Adam Shapiro also got a 5.0.
Adam is sneaky good. I
Adam
mean,
is-
I'm pretty sure he beat me in a final in California about might have been four to 6 years ago. Didn't even know who he was. I had to call up gigs and yell at him, tell him to stop sending these Safas to take my hardware.
Absolutely, as well.
There's Adam's second wave.
Yeah, this would be his second 5.0. Again, the alignment between the Rashi and the color of the board.
See, yeah, you know,
There's definitely-
who do you think taught him to tip the head judge and the field marshal?
There's definitely some.
He's probably got a yellow leash too.
Yep, absolutely. No, this is. I'm learning.
Yeah,
I'm learning as I'm
Hey,
going here.
Look, it's fashion over function, Albert.
Absolutely.
That's what surfing's all about.
Yep.
If Richard Collins taught me anything,
If Richie Collins. What? Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
and Danny Qua,
Danny
they taught me anything.
Wow.
It is fashion over function.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
giving away our ages here. But
Yeah,
anyway,
we are.
we'll be all right. Anyway, the Bruce Sherlock got a little wave in there as well. Bruce Sherlock from the state of Victoria in Australia. This must be it.
Yep.
He just takes off from behind and just smooth as anything.
Yep. Staying
I wonder
with it.
if the I wonder if Giggs' theory about the EPS and the 85 kilo threshold and the 16% additional buoyancy can apply in Victorian waters in Australia. I'm
Well, he
curious about that.
sold me that math, and it changed my life. So I'll never go back.
Right.
But if the
Works outside of South Africa.
those of us that are size challenged, Albert,
Yeah.
that we have to like try and find some space age materials to get us to float and to get us
Yes.
to be able to like even carry our board down the beach without our arm
Yes.
getting tired.
I have a different size challenge.
Well,
about
yeah.
carrying my boards. whenever I
but
go through
but
the
like
airport.
if we drop you into the competitor area at a WSL event, you'll blend right in.
Yeah,
I'll
all
look
right.
like a gorilla got out of the zoo.
Yeah.
So
Here's Dom Pedro. I mean Mark Crawford.
Captain
Going
Don
again.
Pedro. We're gonna get him sponsored. We should get him his own drink. There should be a can of like Don Pedro or like an ice cream where you go and you
Yeah.
buy it.
Call it a hashtag wheat cracker. That's what he.
There it is. Look at that nice little snapback
Loves
in
a
whitewater, waiting for that left to come at him and giving it a nice belt.
I'll tell
See-
you what. I think between Mark Crawford and Adam Shapiro, they're kind of that same age range.
Mhm.
I think they grew up very close and sort of surfing together
Yep.
and competitively.
Yep.
I think there's a bit of old grudges sort of being played out here.
Yeah, I think I don't think there was any formalities in the keyhole. In fact, if someone needed to sort of delay their duck dive to make sure the other guy went into the reef or got dry docked on a rock, it might have happened. Both incredible gentlemen, nice guys, but I don't think they would have shed a tear if the other blew a fin on the rocks or got sort of washed in by a set. So the two of them are feisty competitors. Yeah. You wouldn't know it when you met them on land. They're super nice, but it's good to see. And look at Adam turning right back around.
Yeah.
Probably a little pissed that Mark got that good wave.
Yep. Well, he got rewarded for that good wave too. He
Yep.
got a 7.67 on that wave.
Wow,
and
Safa on Safa violence.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. No, it's a
Boom.
Ooh, come on, make it. No.
Oh.
The
Yeah.
emotional roller coasters of commentating, Ed. This
really
is.
Especially these two guys that we know and love so well. And there's Red on the outside. We haven't talked much about him, but he's got a bit of a heater.
Yep.
Got a nice wall in front of him. He
Yep.
probably sat outside, knew he had priority, waited for the best wave of the heat, and he's got it. So let's see if he can do some damage.
Absolutely. You still got a little bit of a. I'm getting hints of a staggered stance here.
Very much. I was going to say, it looks like we have a
Shows,
goofy foot in the lineup.
Yeah.
He's got that left knee back a little bit. There are a lot of surfers who have done that over the years. They have that. They get sort of like the half stance of a stand up. I would reckon on small days when he takes out a longboard, he's a bit of a goofy foot,
Yeah,
but I only got white as well.
This is that was
Yep.
Bruce Sherlock replay.
Yep.
This is another Bruce Sherlock replay. I believe this is his is a 3. No, I think this wave hasn't quite been. Might have been a 3 point. He's had a 3.17 and he's had a 1.0.
Yep.
Not sure which ones. I think Bruce and Joao have a fair bit of work to do.
Yeah, I think they do too. They've got two angry Safas in the lineup,
The Safa on Safa grudge match anger is creating some barriers for passage through this heat.
It is, but here's Mark Crawford up again.
Again.
Like he's not relenting on his
No, I'll
buddy
tell you
Adam
what,
Shapiro.
I think
He's got
I'm
a 14. He's trying to build on it. Let's see if he can.
Yeah, I think I'm going to buy him as Dom Pedro for tonight.
Oh.
Just to,
he's going to buy us all Dom Pedros if he keeps making these waves.
Yeah. So he's coming in. I think he's making a statement here. He's leaving Adam Shapiro at the back, and
that's a slap in the face. I don't know. I think that's almost disrespectful.
Are we egging
I'm
this
Adam.
on
I would
even
want to
harder?
see him have to make the paddle back out, and Mark's just kind of giving it. He said,
Look
"You
at
know
him,
what?"
look at him.
He says, "You can't beat my 14."
Absolutely.
He's sitting on a nice smoking 14 even.
Yeah.
Adam's sitting there with a 10-0, but we've got White up trying to do some damage. See if White can take Adam's second place.
Well, he's got 1 minute and 45 seconds to do it. Doesn't look like that particular wave is going to do much, but
no.
Still,
I mean, Adam could do it.
exciting.
Adam needs an 8.83. We've all seen him do it before, so it's leaving Adam out there alone is maybe a bit of a risk. He's probably in second priority right now with Red holding first priority.
Yeah.
But there's Mark on the beach. He's already doing his victory lap.
Yeah,
He's probably
so-
already going to head to the glass, ready to do his interview.
You can taste that Dom Pedro
He's
already.
going to have a Don Pedro waiting. Some young little ring girl's going to run up in a bikini and and hand it to him. And that's when you're Mark Crawford. That's the life you live.
That is the life you live, absolutely.
Yeah.
What have we got left? We just got a minute left here. It's just getting to the pointy end. It's been an exciting start to to the veterans age division. We don't normally get these exciting starts to age. Generally age divisions, people have come from the same generation. They're of that same ilk in terms of their status.
Let's see if Red can get into this with priority. Now Adam's going to try and get it. This could be a good insider, and it looks like it has that potential to double up on the inside. Yeah, it's just but not kind of the one behind it. Sometimes today the second waves of the heat, Giggs gave me a bit of a tongue lashing that I tried to roll in on a big whitewater when the one behind it was much better. So I'm learning my lesson. Looks like Red is up, taking that. Zhao's trying to take that second wave.
Yeah.
And see if it cleans up on the face for him, gives him something to attack.
Going pretty fast. Is he going to make it around that section?
Yeah.
No, doesn't look like it. I think he's accepted his fate as the victim of Safa on Safa the grudge match between those two.
Adam as well. He's going to go prone on this one and not even give Mark the benefit of letting him see him try and struggle and grind one last wave out. He's going to accept second place, which means he's moving through. Top two move through, and maybe the two of them can meet again soon.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I can't wait.
Well, Albert, that was a lot of fun. I'm glad we cleared up your last name. We're going to give it over to some new commentators, take a break here while this heat turns over.
Absolutely.
And we'll see you in the morning, buddy.
All right. We'll see you later.
Cheers.
We're going to welcome Bobby Rousseau to the commentary booth here. Bobby's an absolute legend in absolutely everything. I'm still convinced that he's my uncle. Still waiting on the to come back. Don't you think? Definitely have the same penchant for board collections. How are you, Bobby? You having a good time?
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. Thank you, Albert. Really,
been a great day.
Yeah, but they're still trying to see on the scientific formula on the combination of me and you. You realize that?
They're taking a risk, aren't they?
But I'm telling you now.
I think it's going to be great.
As said before, you are A and I am B.
Absolutely. Right, so round one, Heat 2, Veterans Age Division. We have Jason Rivas from New Zealand, although he lives in Australia. But it's where our hearts are.
Yes.
And then we have Marco Rinaldi from the Republic of South Africa. Carl Ebel as well.
Whoa.
And then Clint Perry. We have 3 Safas and a lone Kiwi out there. Can you tell me something about these fellow countrymen of yours, Bobby?
Yeah. Well, let's go through Mark Rinaldi. He's from the Southern Peninsula, down south. Resident Nurtuk and all over mobile operator. Carl Ebel, he's from the old guard. He's from the southern suburbs, and he's our youngest South African kneeboarding champion in 1988, and along with his fellow kneeboard rider Clint Perring. The two of them, they go back school days, Grommethood era, Cape Nilo Club, strong from the 80s, going through to the 90s, and still continuing here into 2024 in the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles, Point Wave, Lower Car Park venue, in all places of Jeffreys Bay.
Amazing.
Absolutely
Amazing.
incredible. Awesome. Look at the smiles on the beach.
Absolutely.
That's Buffy and Stephen van der Walt.
Yeah.
There we go. Look
Steve
at that.
O'Neill and the Garth. The amazing. This is a treat getting this age division here. These are all very competent surfers. They didn't just get here out of nowhere.
Here we got a paddle, a
We do
double
have a
arm paddle. Double arm paddle.
Paddle by Carl Ebel.
Carl Ebel.
Yeah.
Coming off the white water, trying to stay with it, but really nothing much into that one.
No, but there's at least a little bit of movement going, right? So it's 3.5 minutes into this heat, and nobody had caught a wave yet. So
Yes.
we needed something to talk about.
What a fabulous lineup. Look at that angle.
I know.
That's telling you now where we are, what's happening on the horizon, and what's coming forth into the bay at the current moment at present.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. We have I think we have two more heat. No? Hang on a second. We've got two more heat. No,
I'm hanging on.
This is the
Oh,
second
really?
last heat.
Albert, you got to be hanging on.
I know. You
Watch
can let
the
go.
paddle.
I gotcha.
Watch the paddle.
Yeah.
Everybody jockeying for position.
Yeah.
Everyone trying to hear who's got priority. There could be a switch on the inside.
So it sounds to me like this is the second last heat of the day. We're only going to run the first 3 heats of the Veterans Round 1. The remaining 3 heats of Veterans Round 1 are going to be run first thing in the morning, I think. Perhaps. Not sure. I know there was Round 2 going to happen tomorrow. So, yes, we do. That's right. The schedule for tomorrow, we start 7:30 in the morning, our time. We got Jason Rivas here.
There we go.
Going left,
Going left.
right.
Just going way too far onto the left.
Yes.
Thinking it's going to get into the reform, not particularly reading the wave too well.
Yes. No, he was reading his emotions for sure. So tomorrow morning, starting at 7:30, we have the last 3 heats of Round 1 of Veterans. And then after that, we're going to go with the open in Round 2, the trials, basically, of Round 2. That's going to be 7 heats. And then after that, we go into the round of 64, the seeded round.
Oh, that's going to get really interesting.
Yeah, there's going to be elbows getting thrown all over the place for sure. So can't wait for that. That's the latest version of the schedule. Of course, it might change depending on conditions and all sorts of other possibilities. But
yeah, we have
that's
Up
what
and Ride.
We have
Once again,
Carl Ebel
Carl
again.
Ebel's on a mission, getting the hand onto the nose of the board, trying to find that connection in between the rail and the wave.
That
Very
flow.
difficult.
That flow. I think there's, as far as what I've seen so far today, you don't have to wait long for a set to come around. So these guys are definitely going to get a fair few opportunities.
Fair share of their waves.
Yeah, opportunities to capitalize and
Yes.
maximize their scoring and all that sort of stuff. Can I ask you, Bobby? You had a heat earlier today. You absolutely
Correct.
smashed it. I was commentating. How
Thank
did you feel about that?
In the beginning, I got off with a really solid wave. Thereafter, I slowed a bit. Only 2 waves. And then towards the final minutes of the heat with priority, it was all about knowing to capitalize and to try stay in the running. So 2 heats, heat winner, good equipment, and just reading the wave. That's what I all put it down to, of just not over surfing it, but
Yep.
just trying to surf it.
Yes, yes. What about priority? How did you feel about priority?
Works really well and worked for me, and it's all about taking the occasion in its stride, and also just making sure that once you have the priority and you choose the like of wave, make sure that you do your utmost best, just like gold going here.
Yep. This is Marco.
With Marco Rinaldi.
Yep.
Going a little bit of hop, skip and jump, coming back into the white water, coming out of it now. More of a, you should drive more of the rail instead of lifting of the upper body with the red on the outside.
Yes, Jason Rivas again.
Jason trying to catch up on that first one, Albert.
Yeah, well, Jason, one thing Jason is extremely good at is catching 1 million waves in record time. It's actually quite amazing to watch. It can be a bit of a struggle to catch waves off of him.
Yeah.
But it's still quite amazing to sort of watch.
Here we go in
got
a replay.
Oh, we get.
So this is where goes right.
No.
This is the wave
This
prior.
is the wave. This is the wave. No, this is the wave that he got now. We just saw the
Correct.
the very end of it live. So there's made some connections there. That's I think he might have been a little bit disappointed there. I think he wanted to get more out of that particular wave, but realistically though, I mean, it's been 9 minutes almost, and we haven't really seen one of those big bombing sets. Should we be waiting for it? Absolutely. Well, look, we have to cut away to an interview, but we will get back with the replays from these waves. Oh, hang on. Maybe
Carl
we won't.
Ebel.
Actually, no, it's Carl Ebel getting
You're
absolutely
staying in the picture, so whilst you're staying in the picture, that's a really nice turn. Really
Yeah.
good looking wave, maybe the wave of the heat so far.
I would agree. We'll let the judges decide what the actual number is going to be, but for now, I think it's time to cut away to our interview.
Oh, that'll be nice to hear somebody else's voice for a change, Albert.
I'm here with Mark Crawford, the winner of the first Veterans Heat at the Kneeboard World Titles. Mark and I have known each other for 35 years and haven't competed against each other for 25 years. Today he pipped me. And tell us about your heat, Mark.
Well, thank you to Adam for taking the first wave of the sets. I think it's probably the day of the order. But no, look, been a pleasure surfing with you again, Adam. I'm missing South Africa, the motherland, and yeah, just sharing the water, with your friends is just amazing. And in such a place like Jeffreys Bay with great weather, I mean, amazing.
So the beginning of that heat, we had 11 minutes. Tell me about your first 11 minutes of that heat, Mark.
Well, what was going through my mind, I'm sure similar to you, was let's just sit pretty and hopefully they restart the heat so we can have it a re-go. But then my brain went into, oh, you're actually paddling for one, so I better get cracking. So, no, I was really nervous. After scratching myself on the rocks on the way out as well, I was like, oh, this is not my day, just going to sit here and not get anything. But, yeah, fortunately enough, the next 10 minutes actually quite a lot came through, so happy for that.
Lovely stuff. And you through to the next round of the Veterans Division. Tell us what you've been doing over the last few weeks, Mark.
Yeah, look, I'm currently living in Australia, in the Gold Coast, so coming back to South Africa is a pleasure and a treat. So just reminiscing with all the old places that we're going to, seeing. I've been traveling with the Australian team, and we've been taking them to waves and camaraderie and places and food, and just experiencing the African lifestyle, which is second to none in a lot of ways. So yeah, just been a tourist.
So Mark, this is the first time I've noticed over the last few weeks you're picking up a little Aussie twang there, my friend.
No, mate.
So you've been taking the Aussie team around. Where have you been over the last few days?
Yeah, so look, we attended Leicester's, we're in Cape Town, we attended Leicester's West Side competition, which was a lovely event to start off just coming through to South Africa. But then, we've clocked up 3,000 kilometers, a few secret spots, and then up to Ellens Bay, and back down. There's some horrendous weather that we experienced, but we've been playing with the weather and just having so much fun with it all. Then on the garden route, stopping off at Still Bay, through to Mossels, through to Vic Bay, and just loving things,
Wonderful. Well done, Mark. Great heat.
Thank you very much, and thank you for you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
How fantastic is Adam's shirt? How fantastic is Adam's shirt? I can't help it. I got to figure out where he got that shirt. That was utterly amazing. We had a couple of waves come through. Right now, this is Marco Rinaldi getting his second wave. Whoa! Nice little spray off the top there. And an end section. Oh, could not capitalize on that final end section, but still got some lovely surfing done along the way. At this point, we have Carl Ebel having a 4 and a 6.67. So that's why total of 10.67. Marco had a 4.6 to start with, but you'll have another one. And then we had this replay from Jason Rivas, who took off on the whitewater, went straight to the bottom, and then just could not hang on as he was turning off the top.
Yeah, and once again, huh? The wave. You think it's going to get that punch into it, but no, it's just like a little tickle and a slap. It's for you to actually keep in the pocket, turn on the rail, don't let it run away from you, stay with it, and do as much as you can while you can.
Tickle and a slap.
A tickle and a slap. Huh?
I'm getting all these lovely catchphrases while I'm here. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Marco got a 4.33 for his second wave, puts him pretty solidly into second place. And yeah, looks like it's all right. I can't stop talking about Adam's shirt. Adam Shapiro's shirt is just amazing.
Ask him for it, he'll give it to you, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Adam's the kind of guy, he'll give you the shirt off his back.
Yeah. Oh, he is a nice guy. I've had plenty of conversations with him. I've had a few surfs with him over the years, and I think the first time I met him was at the 2002 World Titles in Queensland in Australia. Vastly different experience to this one, I'll tell you that right now. It was like 35 degrees and 100% humidity on the beach all day, every day, and it was
yes,
contestable waves.
Very
small
nice.
most of the time. Most of the time, mostly small and wind swell. But we
the kind of waves you like, Albert.
Oh, the kind of waves I'm used to surfing.
The kind of waves you're used to surfing.
I don't know about liking. It's not.
All right.
If I'm gonna draw it up, it's not gonna be drawn up in that.
Yes.
So yeah, 5 minutes left. We getting to the pointy end of this this particular heat. I don't see Clint Herring in on my screen. I'm not sure if he made it out. I see 4. Yeah, I can't really tell. Anyway, we'll get an update on that from somebody, I'm sure. But there's a few more opportunities that are certainly going to come our competitors' way. I can see one. I can see some movement happening out there on the outside. You should be good. Yeah, that's Jason Rivas. Obviously, Jason did not have priority, or maybe. We'll have to wait to see what the priority situation was. I'm not sure who had priority in that particular situation. But Jason is taken off and done one nice whack at the end. I'm not sure if that was really completed all the way, but we'll have to find out. And Marco ended up catching another wave at the back there.
Nice float off the white water.
Nice floater at the back there. But
getting into the rhythm of things.
Yeah, we might have had a bit of paths getting crossed as far as the two competitors, Jason Rivas and Marco Rinaldi, on the previous wave. So we might the judges might have a little bit of contemplating to do as to whether one interfered with the other.
Okay, well, while it was happening, I was just putting up a makeshift curtain behind us here because the sun is now setting behind our little HQ studio. There was a bit of a glare on the screen, but now it's come back to life once again.
Yeah. Well, we got 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Looks like it might get a little bit quiet out there. So we'll hopefully give the judges enough of an opportunity to be able to review any footage if they need to.
And let's hope they just, keep on the energy and keep on paddling out for one more time.
Oh, you're a legend, Bobby. How many of those do you have tucked away? How many of those little catchphrases things
Well,
that you
today
got
I'm wearing
tucked away?
short sleeves, you realize that I've got to pull a rabbit out the hat. But if we could pan back possibly a little bit more with the cameraman, you can see in the top of the right-hand screen, you can see a solid line producing, coming on the horizon with a bit of a feather cap fluttering there. Could it be possibly white on the outside? Looks like he's going over the shoulder of this one.
Could be the
letting it
next heat.
Reform, the next heat, paddling out possibly, yes. As you did say, these are the veterans, huh? So
Yes.
they take a bit longer to paddle out, huh?
Yeah, they're a bit. I wouldn't say they're necessarily slower, but they're definitely social.
Ah, social.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The other day I came down here for a surf.
Yes.
And I did the social butterfly thing as I'm walking my way up to my
Yeah.
accommodation, which is up at Supers.
Yeah,
Must have
yeah.
taken me an hour and a half to
Ah.
walk 500 meters.
Oh, the peace and yogurt, stop and greet, meet and greet.
Just having
Huh?
a chat. Just
Yeah.
having a chat everywhere I went. It
Nice
was,
to know.
Well, fortunately, it doesn't look like there was a interference call on anybody
That's
on that wave
nice.
of Jason Rivas, and he ended up getting a 2.77 for his efforts. He did
Oh,
that one bash at the on the inside. We got 1.5
One
minutes
and a
left
half
to
minutes
go.
and some lines coming up. It'll be interesting. You can see how it breaks, reforms, breaks again, and
Yes.
reforms, and then suddenly hits the sweet spot and starts running off. So it's to get yourself into the sweet spot, finding it, and making sure that protruding them there. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Carl
Carl
Ebel.
Ebel in blue.
Carl
A little
Ebel would have
snap
been,
into it.
would have been
Coming
pretty
through
high
it.
up on the
He's-
priority
he's-
rankings.
He's
so.
working hard. He's
He
certainly
is.
working hard.
Absolutely.
Getting up and down. Does he come through the double story? Yeah, he goes into it. Nice
Oh,
re-entry.
Lovely.
Coming
Lovely.
through. Well served.
Lovely. Very well served. He definitely made the most out of the opportunities that were given to him by that wave.
Yes, Carl's highly competitive. Nice to have him back with us. Been out of the scene, heard about it all happening, and has just decided, you know what? I've been there, I've done that, and I'm always going to keep on coming back. So here's another pan shot of the lineup. You can see the surf on the outside, just popping over the shoulder. Next one protruding through. Sometimes they misguess. They say 4-wave set, 3-wave set, and just like a looming 2 comes through.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Marco again.
Marco Rinaldi on the inside this time. Hey, Albert? If you could see further out, possibly this could be a 2-wave rider up. Not too sure. Red
No.
going.
No, I think everybody else got caught out of
Everybody
position there,
else.
and the heat's over. We're on to our last heat of the day.
The last heat of the day, and the heat is on.
Yeah. Round 1, heat 3 of
the veterans.
Veterans.
Yeah,
Erwan Jade.
Yeah.
Steven Vanderwacht. Steve O'Neill. And Garth Price.
Paw.
Yeah.
Paw.
Rockets. There's going to be fireworks out here.
Here we go.
Here we go.
This is
Steve
the
O'Neill.
Yeah.
Nice little carve
Oh.
straight away. Oh, I'm not sure if that really counted. I think there was the hooter might have happened after he got up.
I don't want to say too much, but I did see Ryder up and riding before the actual beach horn.
Yeah, we'll let the judges decide for sure.
It's little things like this that you've got to keep the focus on. You've got to keep on concentrating.
Yeah.
And maybe they should just blast the beach horn a fraction longer. But I think they're also over keen out there, Albert.
Oh,
You realize that you get one underneath the wetsuit before it all happens,
Yeah.
and then start building up from there. But little mistakes can cost you a heat.
Absolutely. Well, if
Rules and regulations are there for a purpose.
That's right. That's right. And I think if Steve-O did catch that wave before the heat actually started, he's definitely put himself out of position. It was a well-surfed wave.
Certainly so.
It was a well-surfed wave. I would have loved to have seen what it would have scored if it was occurring during the heat.
Well, here's a little lump in the ocean. Nothing into it. Everybody going forth. Nice corduroy lines on the outside.
There's definitely some movement
Nice
out
little
there, isn't
corduroy
it?
lines on the outside. Subtle, But as they come closer, so they start building up, so they're preserving the energy of whatever energy that there is that the ocean is producing today.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're watching the paddle in red, going all the way up there.
Yeah.
It's Urian, huh? Urian Jury, correct?
Erwan Jade.
Ah.
The Frenchman.
Oh, the Frenchie.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No, he's it looks
Here
like
we
he's
go.
he's
Puts his
paddling.
head down.
Mm.
Should have possibly paddled out for the second one behind.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. That keenness.
Jocking himself into position.
Yeah, these veterans are keen.
Too front, too soon.
Can't be stopped.
Building it up on the inside once again. Watch for the double up and how it's starting to reform onto the inside
Yes.
as the water starts to accumulate here in the corner of the base. So it's holding the wave up and then producing it to perform here on the inside.
Steve-O? Is Steve-O going to get this? Steve-O going to get this? Steve-O going to get this? Yeah.
He's deciding.
Yeah.
He's taking off in the white water.
Taking off in the white
there
water.
he goes.
There's an opportunity.
Big
Boom.
blast off the top. Coming around the white water.
This is what I like to see. I like to see Steve-O
A lot
do
of
what
going
Steve-
for it.
what Steve-O
Into
can
the
do.
pocket. A lot of bounce into it.
Yeah.
Two nice big bashes.
Very nice big bashes
Nice.
up there.
Just got to be careful of the dismount, huh?
Well, at
just got
least-
to be careful of the dismount. Not knowing positioning of the bay and also not frequently surfing here. With the rock formation and everything else below, one's got to take everything into consideration.
Yes. The whole thing's connected. It's like a system.
Not
I'll
to
tell you what,
overamp.
I tell you what, he could have erased the mistake that he made if he took that wave before the Hooter.
Yes.
Which it seemed like he did. I haven't seen any. The judges haven't recorded any scores off that first wave that we saw.
Yeah.
But I'm very interested
On
to
the
see.
outside, Albert.
Oh.
On the outside, Albert.
On the outside, Albert. That's right. There's a lot going on here. Steve-O Nilo got an 8.17 for that wave. I know, that was a sight to see. Love to see a replay of that because there is a lot to be seen. We've got Garth Price as well.
Here's Garth Price, a lot of speed.
A lot of speed.
Even in too much of a white wall onto the wave.
Yeah.
The white water disrupting him, put him out of his rhythm.
Yes.
A lot of kind of like fish
Shadow.
scales, actually.
Fish
you know?
scales.
Fish scales. If you can see in the face of the wave, you can see those fish scales performed by the white water. Whereas if it's a clean outside set wave, as you can see there, more glassy effect, smoother face, easier to ride.
No fish scales.
No fish scales.
Yeah, fish scales bad.
Yeah,
Except
you
for fish.
always got to take the scales off a fish before you eat it.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Yeah, here
The
Aaron
Frenchie.
J, the Frenchie.
Here we go.
The Frenchman
Ah.
again looks like he's on an EPS, doesn't he?
Ooh.
Not sure.
Everyone's going for broke.
Everyone is going for.
I
broke.
mean-
well, this is the veterans division.
3 people in a heat.
If you're not going to put it on the line
Point wave,
here,
Jeffreys Bay. Look at it.
if you're not going to put it all on the line,
Then you might as well hang it up on the washing line. Watch the outside. Look at the set performing. It's building up on the outside, recornering, showing its true potential. Slight moderation in the wind conditions. Forthcoming, no one in the position yet. Everyone's still paddling on the outside. Waves coming through unridden.
looks beautiful though, doesn't it?
It would look more fantastic if someone was on them.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Absolutely. Now, is anybody in position for this one? This one at the back looks quite nice.
This one's been coming through from the back quite nice since time began. There's a turn again. It looks like they're kind of like in a desperado mode, Albert.
Are they?
No one's really like, they're thinking time is running out for me, where they should just put their head down, follow the white carpet line, and get themselves and position themselves out into the back.
Absolutely. Like a yellow brick road in The Wizard of Oz.
They're fourth. Go on.
Absolutely. We have current situation.
Tell us.
13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining with
Yes.
Steve O'Neill with a single wave of an
Yes.
8.17.
Fantastic.
Garth Got a 2.83 on that last wave.
Very
and
nice.
Erwan Jade has a couple of throwaway scores. Bit of work to do.
Yes.
Plenty of time to do it. And all the will in the world to get it done. These people are warriors.
And a bit of work to do, and what a workshop. I mean,
Exactly.
look at it.
Exactly.
You know,
To be able to draw around that canvas. We could have a couple of Picassos out here, and we don't even know it.
I would say, you know, if this was my office, it would be like the Liquid Assault, really, yeah, or the Liquid Dream, or even various other things. It's just continuously happening.
Yeah. By the as soon as we complete the broadcast for this particular heat, we're gonna throw it back to the studio and have a bit of a post-show commentary going on to see what conclusions we can conclude of the day. Isn't that right, Bobby?
Yes, we're coming into the cul-de-sac, but we'll be back. So now you can see, if they could just pan further out so we could see the lineup in the top corner of, because now we're just seeing directly in front of us, but
Yeah.
all the action is coming from the top center of the screen in the right-hand corner.
On the right side, yep.
But as long as we can see white is paddling hard, blue's in the mix of things, red seems to be continuously trying to get up to the point with some lines coming through. But another thing, Albert, that they're not going too deep.
No.
And just because tide coming forth, they're not wanting the wave to go beyond them where they are. But here's a fantastic looking wave, and have we got a paddle?
You know what I think is happening out there? I think there's a game of chess going on over priority out there at the moment. Yep. No, I think this little wave has kind of gone on underneath our competitors here, but I think we've got to throw to an interview, Bobby.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Alrighty, guys, we're back in the interview area, and we have the winner of the previous heat, Car Evil. Car, somebody said out there that you might have Velcro on your board. They told me to say that. That didn't come from me.
Dude, they keep telling me that as well. I don't know. It's just good wax, man.
Good wax. All right, tell us how the conditions were. I know they were a little bit different from the previous heat, and what do you think about that?
Well, the earlier heat was really tough, really wobbly, and it took a hell of a lot out of me. So I decided, after overheating in a 4-3, I'd just put a sleeveless suit on, and it actually went a lot better, and the conditions were actually a lot cleaner than this morning. A lot more performance orientated. This morning was just it was bad, man.
I attest to that. Tell us about your equipment. What are you riding, and how does it feel? Do you change board from this morning, or is it the same?
It's the same board as this morning. It's the board that I have left. So I had 2 and 1 creased, so we're down to this guy. It's a bolt. It's a high volume bolt because I'm a high volume dude. So yeah, it gets me going.
All right. Anything else you want to say to the folks out there?
Hey, we're having a good time here. Come down and watch if you're around.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you very much. And that was Mr. Carl Ebel.
A high volume man.
High volume Carl Ebel.
With a high volume board. Some of it is about alignment, right? You got to put the right tool in the right tradesman's hands.
Certainly so.
Absolutely.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the action on the outside.
Yes, absolutely. I think we did have a little bit of action while that interview was going on. Steve-O just got a throwaway 0.3, so we didn't miss much.
Throw that one away.
We didn't miss much. It was a little
just
bit
throw
like,
throw that one away out the window that I just put a curtain in front of.
Yeah,
please.
no, absolutely. It was a little bit like that, that point in time when you're watching a television show and the commercials come on, you go
But here we go. There's a paddle on the inside.
You go and run to the toilet,
Speak
you come
of
back.
the man, he's back again.
There you go.
Into the white water. Look how it forms up in front of him. Turns nicely. Comes into the step. Makes it all the way through the section. Nice little turn off the top. Making sure. Nice prediction. off the inside, coming through, not finished yet, meaning business, but a short deal.
Well surfed wave.
Oh,
Well surfed wave.
really good
Absolutely.
surfing. Kneeboard wave riding.
You can tell he feels the wave here. He might not surf it. He might not surf down the point end of the Jeffreys Bay section very often, but he certainly knows.
Yes, what to do and when to do
and
it.
when to do it. Exactly. Yes.
Just a little bit too hasty in the beginning of his heat, but
Mhm.
it seems like he's got into the rhythm of things and knowing, believing in himself and the equipment that he's riding.
Yes, absolutely. And that last wave netted Steve-O a 9.77 for
Oh.
a heat total of 17.94. I believe that might be close to the highest heat total that we've seen so far for the entire event.
I certainly agree with that.
Mm.
Look at these waves forming on the outside.
Yep. it could be-
Anybody in position?
Well, let's hope so.
They got 7.5 minutes. Sets are coming through. There's a paddle going over the wave. A nice one reforming on the outside.
Somebody's got to be in position for
Gonna
this,
be
surely.
holding it back. Gonna be holding it back.
Somebody's got to be in
Looking out our office front
Please.
door. Can see. Doesn't seem like anything at the current moment, Albert. There is a attempted paddle. Gonna get the reform coming
Yes.
through. Snapping it back.
Yes.
Nice off the white water.
That was
Coming
Garth.
round on the inside. Holding that rail to making sure that he comes through the section.
No.
Closing out just over him. Unfortunately, ride not continuing thereafter.
No.
Here's a replay.
Here's a replay of
So
Steve-O's wave.
Yes, Steve-O.
Is 9.77.
Takes it off immediately. Holds his rail into the white water. Not continuously through the pocket. Little turn off the top. Making sure gets down the step. Looking, setting himself up. Sees what's ahead. Nice re-entry. Comes through it again. Not finished yet. Back onto belly board. Making sure coming in through the reform. And just to continuously till the end.
Mm.
I think
That was a fantastic replay. I really wanted to watch
the
that. I'm
the first
glad.
one was sufficient enough even not to continue onto the belly board procedure into kneeboarding again. He should have
Yes.
just stayed, been happy, and started paddling out for another wave that's coming through.
Mm.
Paddle very slowly now.
Well, he can conserve his energy now after all this.
That he will be.
Erwin Jade and Garth Price, however, have a
Yes.
bit of a battle for second in the last five and a half minutes of this heat.
That's certainly interesting. Let's see. There's our surf ski sled.
Mm.
If anything were to occur out of the extraordinary.
Yeah, looking a bit quiet. Looking a bit quiet. Look at him like it might be a sleepy last 5 minutes for this heat, which puts Erwin Jade in a bit of a precarious position because he only needs a 4.16 to advance past this heat.
Yeah, if I were him, I'd just slowly motor myself out to the top, not too deep, and just wait around a bit longer. But as you can see right now, the horizon gone straight as a vinyl record. One or two movements coming through, building up on the outside, slowly creeping through. Everyone getting an opportunity now to move up the point. Get with 4.5 minutes left from the outside, what we're hearing, and it's still, the heat is on.
I want to see one more set.
You will. Here's an in-betweener. Watching it.
Oh, there's a little one creeping up behind it as well.
That's red. That's
Yep.
red. Red deciding to paddle into this one. Not committed fully yet.
There we-
Now's the commitment.
Yep.
Taking off.
Nice
Through
little-
to the white water. Trying to work it. Not happening on that wave.
Bit of a dangerous situation, leaving Garth at the back.
Yeah.
With a higher level of priority.
Garth going hard now. You
Yep.
can see.
Yeah.
In blue. Whoa, Albert.
Yes.
You wanted to see another set?
Yes.
Well, thee who waits shall receive.
3 minutes left. Do you reckon it's going to
3
get
minutes
here on
left.
time?
There they come. I can see one on the inside. As you can see, look into your far corner of the screen. Going over the top. Rolling through, coming through. What does red do? Does red decide to turn around and get into an insider? He's turning around, he's paddling. No ride.
No.
Anything else on the outside with a bit of motion?
Yep.
There's a ride.
It's Steve-O again.
Steve-O coming through. Holding it into the pocket. Making sure. Nice off the top.
Nice off
Comes
the top.
away from the other competitor. Round the section. Going straight down the line. Coming back into the whitewater. Into that little pocket of energy. Flying down the inside. Nice floater re-entry. Back into the work of things. And he knows. Time out. Job well done.
Yep. Time to hit the showers. Erwin Jade on that previous wave only got a 1.83. Garth is still well and solidly into second place with a 2.83 and a 3.33. Now, if I know Garth, he would not be happy with that particular total, but the end result, functional,
you know,
is still an advancement through the heat.
What's Garth's surname, Albert?
Price.
That's just the price you got to pay. The price you got to pay.
Yep. Well, he's got a minute and a half to pay it.
Yeah, well, you never know, huh? He has a paddle. He's not giving up.
No, he's not.
Here we go.
No, I didn't think he was going to be satisfied with that.
He's coming back. Coming through.
Steve-O got a 9.0 on that last wave.
Van der Watt. Steve-O Van der Watt. Steve-O the Nilo. Residential, local, Jeffreys Bay. Not regular down at Point, but this is his backyard.
This is Garth Price again.
Yes, trying it. Just trying it. Enjoy the ride, my man. Enjoy the ride. Going all the way through into the whitewater. He knows as well.
Yep, it's all over. 40 seconds left.
40 seconds
Erwin
left.
Jade still has one
It could
possible opportunity and needs a 4.16 or thereabouts to advance past this heat.
Anything out there? We're
It
all
looks
panning
like,
here
there's
on the-
definitely some possibilities
on
here.
the inside. If I look out our little office window,
Yeah.
there's Steve-O after doing a fantastic heat. Well surfed. Here's an opportunity.
Ooh. 10 seconds left. It's almost over. The day's almost over. Bobby, can we
Not
do this
really
all
the
again
day.
tomorrow?
Not really the day.
Can we do this all again tomorrow, Bobby?
We can do it all week, Albert.
And that concludes our day one of the Kneeboard Surfing World Titles 2024, Jeffreys Bay. And what a day it was.
Just a big shout out to CineFX behind the whole contribution of it happening, and all those others behind the scene and sponsors.
Absolutely. No, we're very grateful for all the support that all the sponsors has given us, and all the hospitality and good vibes that we foreigners have received throughout this whole trip and throughout all of our endeavors in South Africa.
Certainly
We're gonna
so.
definitely go home much richer in terms of who we are, who we were beforehand, and who we will be after we leave.
Well, I always want to be me, and you can be you. And let's just, keep it here tight with the Nilo crew. So, in the studio, it's been fantastic. It's been like a massage studio, an exercise bike, a yoga ball, the commentary, media, photographers, outside, commentators, being within us, outside the spectators, wonderful setup, the waves. What more could we be asking for? Look at the set coming through. If the tide was any higher, we'd be getting wet in our office, Albert.
Yes, absolutely. Fortunately, we're not. Fortunately, we're just above that high tide line to keep us a little bit dry.
Just look at that, Albert. Look at
I
your
know.
arm position. Look at my arm position. All you're needing is a grey sun cap, and we'd be there.
A grey sun cap, and we'd be we were related.
I think we are.
I think we are.
You know,
I think we're not that
we're
far
from
off.
that. We're from that tribal brotherhood of kneeboard wave riders.
Yes.
That unique.
Absolutely.
That unique brotherhood.
Yes.
You
There is
know,
a connection there, and there's a richness. And
no
there's
tattoo
a-
required.
That's right. There's a uniqueness and a richness that this connection brings. And we have our final interview for the day. Looks like we've got Steve-O being interviewed after an absolutely stellar heat. Take it away, guys.
This is going to be interesting.
All right, I am lucky enough to be standing here next to Steve-O the Nilo, Steve-O van der Walt. Highest heat total of the day, highest wave score of the day, 2 of the top 3 wave scores of the day. How does it feel?
Well, yeah, I can't believe it. I was like, yeah, this morning I had a bit of a, well, not a shocker, but it was a tough heat. And then now this, made up for it.
It must mean a lot. It must mean a lot to be able to surf at your home break where you grew up and to be able to represent South Africa like that.
Yeah, but I surf supers, not point. And point's a total different game. It was easier when I was a kid because I was probably weighing about 20 kilos. Now I'm like 150 and it's like just hard work out there. But it's fun.
I'm glad to hear. Talk us a bit through your board. What you riding at the moment?
I'm riding a 5.7 squash tail forefin board from Buddy McRae. Simon Fish shaped it, but Buddy sent him the templates. It's called, this is supposed to be my groveler, but I think this might just be my new board for every conditions.
Cooking.
Yeah, like maybe up to 6 foot, and then I ride my fishes when it's bigger than that, you know.
I mean, you're one of the most well-beloved guys in the whole kneeboard community. There's so many people in your corner. Do you have a word that you just quickly like to say out to them?
I just want to say thanks for all the support. And yeah, pull in, come and watch all these guys. There's some great surfing, really good kneeboarders here. And yeah, come have a great time. And buy my t-shirts and art.
Lekker. Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the studio. Shots.
Thank you.
Steve-O the Nilo, after having a earlier takeoff before the heat even started, to get out of position and then to make it back into pole position and to take the checkered flag, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no, definitely a testament to his skill on a kneeboard. That first wave before the heat started would have also been a good score. Absolutely. I think it was on par. It was. I think he would have built up a little bit, but I think the first wave was definitely on par with that in encroaching upon that excellent range.
I think there was just one single wave that wasn't a wave. Otherwise, everything else was a fist bump.
A wave, yeah.
An absolute fist bump.
Yep, absolutely.
And making a statement on letting them know of what lies ahead for the week ahead here at the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles Point Wave Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, amazing. I think it's about time to sign off and get ready to do this all over again tomorrow. What do you reckon, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm following in your footsteps, Albert, because he's A and I am B, and this has been live on Nilo TV.
Have a good one, everybody, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah,
Thank you.
take care and good night.
Good night. See ya.